Thanks for being here. This is true crime and celebrity news. If true crime and live court trials and short videos your thing, with some celebrity news thrown in, please consider subscribing to my channel and also don't forget to hit the like button. If you enjoy the content, please check and make sure the notification bell is on. Have a wonderful day and see you in the next live.
Hello everybody, this is True Crime and Celebrity News coming at you with the Wisconsin versus Josie Dikeman. She is on trial for the unaliving of little Alexavier. I can never remember how to pronounce his first name. If you like the live, please give it a like, share, comment. And if you're not subbed up yet, please give me a subscribe. Let me know how I'm doing. Comment. Let me know. This is day 4. I watched a little of it this morning, and then I had to jump over to the trial that I've been doing live. But anyways, let's get this going. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so this is a 23 CF 475 State versus Josie Dikeman appearances.
Matthew Tarbinson and Emily Root appear for the state. Also present at state's council table is Investigative Sergeant Rich Amundsen. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ms. Dikeman appears in person with her attorneys Chris Sacker and David Bowles. Also present is paralegal Emily Sanchez.
Okay. Hope you had a good weekend. Got away from this for a bit. Anything from the state we need to talk about before we bring the jury in today?
Nothing that we need to talk about, though. Can I just check in the hall real quick and see if our witness has arrived yet?
Yeah, go right ahead.
All right,
May I ask, who is it going to be this morning?
We were planning on calling Laura Lee Raines first, but
Okay.
if she's not here, then we'll have to get someone else lined up.
Okay, all right. Anything from the state or defense at all? Any issues?
Well, I don't know if we want to put this just into a written stipulation, but the 2 counts that Mr. Pedrin.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could do it as a written stipulation, and then we'll have it in the record. So. type.
Judge, she's about 2 minutes away. She said she's by the police department, which I take to mean is pretty close.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just wait till she's ready. We start, I mean, I said 8:45, so we're just starting. What? Yeah, that can be off the record. Just tell them it'll be a few minutes before we start. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't see Colin. I only asked her. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Before we bring her up, let's bring the jury in, then we'll bring her up. Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in then. Everybody may be seated. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a pleasant weekend. Got away from all this for a bit, and we'll start right away. Let's call your first witness for today.
They calls Laura Lee Pedrin to the stand.
And if you want to come right over here, we'll swear you right in.
Stand right there to swear.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good morning. Can you start off by stating and spelling your name for the court record, please?
Laura Lee Pedrin, Loraley Pedrin.
Ms. Pedrin, you are really soft-spoken, so if you don't mind pulling that microphone just a little bit closer so that we can all hear you. Thank you very much for doing that. Ms. Pedrin, I'm going to start off with your relationship with Derek Pedrin. How do you know Derek Pedrin?
I mean, he's my husband right now, but I've known him for almost 10 years now.
Almost 10 years now?
Mhm.
Your relationship with Mr. Pedrin is a complicated one. Is that fair to say?
Very.
Okay. Mr. Pedrin is also involved with a person by the name of Misty?
Yes.
What's Misty's last name?
Craig?
Craig?
Thank you.
Explain to this jury, because they heard a little bit last week about your relationship with Mr. Pedrin and also Misty's relationship with Mr. Pedrin. How would you explain that relationship?
He's with her, he's with me.
He's with both of you. Is that
Yeah.
yes?
Yes.
Okay. Does Mr. Pedrin have a child with Misty?
Yes.
And was there a time where you and Mr. Pedrin got married?
Yes.
When was that?
November 8th of 2024.
November 8th of 2024?
Yes.
At the time that you and Mr. Pedrin got married, did Mr. Pedrin know that Misty was pregnant with his child?
No.
Relation like foundation.
I'll rephrase. To your knowledge, at the time that you were getting married with Mr. Pedrin, was he aware that Misty was pregnant with his child?
As I'm aware, no.
Okay. Do you know when Mr. Pedrin found out that Misty was pregnant with his child?
I believe it was 3 days later.
3 days later? And when you say 3 days later, you mean 3 days after you got
After
married?
we were married, yeah.
Okay. And so as you describe the relationship today, you say it's a complicated relationship. He's with her and he's also with you. Did I get all of that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any experience with the law?
No.
Has anyone ever discussed with you marital privilege or what it means?
No.
Has anyone told you before you came into court today and were sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to assert marital privilege in this case?
No.
Has anyone told you to lie to the jury?
No.
Has anyone tried to intimidate you from saying anything to the jury about what you know?
No.
I want to talk to you about February 10th of 2023. And before we go into the specifics of that day, I want you to tell this jury, tell us a little bit about what your relationship was like with Josie Dikeman around that time, February of 2023.
I mean, we were in communication. I mean, she had my son a lot, and I had them. But February is when we didn't really see each other after that birthday party.
Okay. Your son's name is Sebastian?
Yes.
And is Sebastian the same age as any of the defendant's children?
I believe close in age, very close.
Would your child Sebastian get together with the defendant's children?
Yes.
Would that be the predominant way in which you would interact with the defendant? Is when the
Yes.
children would get together?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about other relationships that you have. Do you know an individual by the name of Dustin Barnes?
Yes.
Who's Dustin Barnes?
My brother.
He's your brother.
Yes.
Is Dustin Barnes still alive?
No.
When did Dustin Barnes pass away?
I don't remember the date, but it's been almost 4 years.
Almost 4 years?
Yes.
Does Dustin Barnes have any relationship with the defendant when he was alive?
Years ago when they had a relationship.
Did they have children in common?
Yes.
Who are the children that Dustin Barnes has in common with the defendant?
My niece, Jalen Barnes.
Jalen Barnes and
Just
Jalen.
Jalen Barnes.
Thank you. My hearing's still not 100%.
Sorry.
I apologize about that. You did not always live in Wisconsin, is that correct?
Correct.
You were in Texas for a period of time?
Yeah, almost my whole life. Yeah.
When did you move to Wisconsin?
It was January of 2014.
January of 2014.
Yes.
You were not around before January of 2014 when any of the incidents happened with this defendant and Dustin Barnes and Haley. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't have any firsthand knowledge of any of that.
No.
You moved here after all that took place.
I moved here because of those reasons.
Tell us about that.
With my brother going to prison, he asked me to stay close for Jalen.
For his child.
Yes.
And so you moved here in January of 2014 to help with his child.
Yes.
And this was specifically a child that your brother had in common with the defendant.
Yes.
Is that how your relationship came to develop with the defendant?
Yeah. I mean, at that time, Rebecca Ehlers had custody of that.
And that's the defendant's mother, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, so I want to fast forward back to that February timeframe in 2023, okay? I want to get some historical context. Now we're going to go back to February. By the time of February 2023, you knew all of the defendant's children?
Yes.
You knew all the children that weren't the defendants that lived in the defendant's house as well, is that correct?
Yes.
You knew Alex
Yes.
or Alexavier.
Yes.
How did you refer to Alex or know Alex when you would visit or communicate with Alex?
As my nephew
As your nephew?
at the time, yeah.
What name would you call him?
Alex.
I want to direct your attention to around 6 p.m. or so on the evening of February 10th, 2023. Did the defendant reach out to you about medication on the evening of February 10th, 2023?
Yes.
What was that medication for that the defendant was seeking?
She had asked me if I had any antibiotics for that she thought she had a UTI.
She asked you if you had antibiotics because the defendant had a urinary tract
I thought she
infection.
had a UTI.
Okay. Do you recall what your response was?
That I was going to look and see because I never really took all my medications.
Was this conversation between you and the defendant directly, or was there a person by the name of Kristen also involved?
Yes, she was the one that drove me there.
Who is Kristen?
She is my cousin.
She's your cousin?
Yes.
So you were with Kristen that day?
Yes. I lived with Kristen
And so Kristen drove you where on the evening of February 10th, 2023?
to their house behind Walmart.
To the defendant's residence?
Yes.
In Onalaska?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going over to the defendant's residence in Onalaska after having a message from the defendant regarding antibiotics?
Just to drop that off to her.
To give the defendant antibiotics?
Yes.
Antibiotics are a prescription medication, is
Yes.
that correct? And this was a prescription for antibiotics that was for you, not for the defendant.
That correct.
And the defendant was asking you if you had any prescription medication that you could share with the defendant that was not prescribed to the defendant.
Correct.
And you obliged. You stopped over and you gave her some antibiotics.
Yes.
Tell the jury about that interaction that you had with the defendant when you were dropping off these antibiotics to the defendant. Where did it take place?
Outside. She had came outside and me and Kristen were outside with her and it was less than 5 minutes, I believe.
You never went in the residence that evening?
No.
How did the defendant appear to you when you were talking to the defendant outside for that 5 minutes?
Fine, I think.
Did she report anything being amiss inside of her residence?
Of what?
Anything being wrong inside of her house?
No.
Did she say anything about Derek being a concern that evening?
No.
Did she appear to you to be normal?
Yeah.
You said this interaction lasted about 5 minutes?
I believe so. I don't really recall how long that was.
You didn't have a stopwatch to it?
No.
Not timing it, fair?
No.
Okay. Was that the last interaction that you had with the defendant on the evening of February 10th, 2023?
Yes, in person, yes.
Was there a time where you had a phone call with the defendant later on that evening?
Yes.
That was about 10:30 in the evening or so?
About so.
How long was that phone call that you had with the defendant?
I believe between 10 to 15 minutes. I
10
don't
to 15
recall the
minutes.
exact time.
During the phone call that you had with the defendant after 10:30 in the evening, or around 10:30 in the evening on February 10th, did the defendant bring up Derek being arrested earlier that evening?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you regarding Derek being arrested earlier that evening?
That it was going to be easier for her to go the next day to meet with Raphael, and then said that he had choked her, but he wouldn't remember that she had lied about it. And I don't remember the rest really.
I want to break what you told us apart piece by piece, okay? Let's talk about the first part. She said it would be easier with Derek in jail for her to go with Raphael.
Yes.
What did that mean? What was that about?
She just said like she didn't have to worry about him, I guess.
Being Derek?
Yeah.
Was the defendant going on a date the next day?
Yes.
And was that with Raphael?
Yes.
What's Raphael's last name?
Suarez or Porfilio or something like that.
Suarez or Porfilio?
Yeah, I don't really know the whole thing.
You know Raphael, correct?
Correct.
You had a birthday party a few weeks earlier on January 14th at your house.
Yes.
Was Raphael present at that party?
No.
Okay. Has he been present at your residence at other times?
When Liliana had lived there, just to pick her up a few times.
Okay.
But that was it.
I want to go back now to your conversation with the defendant at about 10:30 in the evening on February 10th. You said the first thing you talked about was the date with Raphael not being easier with Derek being in jail, correct?
Yes.
The second thing that she mentioned was something relative to Derek choking her.
Mhm.
What was she talking about, to your knowledge, based on your conversation with her regarding that?
She just said that, oh, he had choked me, and I told them, or that she had told them that he choked her, but that he wouldn't remember it because he was drunk, apparently.
And are you aware of what incident the defendant was referring to when she was talking about Derek choking her?
No.
The defendant was not saying that Derek choked her that evening being.
She said she had lied about it.
You said she lied about it?
Yes. And that he wouldn't remember
What did the defendant say she specifically lied about?
about him choking her.
About Derek choking her?
Yes.
And the defendant also said not only did she lie about it, but Derek wouldn't remember
Yes.
because he was intoxicated.
Yeah.
Did the defendant also tell you that on the evening of February 10th, 2023, Derek was arrested for a violation of the no contact order?
Well, I didn't know they had a no contact order.
Do you recall if the defendant brought that up to you during that phone conversation?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not she told you that was the reason why he was arrested on the evening of February 10th?
I don't recall.
Okay. The defendant's voice was not the only voice that you could hear on that phone call at 10:30 in the evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
There was another voice that you heard over the phone?
Yes.
From the defendant's side of the telephone?
Yes.
Tell the jury whose voice you could hear on the other side of the phone from the defense side.
Alex.
You could hear Alex's voice.
Yes.
This is a voice you knew?
Yes.
This is a voice you recognized?
Yes.
Voice you had heard many times before?
Many. Yes.
Did you hear what Alex said?
He had said that she had told him that he needed to go back to bed, and he had said that he was going to wait until she went to sleep to try to go in the kitchen and look for something.
Okay, let's break that up a little bit, okay? The defendant was telling Alex that he needed to go to bed.
Mhm.
This is 10:30 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
Probably a fair time for someone to want their child to go to sleep.
Yeah.
You heard Alex's response to the defendant telling Alex he needed to go to sleep.
Yes.
What was Alex's response? One
That
more time.
he wanted to wait for her to go to sleep so he could go in the kitchen and look for something to eat, I believe.
You've heard Alex's voice many times before.
Yes.
You've had conversations with Alex.
Yes.
You've witnessed Alex be happy in the past.
Yes.
Have you witnessed times where Alex was upset or crying in the past?
Yes.
And in fact, you've actually witnessed Alex with an injury in the past, correct?
Correct.
An injured leg?
Yes.
Okay. On the evening of February 10th, 2023, when you hear Alex's voice over the phone, was Alex in any way, shape, or form in distress?
No.
Were there any signs to you in Alex's voice that he was in pain?
No.
Were there any signs to you in Alex's voice that he was in any way, shape, or form not normal?
No, I mean, he was just laying there and didn't talk, really. And he just played on while laying there on the bed with the other kids.
Now, you said the other kids. You don't know that the other kids were on the bed, correct?
There was one other kid on the bed. I just don't remember who that was.
Did you hear that child?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't hear any signs of distress in Alex's voice?
No. No.
At some point, you find out what happens regarding Alex the next morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have discussions after February 11th, 2023, after the passing of Alex, with the defendant regarding Alex's death?
Just that I didn't understand what happened because he was fine the night prior. I mean, I even texted it to her and said, I don't, like, what happened? He was fine last night.
In response to those messages to the defendant saying Alex was fine the night prior, did the defendant ever tell you that Alex in fact was not fine the night prior?
No,
Did she ever express any concerns regarding Alex and his safety prior to Derek leaving the home?
no,
Did she ever say anything regarding Derek and Alex in the evening of February 10th, 2023?
no,
How many conversations do you believe you've had with the defendant regarding the death of Alex?
not many at all.
Did the defendant ever give you an explanation for Alex's death during these conversations?
Just that he had to have gotten into something of like something in the house or of like a medicine of
Did the
some
defendant
sort.
ever reference her medication as being what
Just
Alex
that
got
it could have gotten into her medications.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about the defendant's purse where the defendant kept her medications?
Well, I knew she was very careful with medications before. I mean, she used to always keep them in Ziploc bags and stuff and was very organized with that.
Did the defendant ever reference having a bag of her medications that she hid that was now out in the open on the morning of February 10th, 2023?
Yes,
What did she tell you about that bag that the defendant would hide with her medications to keep away from the children that was there out in the open on the morning of February 11th?
that he had to have gotten it and but that it was a pie or something and that he had gotten into it.
Is there anything else the defendant told you about the death of Alex on February 11th that you think it's important for this jury to know?
Just the day when they had given her kids back, she really wanted Sebastian to go with them, and my ex-husband of the time was giving me a problem with Sebastian going with them. But when she got the kids back, she said, "I'm not a kid killer, Lorley. He's okay with me," and so I did let him go.
There was a time where you had concerns about your child being with the defendant. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that before more information came out about this case even?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you now about the birthday party that was at your house on January 14th of 2023. Who was that birthday party for?
My son Christian.
Did Derek Pedrin come to the birthday party?
Yes.
Did the defendant come to the birthday party?
Yes.
Did Alex come to the birthday party?
Yes.
What do you remember about Alex's physical condition at your house for that birthday party?
They had came in with Josie carrying him over the hip.
The defendant was carrying Alex.
Yes.
Did you ever see Alex walk at that birthday party?
No.
Did you ever see Alex move on his own at that birthday party, meaning
No.
manipulate in any way?
No.
Your son Sebastian has a bedroom?
Yes.
Was Alex put in that bedroom?
Yes.
Is that where Alex remained for the entirety of the birthday party?
Yes.
I know this is a difficult question because I'm asking you to go back to the birthday party in January of 2023, but do you recall approximately how long Alex, the defendant, and Derek stayed at your house for that party?
I don't recall the time that they had gotten there, but it was pretty late. It was past midnight when they left.
Past midnight when they left?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that they were at this birthday party at your house for a number of hours?
Yes.
Was Derek drinking at the birthday party?
Yes.
Did Derek get drunk at the birthday party?
Yes.
You witnessed Derek get drunk many times.
Yes.
Other than using and abusing alcohol, have you ever witnessed Derek Pedrin use any other substance?
No. Besides,
Now married to Derek Pedrin, correct?
Yes.
Does Derek Pedrin have a fear of pills?
yeah, he won't.
I think if she can observe it, yeah, I'll allow her to say.
To your knowledge, does he have a fear of pills?
Yeah, he won't take even Tylenol.
You won't even take Tylenol.
No.
That's something that you actually told investigators, isn't that?
Yes.
There was a situation involving Jalen that happened at the birthday party on January 14th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Did you see what happened to Jalen with your eyes?
No.
You saw the aftermath of what happened?
Yeah, I just heard the crying.
There's a horse that is a toy at your house that
Yes.
was involved in this incident. Is that correct?
Correct.
When I pictured this incident originally, I pictured a horse that is on a spring that you rock back and forth.
Mhm.
Was I wrong?
Yes.
I was completely wrong in what that is, right?
Correct.
So help this jury understand what this horse is that was involved when Jalen got hurt.
It's not even 2 feet tall. It has all 4 wheels, and you have to like kind of move it, whatever the wood is that's by the ears, and you have to move it to go up, and it's like cracked in the middle, and then it's just rides, and it was wobbly, like crooked.
I'm gonna do my best to describe what this is. So it's shaped like a horse, right?
Yes.
And it's about 2 feet tall
Yeah,
on the ground.
yeah.
And it has wheels on the bottom of each of the horse's legs.
Yes.
So if a child got on it, the child could use their legs to scoot on the
Yes.
horse.
Yes.
And coming out of the head of the horse are 2 wooden handles for the child to hold on to.
Yes.
And the child's riding a horse.
Yes.
That's the toy that was involved.
Yes.
You didn't witness what happened with Jalen and Derek Pedrin and his horse,
No.
correct? So Jalen would be the best person to tell us what happened.
Yes.
Fair? But you witnessed the aftermath of what happened.
Yeah.
The aftermath of what happened, did people come in the house upset at Derek Pedrin?
Yes. Liliana that was living with me at the time, Liliana Suarez.
She was upset at Derek.
Yeah.
Was Jalen upset at Derek?
Well, she was just crying and said that her hand was hurting, but was fine with Derek afterwards. And Lily was the one that wouldn't let her even talk.
During the time frame that Jalen was crying, did she ever express blame about Derek and what happened with the horse?
No.
She was hurt, right?
Yeah.
There came a situation where Derek was attacked.
Yes.
How many people attacked Derek?
I think more than 6.
Between 1 and 6?
Yeah, I believe so.
When I repeat, it's part of the reason is because I want to make sure I'm hearing you correct.
Yeah.
So I do apologize for that. Did you see with your eyes Derek getting attacked?
No.
Okay. Did you see the defendant's response to finding out that Derek was going to get attacked?
Yes, she was watching from the window in my living room.
She was watching the attack?
Yes.
What was the defendant's response to witnessing Derek get attacked? From your window?
She was saying that it was about time and laughed about it.
She said it was about time and she was laughing?
Yeah.
You've been present and there were times where you actually lived with the defendant and Derek Pedrin. Is that true?
Correct.
There's been times where you've actually called 911 involving incidents that you witnessed involving the defendant and Derek Pedrin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did you personally see what happened during those incidents or did you just hear the arguing and make a phone call based on what you heard?
I didn't even hear it. I just had woken up from something, and she had said to call 911, and then he had said, yeah, call your 911 for your best friend, and then went upstairs.
So she said call 911. Derek said call 911 for your best friend.
Yeah.
And you called 911.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when this was approximately?
Like March of 2019 something?
March of 2019?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
4.
How many children do you have that live with you?
4.
Do you have another child that lives with you on weekends?
Yes.
Who's that?
Jalen Barnes.
Jalen Barnes?
Yes.
Your brother's child with the defendant?
Yes.
When Jalen Barnes is not living with you, who is Jalen Barnes living with?
With her mother, Rebecca Ehlers.
Grandma?
Yes.
You said Rebecca Ehlers, that's the defendant's mother, is that correct?
Correct.
How long has Jalen Barnes been spending weekends with you?
Basically the whole time that she went back to her grandma.
Okay.
After she was with me with
He was living
placement.
with just you for a period too?
Yes, I had placement of her for a while.
When did you have placement of Jalen Barnes?
Right after she had been arrested.
The defendant?
Yes.
What does Jalen Barnes call you?
She refers to me as a mom.
She calls you mother?
Yeah.
Do you have knowledge of the defendant taking pills?
Yes.
What pills do you have knowledge of the defendant taking?
Pain pills.
Pain pills?
Yes.
What about the defendant and hydros?
Yes.
What are hydros? What does that refer to? Do
A pain pill, hydrocodone.
you know who the defendant gets her hydros from?
She had a prescription herself, and then also from her mom.
What was the last part?
Also from her mom.
From her mother?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about the defendant getting drugs from a person by the name of Ted?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
All I know is that she would get. I don't know if it was. I don't know what it was exactly, but it was a blue pill once.
How do you know that she got a blue pill once from a person by the name of Ted?
Because she had tried to. I'd asked her once, and she had given me something, but I never took it and actually gave it back to her.
Did she tell you that this pill that she was trying to give you was from Ted?
Yes.
Did she tell you what this pill was?
I don't recall what it was, but she just said it was going to be stronger, so I didn't want to take it.
She told you it'd be stronger for you?
Yeah.
Why didn't you take that pill?
Well, I was pregnant still and was going to have my C-section, so that's why I never took anything either, because it was going to be after my C-section.
You didn't know what it was?
Oh, I didn't know what it was.
Did that cause you concern?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Cross?
Ms. Raines, you gave your first and only statement to law enforcement in this case on March 1st of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during that meeting, you met with Special Agent Hatterley of the Division of Criminal Investigation
Correct.
and with Sergeant Amundsen here.
Correct.
And also present was your aunt, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you knew that they wanted to come and talk to you about Josie, correct?
Correct.
You know that it's a crime to lie to a police officer. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you're trying to be thorough in what you described to them. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're trying to be accurate in the details that you reported to them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at times, if you didn't understand what they were asking, you in fact asked for clarification. Is that correct?
Correct.
We're going to talk about this at length, Ms. Raines, but you agree that many of the things that you described in your testimony here today, you didn't discuss at all with Special Agent Hatterley or Sergeant Amundsen on March 1st.
I believe so.
Well, we're going to talk about that in a second, but were you telling the truth to the investigators when you spoke with them on March 1st of 2023?
Yes.
So you told them that you saw firsthand how abusive Derek was with Josie.
Verbally.
Verbally, Josie would send you videos of Derek being abusive. Is that correct?
I've never watched the ones that she had sent through my email.
You never watched any of these videos that Josie sent to you?
She told me to keep it in the email for her.
Okay, why can't this guy talk into the mic? Today, they were having a hard time in the Florida case, the Florida trial. And this guy, you can't hear him either. All right, thanks for being here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Leave a comment.
Her so that way nothing was deleted from her phone.
You never watched the videos of Derek hitting Josie in your email, Ms. Raines?
No, I did not.
Hitting the kids?
No, I did not.
Threatening to kill her?
I did not.
And in fact, what you told the investigators on March 1st was that you trusted Josie around your children, but not Derek because of how violent he could be.
Yeah, at that time when Sebastian used to be scared of him because of a clown mask.
This is a man that you yourself described as physically abusive.
Correct.
In fact, you told the investigators that you didn't get along with Derek because of how violent he was.
Correct. We didn't get along at the time.
You described it, Derek, as, quote, always pissed whenever you were around him.
Correct.
In fact, in March of 2019, you had to call the police to protect Derek or protect Josie from Derek. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, your testimony on direct was that Derek came in and wanted you to call the police as well. Is that correct?
Well, she said it first, and then he said, well, yeah, call it for your best friend, and then we ran upstairs.
You spoke with the La Crosse Police Department when they arrived at Josie's home on that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
You recall talking to La Crosse Police Officer Jeremy Reinfleisch.
I don't remember names.
It was a uniformed La Crosse Police Officer, correct?
Correct.
And did you in fact tell Officer Reinfleisch that Derek had ordered you not to call the police on that day?
Well, he said it both ways.
So now your testimony is he said, call the police, but don't call the police. Is that what I'm getting from you?
Well, there was so much going on that night, and he had said it. Oh, yeah, do it, and then don't do it, and then said, oh, yeah, just listen to your best friend, call you for your best friend.
What you told Officer Reinfleisch was that Derek instructed you not to call the police. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
It was the three of you in the home at that night?
Correct.
In other words, there was no other man present. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Josie was beaten until she lost consciousness?
I wasn't in there. I didn't know what happened. I was sleeping.
Did you tell Officer Reinfleisch that Josie had lost consciousness as a result of this beating?
I don't recall that.
Did you tell Officer Reinfleisch that Josie lost bladder control because of this beating?
Well, I remember that.
And,
No, she had urinated in the chair with the cop while she was talking to them.
and if Officer Reinfleisch reported that she appeared to have already urinated prior to arriving, do you trust his account in his police report?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
Has to be stricken.
Be struck.
You told Officer Reinfleisch that Derek was scaring you with his behavior.
Excuse me, say it again?
What's that?
Can you say it again?
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
You told Officer Reinfleisch that Derek's behavior was scaring you.
Well, yeah, when he was acting like that.
And that wasn't the last time that you saw Josie in the aftermath of being physically abused by Derek. Is that correct?
Correct.
It happened a lot, didn't it?
From what she said, yes.
And in fact, your response to Josie when she would tell you about Derek being arrested was to ask her if Derek had put his hands on her again.
I don't recall.
Labels a single exhibit here. Mind if I stapler here? Together. Range commonly communicated with Josie via Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
And And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 233. Take a look at this. Why don't you read through both pages for me? You recall that Facebook exchange with Josie?
I don't remember it.
This is a authenticated Facebook record, Ms. Rains, between you and Josie on February 7th of 2023, so 4 days before Alex died. Did I get that date correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
And Josie reports to you that Derek is in jail. Is that correct?
correct.
And on page 2, you respond to that saying, "Oh, wow, are you serious? Did he lay his hands on you again?" Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes?
Correct.
You have also report that Derek wouldn't even let Josie talk to you the preceding day. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's something that Derek would do at times, prevent her from talking to you.
Correct.
This is the incident where Josie reported to you that Derek wanted her dead. Is that correct?
That's what it says here.
And that didn't stick out in your mind as something that was significant?
I don't know what to say because I don't know. She always said everything. It was a very toxic relationship.
And Ms. Rains, in this exchange, you acknowledge that you can get your friends to beat Derek up again. Is that what you say?
Yeah, as a joke. That's why I said LOL.
Okay. Well, let's read this out loud. Quote, "Duck him. Maybe I need to get my friends get on him again." Correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Correct.
And I assume duck means fuck?
Yeah.
And I don't see an LOL after that. Do you?
Well, no, but I was joking with that.
Offer 233, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
Received.
Josie confided to you about the abuse happening at home,
Correct.
and she would send you photos of what she saw on Derek's phone when he was passed out. Is that correct?
Yeah, of him hiding females' pages.
Him what?
Hiding pages on females and stuff.
And she would send you other content that Derek captured on his phone. Is that correct?
I don't recall everything that I was sent. It's been so long.
Evidence of him abusing her?
She would send pictures of her legs being bruised.
Evidence of drug activity?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that at all?
No.
Evidence of drug activity related to his children?
No, I don't recall.
So you're aware that a number of these videos and images that were sent to you were recovered in the course of forensic downloads?
Yes, I told him that I don't ever delete shit.
And Josie would tell you that she was sending you images so that she wouldn't get beat up if Derek had them on her cell phone.
I don't recall.
Can you do me a favor? Just get a little closer to the microphone. And just pull it, whatever's comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just a little quiet, and with the fan on, it's hard to hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's not your fault. It has to do with the fan. Go ahead.
You're saying that you don't recall whether or not Josie sent you screenshots of Derek's phone pertaining to his daughter, Aubrey.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is hearsay and I'm asking for a sign.
All right, come forward.
Josie would tell you when Derek would threaten to kill her. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during this interview with law enforcement, you talked about disciplinary practices that you observed in Josie's home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Rains, your testimony on direct was that Josie was somebody who was in communication with you in February of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
But how you described her before that point was that she was a good friend of yours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Best friend, correct?
We weren't best friends, no.
In fact, Josie is somebody that you relied upon for references when you wanted to move into a new apartment. Is that correct?
Well, I've used multiple people.
Somebody that you spent a lot of time with.
We didn't spend a lot of time together.
Somebody that you spent a lot of time texting,
Texting, yes.
calling,
Yes.
Facebook messaging,
Yes.
and somebody who you share a familial relationship now with. Is that correct?
And what do you mean by that?
You have Josie's daughter on the weekends now. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what you said about Josie's discipline to law enforcement in March was that you never saw Josie hit any of the children. Is that correct?
Correct.
You told them that you never saw Josie treat Alex differently from her own children. Is that correct?
Correct.
You told the investigators that references to hot sauce was a joke, as you understood it, correct?
Correct.
In other words, you said it was similar to a parent saying, I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap if you say that again, correct?
Correct.
You told the investigators that you never once saw Josie treat Alex poorly. Is that correct?
Correct.
You told the investigators that you did see Alex or Derek treat Alex badly.
I don't recall.
Approaching with Exhibit 232.
Give us a page number and line, please.
On line 32.
Thank you.
Other, please. I'm highlighting lines 32 and 33 of Exhibit 232. Ms. Raines, the investigator, looks like Special Agent Haverly, asked you, did Josie treat Alexavier different than the other kids? Is that correct?
That's what it says, correct.
And your response was, quote, I honestly never seen her treat him bad. I saw Derek treat him bad. I mean, like a lot. I know that he would get in trouble, but they all go in trouble. End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Correct, by yelling. That was a lot of the yelling.
You saw Derek treat him bad. I mean, like a lot. That's what you said, correct?
Correct.
And you actually offered to allow the police to access some video evidence that Josie had sent you during that time frame. Is that correct?
I let them get whatever they needed from my phone.
And we'll talk about that in a moment. But you're aware that because of time restrictions, Investigator Valencia was not able to download the specific content from your phone.
Of which
Actually, that calls for speculation. I don't know how she would know what an investigator did.
I don't know.
Wait, you can hold on. Sustain. Go ahead.
Now, Ms. Raines, you were scared for Josie's safety in that relationship with Derek.
Asked and answered.
Sustain.
You didn't want your own children around Derek. This one hasn't been asked.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Say again, please.
You didn't want your own children around Derek.
A long time ago. No.
That's what you told the police in March of 2023.
Well, I don't recall what I said.
Now, you didn't like how Derek was with Josie in that relationship.
Asked and answered.
Sustain.
And it's fair to say that at least in March of 2023, you didn't like Derek.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Can you say it again?
In March of 2023, you did not like Derek.
No.
You're now married to this man.
Correct.
You got married on November 8th of 2024.
Correct.
He left his long-term girlfriend, Misty Craig, to marry you.
They were broken up before anything happened between me and him.
And you had a long-term partner, Antonio, as well at that time, correct?
Correct.
You left Antonio to marry Derek.
I left Antonio prior.
The two of you got married very quickly in relation to Derek breaking up with Misty. Is that correct?
I don't recall when they broke up.
And these are two people who previously said they didn't like each other, who got married in November of 2024, correct?
Correct. We grew a bond after everything happened.
Now, as nearly as soon as the two of you were married, Derek went back to living with Misty Craig. Is that correct?
They were living with me for a little bit.
And then Derek and Misty had a house on the north side of La Crosse.
Correct.
And that's where Derek was living almost full time after the two of you got married. Is that correct?
Correct.
You and Derek are not living together currently. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Derek is living, as I understand it, with his mother now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Derek would come over to your home in Sparta. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we know that he would come over occasionally when Jalen was present. Is that correct?
In the beginning, yes.
And you knew that Jalen's guardian doesn't want Derek having contact with her. Is that correct?
Correct.
You allowed it anyways.
Well, she knew that. She said that she wanted to know when he was present. That it was okay for her to see the kids. And I have those in text.
You said that Ms. Ehlers told you that it was okay for Derek to have contact with Jalen Barnes.
Yes. As long as she knew about it.
Now, Ms. Raines, there has been some conflict between you and Misty Craig. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
The two of you don't like one another?
Well, she don't like me. I really don't mind for her.
And Ms. Raines, the two of you discussed marriage as a way of preventing some of this testimony from coming out during trial here.
That's incorrect.
So the sequence of events here is that The two of you get married, and then almost immediately, Mr. Pedrin moves out with this other woman, correct?
Correct.
And you haven't really lived together ever since, is that correct?
He lived with me off and on for a while before they had a house.
You haven't filed for divorce, is that correct?
No,
No, that's not correct, or no, you have not.
no, I have not.
And you're denying Ms. Raines any discussion of using the marital privilege to prevent you from offering testimony against Mr. Pedrin.
I don't recall ever didn't say anything.
You don't recall that, meaning that this is something that you could have a discussion about and you wouldn't recall here today?
No, I'm saying I don't remember saying anything like that.
You don't remember Derek saying anything like that?
No,
You don't remember Derek saying anything like that in front of Mr. Craig?
not that I recall anything.
Now, Ms. Raines, would you agree with me that trying to prevent testimony from coming in at trial is not a good reason to get married to somebody?
That's not why we married.
Would you agree with me that that's not a good reason?
Can you give me a better explanation of that? I don't understand what you mean.
Do you agree that trying to prevent testimony from coming in at trial is not a good reason to marry somebody?
Well, I mean, no. That's not why we married.
Derek has been drunk around you a lot, correct?
Has what?
Objection, bag is timing.
Yeah, sustained.
Derek is frequently intoxicated when he spends time with you.
Objection, still bag is a timing.
Sustained.
When you were after the two of you got married, you've seen Derek intoxicated.
Objection's irrelevant. It's other acts. There's no motion that's been filed on it. It's impermissible.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Say it again?
Derek has been drunk around you after the two of you got married.
Yeah. We've drank together.
Been drunk around you more than once, right?
Yeah.
And Derek says things to you when he's drunk, doesn't he?
Yeah, about loving me.
Derek says things about Alex, doesn't he?
He cries about Alex.
Derek says things about Josie, doesn't he?
Just that he can't believe that someone could take his kid away.
Now, Ms. Raines, your testimony here is that you have no idea that, or your belief is that Derek hates pills. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
You're aware that he's admitted to being a distributor of prescription medications.
Objection, that mischaracterizes the evidence. He's never admitted that.
Overruled.
Can you repeat it?
You're aware that he's admitted to being a distributor of controlled substances,
Yes.
and that's somebody who hates pills in your estimation?
As in he will not take anything, no.
You're aware that Derek was prescribed prescription medications in the form of a pill at the time of Alex's death?
Yes.
And
I believe it was antidepressants for grieving.
that's a pill, correct?
Yes, but I wasn't
Thank you.
with him.
Now, Ms. Raines, since getting married to Derek, you've been willing to be there for him when he needs help. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whenever he calls and he's having trouble, you'll come over and come get him from Misty's, correct?
On different occasions, yes.
And whenever Derek needs help on the legal side of things, you are there to help him out as well, correct?
In what way? I don't know what you're saying.
I need to make a quick offer proof. Bail, to get him out of jail in November of 2025.
That was technically his money.
You're the one who posted it, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Raines, my office, my private investigator reached out to you on a number of occasions to try and speak with you. Is that correct?
I remember a few times.
A few times?
I think so, like 2 or 3.
You refused to speak with our office at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about what you said here during your direct examination. So your testimony here was that Josie offered you a pill from Ted. Is that correct?
Correct.
At no point during that interview on March 1st of 2023 did you mention that Josie had ever offered you medication. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
If I told you that it's not anywhere in the transcripts, any reason to doubt that?
Well, I mean, if I didn't say it, I don't remember.
And that's a pretty important fact if the suspicion here is that this was a drug overdose death. Would you agree, Ms. Raines?
Correct.
You didn't say that at all on March 1st, did you?
I don't know.
You didn't say that at all in the next 3 years leading up to this trial, did you?
I haven't talked to anybody in 3 years.
We're hearing this little tidbit for the first time 3 years after the fact, correct?
What do you mean, tidbit?
This claim that Josie tried to give you a pill from Ted, correct?
Well, I was just mentioning that and remembering.
And it's not something that you remembered at any point in the last 3 years, Ms. Raines, prior to you taking the stand here.
I mean, I have remembered. I just never talked to anybody.
It's not something that you mentioned to anybody in the last 3 years, is it?
Not in the defense, no.
You had business cards from the investigators who spoke with you, correct?
I don't have any of them.
Well, they gave you business cards at the end of that interview and said you can call, correct?
Correct.
You never called them and said, hey, I forgot this really important fact, did you?
I didn't think anything of it.
This is only coming out after Mr. Pedrin testified, correct?
I am saying what I remembered and told them.
And one of the other things that you never said to investigators was this claim that Josie confessed to lying about Derek choking her. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've said that before.
You never said that to the investigators at any point during your March 1st interview, did you?
Well, I didn't know. I told other people.
You were talking about Derek as an abuser during that interview, were you not?
Right.
And you never once told the police, oh, hey, Josie admitted to me that she set Derek up and lied about him choking her. Is that correct?
Well, if I didn't say it, I don't remember in the interview.
You're aware that Mr. Pedrin has also confessed to choking Josie?
Yes.
This is a fact, again, that you didn't share at any point during your interview, correct?
Correct.
At any point in the next 3 years, correct?
But to nobody else here, no.
And you know that if you talk to the police or give them an updated interview, they're required to give me a copy of your statements, correct?
Correct.
So the first time we're hearing this claim is today in trial.
Well, I didn't have an update interview with anybody.
This is the first time, Ms. Rains, that you were saying out loud that Josie lied about this claim of being choked by Derek.
Has been asked and answered at this point.
One more time. Go ahead if she can answer that.
What do you-
This is the first time that you claimed out loud that Josie lied about Derek choking her. Is that correct?
Here, yes.
Same for the content that you used to explain that Derek wouldn't remember choking her because of how drunk he was. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also agree that you described this birthday party in January of 2023 in detail during your interview on March 1st.
That in?
You also agree that you described the birthday party from January of 2023 in detail during your March 1st interview.
Correct.
And you agree with me, Ms. Rains, that at no point during your description to police did you say that Josie was laughing and watching from the living room window.
Well, I've been told that that's what she was doing too.
You've been told that that's what she was doing
Yeah.
by Mr. Pedrin.
No.
Ms. Rains, are you saying that you didn't even see this?
Well, I was in there and I'm saying I was told too, because that's when I came in.
Ms. Rains, you agree. What I'm asking you is that you never said this to the police at all on March 1st of 2023.
Okay, I didn't say it then in my interview?
You didn't say it during your interview, is that correct?
Correct, I guess.
And you didn't say it at any point over the last 3 years, is that correct?
Correct.
You never said anything to the police on March 1st of 2023 that Josie made the comment of, it was about time that Derek got beaten up, did you?
I don't recall.
It's not in the transcript, Ms. Rains. Would you agree that you didn't say it?
Well, if it's not there, then no.
We're hearing that for the first time, more than 3 years after the fact.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Rains, one thing that you did tell Special Agent Haverly is that you saw Jalen crying after this fall from the rocking horse, is that correct?
Correct.
And you told Special Agent Haverly that you believed Jalen was being genuine when she reported that Derek had hurt her.
Correct. By the hand.
And in fact, the men who beat Derek up were friends of yours, correct?
Well, technically, I didn't really know who they all were.
You invited a bunch of people.
I did not invite a bunch of people. As you remember, I was with Antonio, which he also invited people, which were his workers, and other people invited other people.
So you had a bunch of strangers at your house for a child's birthday party.
Actually, that mischaracterizes the testimony. They're not strangers if her husband knows them.
Try to rephrase the question.
You had people that you didn't personally know at your child's birthday party.
Correct.
And people were getting drunk at this party, correct?
Correct.
In particular, Derek.
Everybody was drinking.
You described him as very drunk during your interview to the police. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were all drinking.
In fact, I think the phrase that you used yourself was that Derek was, quote, drunk off his ass. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I say that with everybody.
What you told the investigators was that Josie was the one taking care of Alex during this party.
Correct.
She was with the kids inside of one of your children's bedrooms. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's some kids coming in and out of that bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
You said that Alex was laying on your son Sebastian's bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
That Josie is the one who carried him into the house.
Correct.
Josie is the one who helped Alex into the room.
Correct.
Josie is the one that was attending to Alex during that party.
Correct.
You didn't describe Josie acting aggressively in any way, shape, or form towards Alex.
No.
You didn't describe Alex looking fearful of Josie in any way, shape, or form.
He was just on there. He didn't have no emotion.
You would have described Alex looking fearful if that's what you observed, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't describe that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, your impression was that Alex had been injured after Araya pushed him down the stairs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Josie was in that room with some ice on Alex's leg. Is that correct?
Correct.
She was keeping his leg elevated. Is that correct?
Correct.
She asked you if you had children's Tylenol or ibuprofen or something to that effect.
Correct.
Derek was the one who said that Alex was fine. correct?
They both said he was fine.
Well, Derek, this is specifically what you told the police on March 1st of 2023, that Derek told you Alex was fine.
Yes, that's what I said.
And Derek expressed his desire to stay at the party and get drunk, correct?
Yeah, they were all drinking.
Derek wasn't helping to take care of Alex at all because of how drunk Derek was.
Well, he was in my room most of the time.
Derek was in your room most of the time?
Right.
I didn't hear
Correct.
that. And Derek was in your room drinking?
And he would drink and then he'd be coming in and out.
So at that party, the fight occurred outside in the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
After that fight, Derek was so drunk that you observed Major throwing toy cars at him. Is that correct?
I mean, I don't remember.
You told the investigators that you saw Major throwing toy cars at Derek. Is that what you said in March of 2023?
Yeah, correct.
And at some point after this fight, Derek was so drunk and obnoxious that you yelled to him at the top of your lungs to get out of your house. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now, you were concerned with Josie and her safety after Derek left the house that drunk. Is that fair to say?
Correct. I think correct.
You knew that there was a possibility Derek would blame her for him getting beaten up. Is that correct?
I don't remember, but
Well, that's why you reached out to Josie to see if she got home okay that evening, correct?
yes, because he left really late.
And because of Derek's condition, correct?
Yes.
Because you knew that when Derek's like that, he can become violent. Is that correct?
Well, they were both pretty upset with each other.
Derek was the only one involved in a fist fight that evening, correct?
Correct.
Now, your sense, Ms. Raines, was that Derek deserved to be beaten up at that birthday party.
That what?
Your sense was that Derek deserved to be beaten up at that birthday party.
I don't recall.
Well, that's why you said, fuck, maybe I should get my friends on him again, correct?
Yeah, because the way how she was saying that he was.
It certainly implies, Ms. Raines, your belief that Derek got what he had coming to him at that party. Is that fair?
I mean, I guess, I don't know.
Let's talk about the urinary tract infection. Josie had that conversation with you, said that she had a UTI, correct?
Correct.
And she knew that you typically didn't finish your antibiotics when you had that. Is that correct?
Correct.
You agreed to bring her over some antibiotics. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your testimony is that Josie came out of the house and talked to you for 5 minutes. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I don't really recall the amount of time, but we were out. Yeah, she was outside.
It was Josie herself.
Yes.
Is there a reason why Special Agent Greeno would report that the comment was it was Jalen who came out to pick up the medications?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you talked to Josie at all dropping off the medications, do you?
Well, I did talk to Josie, but I don't remember about Jalen.
You don't recall Jalen coming out to pick up the medications?
No.
Now, during that evening, the two of you talked on the phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Looks like there were at least 2 calls, one by telephone, one by Facebook. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Yes?
Correct.
And the one that the state talked to you about was about 13 minutes around 10:45 p.m. Is that accurate?
I guess correct.
Now, during these calls, Josie seemed like her normal self. Is that correct?
Correct.
She wasn't yelling and screaming at Alex. Is that correct?
Correct.
She wasn't talking about how she was going to get violent with any of the children, correct?
Correct.
She didn't say anything at all that indicated she was planning on harming a child. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you had a newborn baby of your own. Is that right?
Correct.
It's a 24/7 job, is it not?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
You have to feed, change, stay with the child while they're awake, right?
Correct.
And children that age are oftentimes awake a lot, correct?
Correct.
And you told the investigators that you're holding your child while you're talking to Josie. Is that correct?
Yes, I was breastfeeding at the time.
And at times you were dealing with your child crying during that conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Josie was talking about this man that she was excited to meet.
Mhm. Correct.
Fair to say that she was excited about the prospect of going on a first date with this man.
Correct.
And that was Rafael Porfirio.
Correct.
Rafael was a acquaintance of yours.
Correct.
Somebody whose daughter Liliana was actually at that birthday party, correct?
Correct.
And Liliana was a teenager at the time. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, you told the investigators you were actually trying to set Rafael up with your cousin Kristen. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were surprised that he had begun talking with Josie. Is that accurate?
Correct.
But she wanted to know what Rafael was like.
Yeah.
She wanted to know like how to have a good date with him. Correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Correct.
She wanted to talk to you about how to develop a relationship with this man.
Right.
And by all accounts, she seemed to be excited about going out with him the next day.
Correct.
Alex wasn't referenced at all during that call with respect to her date with Rafael Porfirio, was he?
Mhm.
Alex did not come up at all as a factor that could prevent her from going out with Rafael Porfirio.
No, she said that her mom was going to have the kids.
Okay, so her mother was going to take the other kids while she took a couple hours to herself.
Mhm.
Yes?
Correct.
He didn't describe Josie yelling or screaming at the kids during this call, is that correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing about this call that indicated Josie was about to fatally attack or drug Alex to death. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because Derek was the only parent that you've described as treating these kids poorly. Is that correct?
That time, yeah.
So let's talk about what you heard. Your testimony on direct was that Alex said he was going to go to the kitchen to get into things. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Do you recall giving a different statement to law enforcement back on March 1st of 2023?
I don't recall what I said. Like getting into things or something in the kitchen.
You really have to speak up, ma'am.
Like getting into things.
Getting into things. Okay. Well, I'm going to show you what's been marked as page 12. I've already learned that.
Number 1, 231.
So this is exhibit what?
This is exhibit
231.
Okay, 231.
All right. I want to talk about what you actually said to the investigators on March 1st. Ms. Rains, why don't you read that highlight section to yourself? Let me know when you're done.
Correct. I did say how specific. I don't remember how specific.
So I'm going to read this out loud here, and I'm going to ask you if this is what you said to the officers about Alex's comments. Starting at line 542, quote, to try. And then I remember that night when we were on the phone, she was talking to me, asking me about the guy. And then all of a sudden she was like, Alex, you got to go to sleep. It's already 11:30 or something like that. And he literally told her, I'm waiting. I want to find what I can get into or something, I don't know how specific, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Correctly. Correct.
You mentioned that again in your interview on March 1st. Page 15 here, line 670. Ms. Rains, read the highlighted section to yourself, please. Actually, why don't you read that entire paragraph to yourself, 664. Yeah, a chance to read that paragraph, ma'am.
Yes.
One of the things that the two of you and Josie talked about during that call on February 10th was how she doesn't want another controlling man like Derek. Is that correct?
That's what we said, yeah.
And what you also told the investigators was, and I'm quoting here, starting after the hash at 670, 669. Quote, that's when she said, or something to Alex, like, oh, you need to go to bed. It's already like over 11:30 or, and then Alex said, well, I'm waiting for you to go to sleep because I don't know how he said it. Like, I want to look around or see what I can. I don't know how he said it, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
That's what you told the investigators about what you heard Alex saying during that phone call, correct?
Correct.
And that was something that Alex was known to do, get up and snoop around, correct?
Yeah, since December.
You thought that this was important enough, Ms. Rains, that you actually texted Josie's mother the day that Alex died and made sure that she knew that you had heard Alex saying that he was going to get up and get around and get into things. Is that correct?
Because Rebecca had told me he got into something.
Well, you sent that text message to Rebecca saying, this is what you heard Alex say, correct?
Right after I got off the phone with her.
I think she agreed that she said that, so I'm not sure why we need to show the time.
All right, we'll go back to that. So you had a number of messages back and forth with Josie in addition to those phone calls. Is that correct?
No,
On February 10th.
correct.
Fairly normal conversation, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your kids?
Yeah.
Talking about Derek being arrested?
Correct.
Talking about her date the next day?
Correct.
Nothing in those text messages implied that Josie was upset or angry with Alex.
No.
Now, you also told investigators that Josie was known to look at her phone first thing in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Something that I think a lot of us do. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when Josie would wake up, she would respond to any text that she would get from you. Is that how you've seen that?
Yeah.
You had sent her a text message overnight or earlier in the morning with a photo of a swing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have a child, as I understand it, who's on the autism spectrum.
Correct.
And the discussion between you and Josie was that it would be a good sensory tool for that child. Is that correct?
Yes, I said that, and she just said like 2 words or something.
She responded to you in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
Around 9:30 or so.
Correct.
And there was nothing about that text message that led you to believe that anything was wrong with Josie during that time frame. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your impression was that she had gone to sleep and then responded to your text in the morning.
Correct.
Later that morning, you learned that something was horribly wrong with Alex. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Rains, during the interview with law enforcement, you were asked whether or not Josie took any drugs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what you told the investigators during that time was that the only thing you were aware of was Josie's prescribed medication. Is that correct?
Correct.
You told them that it was your understanding she had stopped drinking after her brain injuries,
That's correct.
and you didn't describe any illegal or illicit drug use to the officers on March 1st. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Ms. Rains, just to clarify, when you sent this text message to Ms. Ehlers, Josie's mother, the following day, that would have occurred at 1:27 p.m.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
And your text reads, quote, "You know, Alex told Josie last night he was waiting for her to go to bed last night to look around the house," end quote. Is that correct?
It's because Rebecca told me prior to that message that he got into something.
While you're messaging afterwards to her, you're messaging to her, telling her to urgently call you right before that text message. Is that correct?
Yes, because Jalen was calling and crying and worrying.
And I don't see any text messages from Rebecca Ehlers, Ms. Rains, telling you that Alex got into something the night before.
That was on the phone.
That was on the phone. And you thought it was important enough to make sure that she knew that information as to what you heard.
Because she had to go because she said that the police were going to talk to her, but she had said that all she could say was Alex got into something. And to tell Jalen she was a witness to something.
I'll have you on.
Any redirect?
Offer 231 and 232 for the purposes used.
They'll be received. What about 233?
Offer 233.
Oh, that was already received. Okay, they'll be received.
Ms. Pedrin, can you remind everyone what your last name is?
Pedrin.
Not Rains, correct?
Correct.
Defense counsel kept referring to you as Rains, but your last name is Pedrin, to be clear.
Correct.
I want to talk first about the previous messages that you received from the defendant about Alex getting up in the middle of the night, right?
Correct.
The defendant not only communicated to you that Alex got up in the middle of the night, but she communicated to you exactly what Alex got up in the middle of the night for. Wasn't that right?
Yes.
Was it always about food and Red Bull?
Yes.
It was not about getting into anything else other than food and Red Bull or something to drink. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you received that text message from the defendant. It wasn't at 9:30 because 9:30, 911's already been called and law enforcement is already on their way to be at the residence, correct?
Yeah.
As far as you know?
Yeah.
Text message that you sent or that you received from her is about 9:07 in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, based on your phone conversation with the defendant the previous evening, Alex is asleep right next to her.
Yeah.
Or trying to go to sleep right next to her,
Yeah.
right? And she, based on the information that she has communicated to you, is always concerned about Alex going somewhere when she's asleep or not awake, correct?
Correct.
About him sneaking around.
Yes.
You know she's awake at 9:07 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You know from the phone conversation the night before that Alex is right next to her in bed, correct?
Correct.
You find it odd that she's awake, she's text messaging and she's communicating with you, and meanwhile she has no idea where Alex is.
Correct.
That seems weird, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
And you don't know in the time frame that she's text messaging you that morning when that phone call to 911 is made, do you?
No, I didn't know
You don't know
anything.
if she calls anybody else, like her mother during that time.
I didn't know anything about Alex at all for a while.
You don't know the time frame between when you're texting with her and she sent that response to you and that phone call to her mother's made, right?
Right.
Defense counsel used the word fist fight to describe what happened with Derek Pedrin and the individuals you said somewhere in the range from 1 to 6 that beat Mr. Pedrin up, correct?
Correct.
Was that a fist fight or was that him getting jumped?
I don't know. It was a jump, I believe.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Pedrin even throw a blow?
No.
Okay. Now, you did get to see the defendant watching what was happening to Derek through a window, correct?
Correct.
You got to see her reaction.
Yes.
You got to see her smile and say, this is finally coming to him,
Correct.
or something to that effect.
Yes.
Were you ever asked those specific questions by the investigators?
I don't recall them.
Just because they asked you or did not ask you those specific questions, does that mean it did not happen?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked about when you were interviewed by the investigators, and you were only interviewed one time, is that right?
Correct.
March of 2023?
Mhm.
Investigators did not reach out to you after that fact.
No.
Okay. The investigators, when they did interview you in March of 2023, did ask about the defendant getting prescription medications from other people, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you did tell the investigators in March of 2023 that the defendant did get prescription medication from other people when she didn't have her prescriptions.
Yes, I did.
Now, if the investigators failed to ask you who those people were, is that your fault or is that their fault?
It was their fault.
Okay. But you knew who the defendant would get her prescription medication from, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked those questions today, you told this jury who she got the medications from.
Yes.
Okay. The fact that they didn't ask you that question is not your fault, is it?
No.
And the fact that I asked you that question is a good thing for the jury to hear.
Yes.
I want to talk about the interactions that you observed between Derek Pedrin and the defendant. Now, Derek Pedrin is a domestic abuser. You know that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can also push someone's buttons. Is that true?
Objection relevance.
Yes.
It's the same.
Did you witness this defendant push Derek Pedrin's buttons?
Judge, how is this remotely
Sustained.
relevant?
I don't even know what that means, to be honest, but sustain.
You- You were asked about text messages that you sent to the defendant. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you were received information regarding Derek Pedrin being violent with the defendant, who would you get that information from?
From Josie.
From the defendant, right?
Correct.
You would get her version of events.
Correct.
It was always her giving you the version of events about what's happening in the house.
Correct.
Okay. You were asked if she's ever been violent with you or violent with the children with you in the presence. You recall those questions?
Correct, yes.
When you're around, she knows that you're around, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes,
She knows that you can see and hear what's happening and what she's doing. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. Now you said that there was a joke in the house about hot sauce being put on food.
yes,
And the joke in the house about hot sauce being put on the food was the defendant putting hot sauce on the food. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. You don't know if that's really true because you don't know what she does when you're not there.
correct.
Okay. And that may be a joke to the defendant, and she may want it to be a joke to you, but it may be true.
Objection speculation.
Sustained.
You don't know what happens in that house with hot sauce, do you?
No.
But the children would, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Overruled.
A lot of questions have been thrown out there to you by defense counsel about marital privilege. Before today, did you even know what marital privilege was?
No,
Did anyone tell you to assert marital privilege in this courtroom? Once again,
no,
do you even know how it works to do that?
no,
Have you seen this defendant yell at her children?
yes,
Have you seen this defendant yell at Alexavier?
yes,
Have you seen this defendant yell the way that Derek yells?
yes,
To the children?
huh?
The way that Derek yells.
Sustain if you can get it more.
Have you seen this defendant use the same type of language that Derek used to the children towards the children?
Yes,
A reference was made when counsel was asking questions about videos that Josie would send you and ask you to save. Is that correct?
mm-hmm. Correct.
Counsel threw in that there were accusations of child abuse in some of those videos. That's not true, is it?
No, I never looked into any of it, so,
She never told you that Derek was hurting the children, did she?
no, never.
Whenever the defendant would reach out to you and send you videos, it would be reference on how the defendant treated, how Derek treated her, correct?
Correct,
You provided your phone to law enforcement?
yes,
You allowed them to do a full download of your phone?
correct.
You wanted to be helpful to law enforcement in this investigation?
Very, yeah,
That was before you even were in a relationship with Derek, is that fair?
correct.
I want to talk a little bit about that birthday party back in January of 2023, the birthday party for Christian that was at your residence, okay?
Mhm.
Did Derek come and talk to you during that birthday party?
Yes.
What was your conversations with Derek?
And I don't remember the conversations, but every time I was in the room, he was coming in there while I was breastfeeding and flirtatious, I guess.
Flirtatious?
Yeah.
The two of you got along?
Yeah, we were alone.
Very different than his interactions with the defendant?
Yes. And he called me my best friend in front of her.
You called him your best friend?
Yeah.
Was he someone you trusted and confided in?
Yes, through calls and stuff.
Let's talk about your wedding day with Derek. Did he cry?
Objection relevance.
Sustain.
Does Derek express love to you even to this day?
Objection relevance.
Let's go to bias and motive.
Overruled.
Yes,
Counsel asked you a lot of questions about where Derek lives.
Yeah.
Right. Do you have a child in common with Derek?
no,
Does Missy have a child in common with Derek?
yes,
Is the baby a big responsibility?
yes. Especially a year old.
Is it important to you that Derek has time with that baby?
Very, yes,
Is it important to you that Derek helped raise that baby?
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Pedrin. I have no further questions for you.
Any recross?
All right, Ms. Pedrin, that's what you're going by now.
I had them for a year.
So you just testified on redirect that you would refer to Derek as your best friend in front of Josie. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
That's not how you referred to Derek when you spoke to the police shortly after Alex's death. Is that correct?
What told them is how we joked around.
You didn't say that at any point on March 1st of 2023, did you?
I didn't think that was relevant.
Rather, what you told the police about Derek was that he was violent and abusive. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that he treated Alex poorly. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, that's what I said in the thing.
I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that again?
That's what I said in the thing, but I don't recall.
And then suggested to Josie a few days before Alex's death that you could have your friends beat Derek up again. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
That's what it says, yes?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Information that about Derek's care of the child that he has with Misty, you're getting that from Derek, correct?
From both ends.
You're saying that Misty is communicating this to you as well?
Yes.
And for the record, Derek does not live with Misty either, does he?
No.
Now, with regard to your phone, you call investigator Michael Valencia from the Sheriff's Department coming back to download some audio and video content that they weren't able to get.
Yeah.
And investigator Valencia was not able to get that content off of your phone. Is that correct?
Question calls for speculation.
I don't recall.
What she knows about that incident about it. Yeah. Go ahead. It is speculation whether he did it. Yes.
Do you recall whether or not investigator Valencia said that he was able to get the? Or
I also hear
did you recall whether or not investigator Valencia indicated they would come back and try again?
same thing you're saying.
Overruled.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
So you were asked by the state on redirect if Josie talked to Derek or Josie talked to Alex like Derek did. Recall the question?
Say again?
You recall the question of whether or not Josie talked to Alex like Derek did?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
And you never mentioned once Josie screaming at Alex, questioning whether or not he likes getting his fucking ass beat. Is that correct?
What do you mean?
You never heard Josie say that, correct?
No, correct.
I want to talk about the hot sauce. You very clearly told the investigators on March 1st that this was described as a joke, correct?
Yes.
Similar to a parent saying, I'm gonna wash your mouth out with soap if he keeps asking me.
Mhm.
Yes?
Right.
You never implied anything other to the investigators when you spoke with them, did you?
Never called.
You're familiar with the reason why Josie would occasionally need extra hydrocodone pills from her mother?
Say again?
You're familiar with why Josie would occasionally get an extra hydrocodone pill or two from her mother?
Because she finished hers?
Because she was being beaten up, Ms. Rains?
I don't get what you're asking.
You're aware that Derek was beating her, right?
I mean, I didn't put two and two together. I mean, she just finished hers.
Beatings can be painful, can they not?
I don't know, I've never been beaten.
You've never been beaten?
I mean, no.
You never accused Antonio of domestic violence?
That's irrelevant.
Overruled. You're saying that you never told anybody that Antonio was physically violent with you during your relationship,
Yeah, he hit me in the face, that was it.
and that's not the definition of being beaten in your mind?
No.
All right. Your testimony here during that phone call was that there were at least 2 kids on that bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar that Brant and Araya commonly slept in the same bedroom or bed with Josie?
Yes.
And it wouldn't be uncommon for the kids all be in Josie's bedroom together with it.
Well, Alex slept on the couch and Brian Ryan slept with her.
At no point during your interview on March 1st did you tell the investigators that Alex was right next to Josie on the bed, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, this was a phone call, an audio phone call, correct?
Correct.
In other words, this isn't the Zoom or FaceTime or anything where you can see where the kids were, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea which kids were in what sequence on the bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, you could hear how close Alex's voice was in that phone call with Josie. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on that, did you perceive Alex to be right next to the defendant?
Yes.
You said the defendant was excited about the date the next day, correct?
Correct.
If you had a date the next morning, would you want to be up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning with a child?
Objection relevance.
Oh, sustain.
She wanted Alexavier to go to sleep is one of the last things you heard her say on that phone call, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Your impression is that Alex is somewhere on the same bed with Josie,
And it sounded like he was right there by her.
and Josie had a king-size bed, as you understand it?
Yeah.
So at some point in the 6 feet or so between the width of the king-size bed is where Alex would have been.
I don't know how far apart the bed was from the couch.
Now, thank you.
Okay, anything else to read? All right, thank you. May step down. Is she relieved from her subpoena?
Yes. Judge, I maintain my subpoena on Brains and that she be prohibited from discussing the matter with others.
At this point, she remains on subpoena. Thank you. Let's take a break this morning. We'll go about 22 or whenever you're ready. Again, please don't talk about the case. We'll see you in a
Do you think they're talking fast enough? Well, I decided it's almost 10 o'clock at night and I got started late because my car went dead on me when I was at McDonald's. So they're talking really
Anything else to talk about?
fast, but it's a speedy trial.
Just to put that sidebar on the record, this was excluding some indication that Mr. Pedrin had talked to Aubrey about some marijuana, and I excluded. The one thing I think there's a dispute about is whether it was stipulated to before or not. I just didn't think it was relevant to the moment. I do think it's another act. I guess it's now in dispute whether it should have been admitted or not or stipulated to. So the court excluded it at the time. I don't remember the stipulations completely, Mr. Zacher, to be honest. So I mean, if there's a dispute here, I'm not sure there's a way to correct this problem. You're saying that you're not stipulating to it, Mr.
Judge, if there was a stipulation, it was before I was a prosecutor assigned to the case, and I was not aware of all the stipulations. I think there's a vast number of things that have already come in with regards to other acts. This has minimal relevancy to this particular case, and it has overwhelming prejudicial value. So for that reason, I am objecting to it. All the other acts that the defense has filed to come into evidence, this is one minor one that I did dispute, and it was, if there was a stipulation, it was before I was on the case.
Judge, I can just say something a little bit more on that. This is one of the 2 issues with the other acts I told the court I addressed with defense counsel prior to trial starting. Part of the issue with that other act was that we didn't have additional evidence that the other act was happening for the purpose that defense said it was happening. So that was my issue and asked to be addressed with the court before it was brought in to take care of kind of that offer of proof related to a judge.
So, Your Honor, we filed a comprehensive other acts motion. The state is bound by the actions of other state actors. It's stipulated to all of the other acts in the other acts motion, including that subject matter. This is contained on a text message or a series of text messages that Ms. Dikeman captured from Mr. Pedrin's phone, whereby Mr. Pedrin agrees to bring his then 13-year-old daughter to the hemp store to purchase marijuana products for her and coaches her through the process of passing a urinalysis drug test after the fact and gives him an update on that drug test. She also asked him to pick up a cart, which in the context of this conversation clearly appears to be a cartridge of marijuana resin, and he agrees to do so. We have the photos of the text messages. I can introduce them as an offer of proof here, but like the court granted the order on the stipulation admitting his other acts. I'm not aware of any authority that allows the state to effectively take it back because they disagree with decisions of the prior prosecutor. I think particularly if the child were to testify, it's going to be relevant to bias, and I would expect that would be verified in cross-examination as well.
The only other thing I'd point out is they just said a THC/hemp store, which if it's a legal product versus an illegal product, that's even more of a differential for it to not come into evidence in this particular.
It's not a legal product for a 13-year-old child.
And Your Honor, the issue I raised with defense counsel is that they are saying that these things were given to the minor to manipulate her and keep her aligned with Mr. Pedrin's interest. So that's what I wanted the offer of proof of. If there's any foundation for that, I think that's different than what we're dealing with right now.
All right, so when we get to Aubrey, if she testifies, what let's do an offer of proof beforehand. I'll review the situation. I'll see what it really is. We'll look at that carefully. I mean, I'll just say that, substances, whether they be legal, like like basically prescriptions are legal. Marijuana is legal in certain but they're both legal in certain circumstances. They're not legal just all the time. We all know that. So that's part of the issue. Sorry, I'm standing right now. I'm just going to take a break from sitting. Didn't even make you stand that whole time. Let's take a break. We'll be back about 22. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next.
I'm not sure.
Oh, while we wait, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Leave me a comment. I'm still trying to decide on what name change I would like to do. If anyone had any suggestions, to leave it in the comment section, if you would, please. Thank you so much for being here. Looks like we have an officer next.
I think with the jury, all I'm going to say is that the next testimony be maybe something where you need a break. If you need a break, please let us know, and we'll take a break. Is that okay? Neutral enough from that perspective? No. I just want to let them know that they can ask for a break. So,
Judge, just for the record, I'm submitting this mark as an offer of proof. I would note that Ms. Pedrin also indicated in her interview with police that she referenced some of these text messages that have been sent. The use of marijuana and purchase of marijuana and the a drug test.
okay. Sure. So that's just received as an offer of proof for that last objection, which the court is sort of somewhat holding open depending on how testimony comes in. But right now, I'm not allowing it in. So given that, is the jury ready to come in? Okay. As soon as they're ready, bring them on in. All right, everybody may be seated. Before we begin, just to again reiterate that if for some reason during this testimony you need a break, you need it to stop for a bit, please just let us know. We'll take a break. You don't have to wait for me to take a break, in other words. So, okay, having said that, go ahead and call your name.
Take out Carson Jar.
This is right here. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Give your roll. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Carson John.
Can you spell that for us?
CARSTENJAHR.
How are you employed?
I am a deputy sheriff for La Crosse County.
With the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office?
La Crosse County Sheriff's Office, that is correct.
How long have you worked as a deputy with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office?
About 3.5 years now.
3.5 years. I want to take you back to February 11th of 2023. Were you working in your capacity as a deputy with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
I was.
How long had you been working with the department at that point in time?
Approximately 4 to 5 months.
4 to 5 months.
Yep.
What was the nature of the call that you responded to on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
So on that morning, we responded to a report of a 6-year-old who had gotten into prescription medication and was non-responsive on the ground.
You just told the jury that this was 4 to 5 months on the job as a sheriff's deputy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was this one of the first times that you've seen an unresponsive body?
In the capacity that I was being told that it was going to be, in progress, yes, I responded to, I think, maybe 1 or 2 deceased other individuals prior to this.
1 or 2 other calls involving what's referred to as a dead on entry?
Correct.
Okay, this is different than a dead-on entry though, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what's a dead-on entry?
It would be when you respond to the call, essentially you know ahead of time this individual you're going to see is immediately deceased.
Was this the first call that you responded to in your law enforcement career involving an unresponsive child?
Correct.
When law enforcement is responding to a call, you have many functions, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Are you trained in CPR?
I am.
And you are trained in performing life-saving measures.
Correct.
You're also trained in conducting investigations, is that correct?
Correct.
When you first arrived on scene to this 911 call, what was your primary purpose?
When I first arrived on scene, my primary goal and purpose was to provide life-saving aid to the child, as the information I've been given was that this had just occurred, the child had just taken the meds, and there was, due to the proximity of where the call was and where I had been at the time of receiving the call, I was in very close proximity to the incident location. I believed I'd be able to provide very good immediate life-saving aid to the child.
Prior to taking the stand and testifying before the jury, you had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call in this case, is that fair?
That is correct.
Who was that 911 call placed by?
The 911 call was placed by Josie Dikeman.
The defendant.
The defendant.
Okay, and you see the defendant in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point around and describe what she's wearing for the court record, please?
Sitting over
Ms. Dikeman's to my right, wearing a blue.
Okay, negative effect identification, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You said you responded very quickly to the 911 call, is that correct?
That is correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call before testifying?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to look at your body cam before coming in and testifying as well?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when you responded to the scene, did you observe the defendant still having her cell phone in hand?
Don't recall.
If you don't recall, we're going to watch it all together today. Okay. Based on what you heard on that 911 call, are you responding at the very end of that call to the scene?
Correct. But at the end of the 911 call, I hear myself and also know that I'm on scene at that point.
Okay. Would you recognize that 911 call if it were played in open court today?
I would.
All right. The record should reflect that State's Exhibit number 15 is a flash drive that contains the 911 call placed on Saturday, February 11th, 2023 at 9:25 and 57 seconds. And ask that be played for the jury now.
No objection. Go ahead.
Saturday, February 11, 2023, 09:25 and 57 seconds. 911, what is the address to the emergency?
75512 County Road OS.
County OS, what's going on?
I'm in the ambulance here right away. We just woke up and my son is not responding. I found him on the ground into a bag. I tried hit him and there was an empty pill bottle on the ground.
Okay. You know what type of drug it is?
It's an old bag I had with me and I don't know what.
Hold on 1 second for me, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, don't my first responders. Okay, what is your first name?
Josie.
Hey, Josie, and a phone number for you.
608-518-6265.
Okay, just stay on the line with me. How old is your son?
6.
A 6-year-old son? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just stay on the line with me. I'm going to connect this with our medical information. I'm just going to get further questions.
Thank you.
Rick, I've got first responder. This one will be W5512 County Road OS for a 6-year-old who got into a bottle of pills. He is not responding. He is on the floor. Again, W5512 County Road OS. I've got Josie on the line, 518-6265. Rescue 2 has been dispatched. Go ahead.
Hi, hope you tell me exactly what happened. I found him on the ground. He was on breakfast, and when we woke up, I was looking for him. He was on the ground. I had an old bag of medication that was kind of hidden, and he's been getting up and unpacking. We need to go upstairs. Go upstairs. If you go upstairs. And he was on the ground, and he wasn't responding, and then I noticed the medication was open, and there was nothing in it.
Alright, I'll throw you on the way for you. We're coming fast as we can for you right now. Are you with the patient now?
Yes, I am, and I noticed his phone in his mouth. I took CPR classes a while ago, and I tried that, and it didn't work.
And you said it's a little boy or a little girl?
Boy.
Is he awake?
No.
Is he breathing?
No. I think they're here.
Let me know who's right beside you. Otherwise, we're going to talk about CPR instructions. We're going to continue with CPRs until help gets there. Is there a defibrillator available? Can somebody get it down in case it is needed later?
We never use it, so you can come in. You can come in.
Yeah. You got your job?
It's an old bag I got rid of. He's been getting up and doing it.
I have an officer location. I don't want to.
I move State's Exhibit number 15 into evidence.
Your seat.
The record should reflect that a transcript, State's Exhibit number 16 of that 911 call, a copy has been given to the defense, and official copy has been given to the court.
That'll be received also.
Deputy Jarrah, walk you through a little bit of that 911 call that we just listened to in open court. At the end of that 911 call, you hear a female voice say something to the effect of, "We never use this door, but you can come in."
Correct.
Whose voice is that?
That would be Josie Dikeman's voice.
And who is she saying that to?
She's saying that to me as I'm entering the residence.
So at the end of the 911 call, you are already arriving on scene, and she's answering the door and letting you in.
That is correct.
Okay. The defendant talked about this bag of medication twice on that 911 call. Do you recall hearing her say 2 separate times that it's a bag that she kept hidden?
That is correct.
Is that something that she says to you right away when you arrive on scene as well, that this was a bag that she kept hidden?
Shortly after getting out the door and entering the residence, she explained that to me, yes.
Do you recall hearing the defendant say on that 911 call that she just woke up to find Alexavier not in bed?
Correct.
This is at 9:25 a.m. when this phone call is being made, correct?
Correct.
The defendant also in the 911 call references CPR. What does the defendant say about CPR in the 911 call?
She stated that she has taken CPR classes and that she did attempt it and it was not successful.
It attempted CPR and it didn't work.
Correct.
All right, I want to talk about your response on scene immediately when that 911 call is being terminated. Tell us what you recall seeing with your eyes when you walked into the defense bedroom inside of her residence.
So I arrived on scene. They entered at the front door, I'd say, and on entry spoke with Josie briefly, where she explained to me that they don't usually use that door, and that Alexavier had gotten into the bag of meds, and then began walking into the residence and asked where Alexavier was located, and she explained that he was located on her bed in the, I guess, main living area. Directly after entering the entryway, there's a bed in, I guess, the main living area, and from there I located and identified Alexavier remained on the right side of her bed, and went over to make contact with him and attempt to, I guess, wake him up. At that point, due to being so close to the residence, I was unaware of the gravity of him being non-responsive and not breathing.
You were on scene fast.
Correct.
Like, this is the best response possible from law enforcement to a 911 call. Is this scenario, and you arriving, as quickly as you did.
Correct.
The 911 call, the defendant makes a statement about where she found Alexavier's body. In the 911 call, where did she say Alexavier's body was?
In the 911 call, she stated that Alexavier was on the ground.
Where was Alexavier when you entered that front room?
He was laying on the right side of the bed.
Before initiating CPR on Alexavier's body, did you do anything else to try and see if Alexavier would wake up or come to?
I believe I called his name a couple times when I walked over to him, and it was a sternum rub or something of that sort to attempt to awake some sort of response in him, and I was unsuccessful.
There was no response when you called out his name?
Correct.
You tried stirring him a little?
Yes.
Do you recall how you did that?
I rolled him either to his left or right side.
When you rolled Alexavier to his side, did he wake up from that?
He did not.
Did you observe something happen with Alexavier's mouth after you rolled him to the side?
I did. There was a white, clearish, frothy substance that emitted from his mouth.
White, clear substance?
Yes.
Do you recall a black substance starting to come from his mouth as well?
Upon initiation of CPR, a black substance did begin coming from his mouth.
How quickly, when you initiated CPR, did that black substance start emanating from Alex's mouth?
Quite quickly. Almost upon initiation, he began emanating that black fluid from his mouth.
At some point, was a decision made to administer Narcan?
It was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Tell us about what Narcan is and why you would administer it in this situation.
So Narcan is, I don't know the technical terms of it, but it is a blocks the opioid receptors in the brain, I believe, and from that will reverse some sort of an overdose that an individual would be experiencing from an opioid.
Did you get any response from Alexavier or his body when you were administering Narcan?
I did not.
How was it administered?
Intravenously.
Like a shot?
Yeah, it's a little plunger. You just stick it in the nostril and push it.
Oh, into the nose.
In the nose.
No response from the Narcan?
Correct.
Did you keep performing CPR with Alexavier on the bed?
CPR was briefly administered on the bed. He was then picked up and placed onto the floor for better CPR. You want to have a hard service under him.
How would you describe the temperature of Alexavier's body when you touched it?
Cold for a human, but he was still moderately warm in the chest area.
Cold for a human, but there's still some warmth emanating from the chest?
Correct.
What did you take that to mean?
So to me, that would mean, in the moment, that would mean that there was still possibly some viability. I can say confidently. Sustain.
You've been on law enforcement now for how many years?
3.5 years.
3.5 years. More experience with individuals who are unresponsive?
Correct.
More experience with individuals' body temperatures who you revive?
Correct.
Okay. And you can put your experience with Alexavier's body in context with the subsequent experience you've now had on your job?
Correct.
Okay. Based on that experience, the subsequent experience you've had on the job, what did you, now reflecting back on Alexavier and his condition that morning, what did you take his condition to be?
Overwork. Go ahead. With the knowledge I have now, I can confidently say that Alexavier would be deceased based off of his body temperatures that I noticed at that day.
You can confidently say he would be deceased.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit now about Alexavier's positioning of his body when you arrived on scene. In your experiencing with individuals who are deceased or close to deceased, do you know what rigor is?
I'm familiar with rigor mortis, yes.
What is rigor mortis?
It is essentially after an individual has passed away or is deceased, the muscles then contract, and for lack of a better term, the body is very stiff.
Would it be fair to say that when the body is experiencing rigor mortis, the limbs of that body almost become locked in the position that they were last in?
That would be fair to say, yes.
Reflecting back on Alexavier today, was he in rigor when you arrived on scene?
He was indeed in rigor.
Okay. He was been marked as state exhibit number 19. You recognize what that is?
Yes, this is.
What is that?
This is the body of Alexavier.
That photograph was taken on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
That is correct.
That photograph, was it taken before or after CPR efforts were concluded?
This was after CPR efforts have been concluded.
Can you describe to the jury the positioning of Alexavier's arms in that photograph?
So his left arm is straightened down to be the hand right on the front hip area, right about here.
His left arm?
His left arm, yes.
Okay. And what about his right arm?
His right arm is bent up at the elbow with his hand facing towards his shoulder and face area.
Like this kind of turned in?
Correct.
Okay, so his left hand is down almost in front of his genital area.
That is correct.
His right arm is kind of locked in a twisting fashion with his fingers, how I'm displaying them now, a little bit?
Yes, very similar to that, yes.
Okay, and that's up towards his head.
Correct.
Are those how his limbs were when you arrived on scene, if you recall?
They were, with the exception of his left hand was just tucked inside the waistband, but in the same area.
His left hand, when you arrived on scene and Alexavier's positioned on the bed, is actually inside of his pants?
Yes, just barely, not fully, but I think about halfway.
Okay. And how does his hand get moved from the pants? Do you recall?
I'm fairly certain it was by me when I attempted to move him. The hand either came out in the process of that or I pulled it out.
All right, I move to exhibit number
19.
19, Edwards.
Objection. Received.
Commissioner Pavlos?
Objection.
With standing that the media is prohibited from.
Yeah, it can be published, but it is not to show this picture.
Oh.
There's a button
I
right
don't know how to
there.
use your technology. So
Right there. Yeah, let it start up.
I'll have it figured out by the end. Deputy, is this the photograph that we were just talking about?
It is.
And this is the positioning of Alexavier's arms, as you told us?
It is.
You can also see a substance all over Alexavier's face, and it's actually pooling behind his head. Tell the jury about that.
So that would be the black substance that I noticed began emanating from his mouth upon the beginning of CPR. As chest compressions were done, that fluid continued to spew out of his mouth and continue to pool behind his head until CPR was then finished.
As you are performing CPR on Alexavier's body, are you also asking questions of the defendant?
I was.
And she was answering those questions?
She was.
And we would see those answers on the body cam that you were wearing that day, or at least hear them. Is that fair?
That is fair.
While you were performing CPR on Alex, after you had moved Alex to the floor, did you find a pill bottle close to Alexavier's body?
I did.
Were you wearing gloves at the time that you were performing CPR?
I was not.
Okay. I moved 19 evidence if I didn't already.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
You were not wearing gloves at the time that you were initially performing CPR on Alex?
Correct.
And you were performing CPR on Alex for a number of minutes. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Where did you locate this pill bottle?
It was on the floor on the same side of the bed that was located near the nightstand that was near the head of the bed.
Okay. While you're performing CPR on Alex, you're touching him skin to his skin. Is that correct?
That is correct. I had cut off his shirt shortly after coming over to him in preparation for placing an AED on him.
And then you picked up the pill bottle with your bare hands and put it on the bed. Is that correct?
I did.
Again, going back to where we started at the beginning of my questioning, at this point, you're performing a life-saving function, not an investigative function.
That is correct. My sole purpose was to attempt to save Alexavier's life.
Approach and show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 18. Ask if you recognize what that is.
I do.
The state exhibit number 18.
It is a bottle of prednisone. It was the bottle that I located on the floor.
That's the pill bottle that you located on the floor?
Correct.
And it was empty at the time you located it?
Correct.
And you moved it up to the bed?
Correct.
Correct. Also, the pill cap at some point you moved, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. That's fair. I moved state exhibit number
18.
18 in evidence.
Received. Go ahead.
This is the pill bottle. Who is it prescribed to?
Josie Dikeman.
And it's for prednisone?
Correct.
What's the quantity for the pills that are supposed to be in this container if it was full? You see QTY at the bottom and then a number?
12.
Well, thank you. If you sit here today, do you recall how long you performed CPR on Alexavier's body?
Not exactly, but it was a number of minutes.
It was all captured on your body cam?
It was.
You recognize that after played in open court today?
I would.
Okay. For the record, State's Exhibit number 17 is the body camera of Deputy Jar. We're going to move State's Exhibit number 17 into evidence, and we're going to play from the beginning of that body cam excerpt until about 13 minutes into it. And transcripts have been provided to the court and defense.
Okay.
We've been turning down these lights here. No. Actually, and the yeah.
What's going on?
We never use this door, but you can come in.
Okay.
Alex got into medication. He gets up in the night and gets into stuff. You can come in.
Okay. You got in your meds? What meds you taking?
Well, it's an old bed that got hidden. He's been getting up and getting
Where's he at?
Oh my God. Go upstairs, guys.
131. Can you roll my goal? Hey, Alex.
Is there a police officer there?
Yeah.
With you?
Hey, Alex. 131. This is gonna be okay. Alex. Hey, buddy. Can you get him out?
Go upstairs now or no grandma. No grandma.
Is he in a cast?
Yeah.
You can disregard. I don't have anything for you. Go.
What is this?
Yep.
He's
And there's a police officer.
131. He's filming him out.
Deputy Jar, it's paused for the record at 2 minutes and 21 seconds into this video. You just said he's foaming at the mouth. Did I get that correct?
That is correct.
Did you see the black substance start to leak out of the side of his mouth when you just tilted his body and put it back in that position?
I did not.
Okay, let's go back just a little bit and watch it one more time. We can go back just 5 seconds.
Please, no one can speak in that galley, please. No one can speak.
Is there a police officer?
131. He's filming him out.
At 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Did you see it that time?
Yep, I saw it come out of the side of his mouth.
And that's just from tipping his body to the side, correct?
That is correct.
You have not even started performing CPR, and he has a black substance coming out of his mouth.
That is correct.
Okay. We can continue playing.
Go upstairs now.
Hey, 131. Not coming minister.
Yes, our CPR now? What do you
Get in here. Get in here, Grant.
I'll take care of it. Okay. Get him off the bed. Get him off the floor.
This is not good. 131. CPR in progress. Joseph. Yep. Who's leading?
Go.
Are you Josie? When did you notice him like this? When did you wake up? Okay. How long has he been unmonitored?
Only when we're sleeping.
When did you last see him? Where's the meds?
When he went to sleep. On the floor on him.
Prednisone.
Sometimes I miss it before I go there.
You keep working, Okay, all right. Give him an initial that Bradley's not local at all. Yeah, he is.
Last time anyone saw him.
What time last night? AM?
Adult patient. A solid classic call after another patient. Stand clear of patient.
Oh, don't go wrong. Everyone stay over there.
Shock advised. Stand clear of patient. Press the orange no shock. Analyzing. Do not touch the patient.
Keep going.
Analyzing. Do not touch the patient. Stand clear of patient. No shock advised. Begin CPR. It is safe to touch the patient. Place overlapping hands in the chest. Press directly down on the chest. Inside the ventricle. Remain calm.
Yes. Yep. Watch it. Yes. Yep. Good seal. Still warm. Did take that work, right? Yep. All right, put it again. Alex. Hi, Alex. On the floor. Can you get some gauze? Okay. Or just some sort of thing where you don't see if there's this blood. I think I go to your one bag. You can keep your children over there. They're over and over there. I just came in from those men. We need his room. I can picture this. Just move this bed. I got to follow this. Is it not going to over there? Is this door open? Or is this like this?
Analyzing.
Let me move the chair. Yep. Blood is on. How many pills are in that? What was there any other pills that he could have taken? What other pills would be available to him? What bag? I think it's one bag on there. That's what we're trying to figure out. Wrong? No, Michaela to get suction. Michaela to get suction. No. Fluoxetine is in there. This is starting to leak. When is the last thing on the AM? 2 AM. This is starting to go upstairs. No. Need you to take over? Yep. I do that. Ready? Yep. Do your way anyways. You want to step in? Do you want help? Do not touch the shot. No shot.
Analyzing. Do not touch the patient. Analyzing. With no shock advised. Begin CPR. It is safe to touch the patient. Place overlapping hands in middle of chest. Press directly down on the chest. In time with metronome. Remain calm.
Where's Joseph? Is he at the spot?
Yeah, that was so hard to listen to, knowing that that poor little boy didn't make it. Poor thing. And you can see Josie's upset. I mean, if she was heartless, she wouldn't be upset. You know, I think some people are just thinking the worst of her. I don't know why. All right, let's keep this going. Hey, by the way, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And leave a comment. Let me know how I'm doing. All right, here we go.
Pause at 13 minutes and 2 seconds. I move State Exhibit number 17 in evidence.
Just received already.
Deputy John, I want to start with where we ended in that video. You come and place both hands on your squad for a second. Tell us about that.
It was, for lack of a term, overcome by emotions. It was very sad. I started crying. It took quite a toll on me. I mean, even still sitting here.
That part's hard for you to watch?
So, yeah, I had to turn away. It's still very hard for me to watch. And
there were a couple portions of that interaction that was on body cam that you said and asked questions of the defendant, and it was hard to hear what she said. So I want to go back to some of those. At least once, if not more, the question was asked of the defendant, when was the last time he was observed to be normal and fine? Is that correct?
that is correct.
And what was the defendant's answer to each one of those questions when it was posed?
3 a.m. the night prior.
3 a.m. the night prior.
Yes.
Towards the end of the body cam, when you are getting up and leaving the residence, you can hear someone crying. At any point when you were on scene, did you observe the defendant to cry?
Prior to that moment, no.
The crying that we heard on that's actually Becky Ayler's crying and not the defendant, isn't that right?
Correct.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor while you're on scene?
Calm.
Did you find this peculiar?
I did.
Overruled.
Why did you find it peculiar?
Everybody can handle grief differently or react differently to it, but typically, an individual during a traumatic moment like that expresses some level of emotion.
You yourself are having an emotional reaction to it.
Correct.
At some point, we observed you on the body cam going through pills. Where were those pill bottles from?
They were located in a bag that was on the ground, also on the right side of the bed.
Was that the bag that the defendant identified as the bag she had hidden from the children?
That is correct.
Where did you find that bag when you walked in on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
I didn't notice it until she, nearing me in there, she had actually pointed out where it was, and it was placed on the bed by my father.
Was it close by to where you were performing CPR?
Correct.
On the ground? Was it open, the bag?
I don't recall.
You started going through some of the pill bottles and announcing what the prescriptions were for, and we saw that on the body cam. Did you finish that process, or did you go back to performing CPR?
After that, I believe I opened up room.
Opened up the doors to the room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At any point, did you see any prescription bottle for Alexavier or Xanax when you were going through that bag?
I did not.
At some point later on, did you go back into the residence and see the body of Alexavier after he was pronounced deceased?
I did. I assisted investigators with in the inside the residence.
When you're in the residence performing that life-saving function in CPR, are you really looking for injuries on Alexavier's body?
I was not.
When you go back in after Alexavier's been pronounced deceased, then did you have a better opportunity to observe all the injuries on Alexavier's body?
I did.
How would you describe those injuries to the jury?
Very dramatic. There were numerous bruises and other odd injuries on Alexavier's body.
All over his head?
Correct.
On his limbs?
Correct.
On his chest?
Correct.
On his back?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Zacher, Kress.
Good morning.
So my understanding is that you would have just very recently started field training with Sergeant Anderson. Is that correct?
Deputy Anderson, but yes.
It was at your first day with Deputy Anderson?
It was not. I believe this was day 3.
Okay, so I'm pretty new to the job as a sheriff's deputy, fair to say?
Correct.
And was this the first person that you've ever done CPR on?
I believe so.
Okay. And I was in EMS for 6 years myself, deputy. You agreed that CPR is a process that does require a bit of force?
Correct.
And I assume that you've, in the meantime, come upon scenes where others are doing CPR before you?
Correct.
And civilians don't always get the process of CPR correct. Would you agree with me?
Correct.
Sometimes what you see on television are kind of the limp-wristed, arms extended, like on Grey's Anatomy. That isn't how you're trained to do that, right?
Correct.
You're trained to do it with a good deal of force overhead with your knuckles interlocked, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how hard Ms. Dikeman would have been pressing on Alex's chest if she described doing CPR. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Deputy, what Ms. Dikeman described to you initially was a white foam coming out of his mouth, correct?
Correct.
You yourself observed a white foam coming out of Alex's mouth when you initially encountered him. Is that correct?
After I made physical contact with him, yes.
And that was part of the decision to administer Narcan. Is that correct?
Correct.
You agree that you are trained to maintain your calm in an emergency situation, correct? Correct. And police officers are people, correct? Correct. So like it's not out of the ordinary for police officers to react with emotions when it's called for, correct? Correct. Not everybody responds the same way to trauma, though. Is that fair? Yes. Some people will be broken down and irreconcilable at a scene like this. Is that fair? That's fair. Others will be more stoic and in control of themselves. Yeah. You didn't know Ms. Dikeman at all before this incident when you responded on February 11th. Is that correct? Correct. You're unaware of what her baseline emotional response or reactions are. Correct. And Ms. Dikeman, throughout the process of investigators being at that scene, was crying or emotional at times. Is that correct? I didn't have a lot of contact with her after the fact, so I'm sure. You agree with me, Deputy, that you can't look at a person's reaction and conclude that that's how they're feeling based on your first impressions? That's fair. Because a parent in that position might also be in shock. Is that fair? That's fair. Don't want to believe what they're saying in front of them. Is that fair? Fair. So, just to clarify the record here, you'd attach an AED or an automatic external defibrillator to Alex? Deputy Anderson did. And the voice that you're hearing of shock advised or no shock advised is the AED itself? Correct. And in the process there, the reason that you didn't shock Alex when the shock was initially advised is because you had been doing CPR at that time. Is that correct? That is correct. And you weren't certain if the AED was indicating a shockable rhythm like ventricular fibrillation or something else, correct? When doing CPR, that those compressions can cause the AED to read that there may be a shockable rhythm when there is not a rhythm there. And that's why you and Deputy Anderson chose to wait for the machine to reanalyze before actually pressing the shock button. Is that correct? Correct. Now, one of the possibilities that you were considering was an accidental drug overdose. Is that correct? That was my initial belief of what was occurring. And you agree that overdoses can indeed be accidental? Yes. And that's why you administered Narcan, correct? Correct. And Deputy, just so the record is clear, Narcan does not work on a deceased patient. Is that fair? Correct. Now, the scene itself, would you agree, was fairly cluttered? It was. There was all sorts of property and belongings kind of all over the floor and all over everything? There was. I would go so far as to say is that the area in which you and your other responders were working was straight up messy. Would you agree with that? It was. And is that why you tried freeing that French door to get some more space to work on, Alex? Yeah, we had medical professionals arriving. We needed more space to work. Okay, they needed room to get the cot in? You don't know if we would have get the cot in that room. Okay, so in that space, like even clearing the door, you were pushing away things that were on the floor already. Is that correct? Correct. Very complicated scene to search. Is that fair to say? That's fair. Now, at the time, you noticed a prednisone bottle on the ground. Is that correct? I did. And you're looking to see whether or not Alex had taken something that Narcan might be useful for. Is that correct? Correct. You have no idea when that prednisone bottle actually was placed on that floor. Is that correct? Correct. You have no idea if it was placed there in the act of Alex going through a medication bag. Is that correct? That's correct. And just given the state of the house, you have no idea if it was there for weeks at a time. Is that fair? That's fair. You have no idea who last touched that medication bottle before you. Correct. And Deputy, I assume that you're familiar with buccal DNA swabs. Is that correct? Yeah. Has there been a case where you've been asked to submit a buccal swab of your own DNA to rule yourself out as a source on in other cases? No. You weren't asked to do so here as well, were you? No. Now, at this point, did you or any deputy that you were able to observe ask for elimination samples from the others in the home for DNA on that bottle? That would have been probably done by an investigator, so I'm not sure. Sure. You didn't do that, though. I did not. So, Deputy, the bag with the pill bottles was also initially on the floor. Is that correct? Correct. My understanding is that it got moved around perhaps several times in the course of searching the home. Is that accurate? I don't recall. I'm not sure. And the bed that was in the room was not initially turned up against the wall. Is that correct? The bed was in a normal position for a bed? Yeah. Okay. So when the bed was turned up against the wall, officers would have done that in the course of searching the home? Yeah. Same thing with items that were piled on top of that little love seat inside of the room? I don't know if that was before or after we searched the room. Sure. So for instance, if there are photographs of the bag containing the old medication pills being up on the love seat, is it your understanding that an officer or somebody searching the scene would have placed it there afterwards? Maybe. You're the first one in, correct? Correct. And you saw the bag on the floor, correct? Not until she, later into the incident when she identified it was a brown bag we were looking for. Upon arrival, I was not looking for a bag. Sure, sure. But that's the first place that you saw, correct? On the floor or on the left floor? Correct. Correct. And you didn't see Ms. Dikeman move it into that position as you were trying life-saving measures on Alex, did you? I did not. That's something you obviously would have noted, correct? And I noticed it, yes. So, Deputy, one of the things that you were tasked with doing was helping to search this scene for evidence of a possible crime. Is that correct? I was more asked to just assist investigators with whatever they were asking me to do. I was not asked with anything to do on my own. Well, you say in your body camera at one point, I'm taking pictures of everything or something to that effect.
Yes.
Is that correct? You're doing that because you want to preserve the scene and try to collect evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And evidence of possible pill fragments or substance use is very relevant to this investigation. Is that correct?
At the time, yes.
And one of the things that you were examining and looking at were possible pill fragments that you located on the bedding of the bed. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 235. Do you recall taking that photograph?
I don't recall, but I don't.
Just logged into your name. Did you take photographs, something that looked like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that appears to be a red pillowcase that we're looking at. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And on that pillowcase, you're taking this photograph because we have some sort of white microparticles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're photographing this because this is potential evidence of substance use. Correct?
Correct.
Offer 235. No objection.
Concede. No, any objection? Go ahead.
All right. And Deputy, we can see the side of the bed just a slight bit here. So this is on the side of the bed that Alex would have been on when you responded. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain.
Okay. But you're taking pictures of what were later labeled as possible pill fragments on it.
Correct.
And this was obviously important for you to categorize and collect, correct?
Correct.
Because you know that the investigators could later send this to the state crime laboratory to determine what it is. Is that fair?
That's fair.
To your knowledge, and this doesn't look like a pill that had been split neatly by a pill cutter. Would you agree with me?
Yeah.
Looks more like a fragment of something.
Yeah.
And obviously, if this is a fragment of something that's on the pillow where Alex would have been sleeping, that's pretty relevant to this investigation. You agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. So that's why you collected it, correct?
Yeah.
So those are the white fragments. Did you also photograph and measure blue fragments from that same pillow?
Probably.
Or bluish, I guess I should say. Two different exhibits, please. Deputy, I'm showing you the markers. 6. This look familiar to you?
Yeah.
That perhaps actually looks like maybe a different view of the white fragment.
It very well could be, yes.
And I'm showing you 237. Do you recall this?
Yeah.
Looks like somebody's taking out a tape measure to measure a different fragment on the pillow. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're doing that because you want to show where it was placed and how large the fragment was. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And obviously, you're not going to take pictures of things at a potential crime scene if you don't believe that it may be evidence.
Typically, I'll take pictures of anything you can just to preserve that scene and everything that is there.
And these fragments were also collected. Is that correct?
I don't recall. I've been an investigator past.
Certainly, if you're photographing and measuring something like this, they'll be collected as evidence. Correct?
Yeah.
I offer 236, 237.
Received.
Published. Objection.
Okay.
236. So, Deputy, are we looking at that white fragment on the pillow?
Yes.
And it was something that you chose to photograph just to document the scene. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, here's 237. Kind of a whitish blue hue. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And this is what you photographed on the pillow as well?
Correct.
You have no idea what these substances are, do you?
I do not.
You have no idea how they got there, do you?
Correct.
You have no idea how long they were there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea whether this was something that Alex ingested prior to his death.
Correct.
You have no idea, Deputy, whether or not either of these fragments constitute alprazolam or Xanax. Is that correct?
Typically, alprazolam is white, but that is correct.
Well, alprazolam comes in any number of different colors and formulations. Is that correct?
That is fair.
Including blue?
Probably.
So we don't know what these pill fragments are, correct?
Correct.
And one way to find that out is for the investigators to send it to the state crime lab and say, tell us what this is, correct?
Correct.
Now, Deputy, when you and your colleagues were doing CPR on Alex, you agree that you're using a good deal of force?
I would say, being a newer deputy and watching my CPR back, it was fairly weak, honestly.
Sure. Were you looking at Alex's body for signs of any other medication?
Negative.
No? Okay. Did you notice whether or not Alex had what appeared to be a crushed blue substance on his pajama pants?
I don't recall ever seeing it.
Sure. Your impression is that the investigators would be the ones who would take care of sending these substances to the crime lab for evidentiary testing. Is that correct?
Correct.
I mean, you're 3 days on the job, right? That wasn't your job.
At this point, I'm 3 months on the job, 3 days on my own. We've 4 phases of joint training. Phase 4 is where I'm making all decisions. I'm shadowed by senior deputy, just making sure that I'm doing things correctly.
Sure.
We'll get through that.
So when you're looking at Alex's body after this point, you know that there appears to be bruising all over, correct?
Say that again?
You just testified that there was bruising on Alex's body that was visible to you at that scene. Is that correct?
Later in the events, after we begin looking at it from an investigative standpoint, yes.
You agree that you don't know when Alex sustained those injuries. Is that correct?
Correct.
You agree, Deputy, that it's difficult sometimes to distinguish bruising from postmortem blood pooling?
It can be.
And you don't claim to be able to make that distinction, correct?
I think certainly with the bruising I could, yes.
Sure. You have no idea how those apparent bruises got onto Alexavier, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether Alexavier's father injured him the evening before. Is that correct?
I do not. Correct.
So, Deputy, another duty that you were assigned was looking through the upper area of the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you went through kind of this like crawl space, I guess. Is that fair?
I believe so.
And what you discovered was an old bag of clothing, correct?
Honestly, I don't remember much of the rest of the home.
Sure. Nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
You remember the home itself?
No, in the crawl space I'm talking about.
I don't recall.
Sure. Deputy, I'm showing you a photograph that you took from the area of the crawl space. Does that look familiar to you?
Honestly, no, but sure, I was taking photos, so.
Sure. And what we have in this photo looks pretty innocuous. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Looks like an old sandal. That's
correct.
And a bag of something in a garbage bag.
Correct.
And you would have gone through those items in the course of searching the crawl space. Is that correct?
More than likely, yes.
Offer 238.
Objection. Received.
Published.
Brad.
All right. So this is the photo that we're just looking at.
Correct.
And Deputy, I assume that if you had discovered a collection of firearms, that's something that you would have photographed. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you saw a collection of firearms, likely that's something you would have seized. Is that fair to say?
If I was told to by an investigator, yes.
You didn't discover any firearms in this crawl space area. Is that correct?
I did not personally.
Deputy, if you discovered a stash of apparent diamonds, that's something that you would have photographed as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we assume that you did not locate any stash of diamonds in the crawl space upstairs?
I think that's fair to assume.
And if you had observed a paddle or spoon designed to beat children with, you also would have photographed and noted that.
I'm not familiar with the paddle meant for hitting kids, but.
Sure. And in concert, if you saw all those things together, you would have photographed it, correct?
Yeah.
We don't see a wooden spoon or paddle or anything of that sort anywhere in this crawl space. Is that correct?
Not in this photo.
Nothing that you noted at all. Is that correct?
I don't, as I stated, I don't recall a lot of the other residents.
So, Deputy, I want to go to a digital photograph of the actual prednisone bottle here. I apologize, we didn't have this one printed necessarily, but we'll add it to Defense Exhibit 205. So the image labeled for this, Judge, is img_492.jpg, and offer it as an attachment.
Any objection?
So can I look at it before?
Yeah, it's in the evidence bag. Yep.
So, I'm gonna switch it to the computer.
I promise we're almost done.
If I'm,
Yeah, it's backwards here.
All right. Deputy, does that appear to be the prednisone bottle that you seized from the scene?
it does.
All right. Let's flip to the second image here. And this one is labeled img_6493.jpg. Does that appear to be the interior of that pill bottle?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be the interior of the pill bottle?
Yes or no? Sorry.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yes, yes.
We can see a residue of sorts in there. Is that correct?
Hard to tell if that's the bag or
You're
if
probably
it's-
in. Look, I can see it from here. Can you see any apparent residue on inside that bottle? I'm looking at the lid area.
That's the bag. We got the line in the bag.
That's the line in the bag.
Is that what?
So, Deputy, looking at that, assuming that we're looking at residue, and we can go with some other photos. Does that appear to you to be white?
I guess I'm going to object because he said he saw a line. He didn't say he said residue. And assumption of the question seems to be actually residue. But
Yeah, assisting.
All right. I'm going to use the laser pointer here. I'm not going to get Terry in the face. We have got, you see the area that I'm kind of circling here?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be a different color than the remainder of the bottle?
It does.
And does that appear to be consistent plausibly with residue?
It could be.
And does that residue appear to be whitish in color?
It is a lighter hue than the bottle, yes.
One option that law enforcement has to determine whether or not residue is what is on the prescription bottle is to send that bottle into the state crime laboratory. Is that correct?
No.
You're familiar with the fact that they can test for very small amounts of controlled substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, people sometimes will store illegal drugs inside of legal containers like this.
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not there was Xanax inside of that pill bottle prior to its discovery. Is that correct?
That's fair.
Why don't we go to the previous image, please? Deputy, the image itself indicates, or it indicated, at least on the other side, are you familiar with, you testified with Mr. Torbenson that there's supposed to be 12 pills in there. Is that correct?
That is what the quantity of the prescription we filled out is, yes.
And you have no idea when or if those pills were removed from that bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have no idea who would have removed the pills. Is that correct?
Correct.
The pill bottle itself also contains what color? Is that correct? That might be easier. Well, yeah. We may need to just get the actual pill bottle in the court, Deputy. I'd offer the exhibits previously marked and displayed.
Any objection?
No.
We received.
You have no idea whether or not Derek Pedrin stored Xanax inside of that pill bottle, do you?
I do not.
Nothing further.
All right. Do you have a lottery direct?
enough that maybe this is a good place to break.
Okay, that's what I was basically asking. So, good time to take a lunch break. We'll start back up at 1:15. Please don't talk about the case. If you need something, please let us know. Otherwise, we'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
Oh, it's lunchtime at 5:30 a.m. Yay.
All right. Everybody may be seated unless you want to go around right away. Anything further, Mr. Torbenson, right now? Anything further, Mr. Zacher? Just a reminder for the crowd. Everybody's been great about being quiet. Just remember, when you talk, you distract the jury. I'm just letting you know that. Please don't. If you have a conversation, if you could step out, that would be better. Thank you. We'll start back up. Let's say 10 after 1.
Judge,
Yeah, and then we'll bring jury at 1:15. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So how's everybody enjoying the live? Trying to keep minimal break, cut-ins, because I, want to make sure you're hearing the whole trial, what everybody's saying, and sometimes cutting in affects that. So hopefully I don't get in trouble. Oh, well, there's Miss Josie herself. That's right. She's out on a $50,000 bond. The judge gave her a $50,000 bond, but I think she was there for a couple of years. She got out in January of 2020 or December 2025 or January something. I know it was just recently. Poor Alexavier. Yeah, Alexavier, that's what it is. I should put his name up here so I don't forget. Not that I don't forget his name, I just forget it if it's Alexavier, Alexandra. I guess that would be a girl's name, wouldn't it? All right, let's cut through lunch. Zoom, 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 right on through lunch.
Okay, everybody may be seated. Thank you, everybody. By the way, if I call this because I've been calling everybody in a little bit earlier than I tell you, if you need more time, just let us know. No problem. All right, officer, I think we were at the point of redirect. Go ahead, Mr. Torrens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, when we broke this morning, there were a number of photographs shown to you regarding fragments that were found either on a pillow or on a bed or on the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't know what that substance was, do you?
I do not.
And you did not collect that substance, did you?
I do not.
The defense attorney kept referring to that substance as a pill fragment. You do not know that to be a pill fragment as you sit here today.
I do not.
Okay. That substance that you were shown, these little pieces, they were light blue in color. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit number 17 again, which is the body camera that we watched this morning. I think it's paused at about 6 minutes, 47 seconds, but I'll make sure when it comes up.
Maybe switch it over, please. Thank you.
Deputy Jar, can you see the body cam pause at 6 minutes and 47 seconds?
I can.
It's a little bit blurry, but I want you to focus up in the carpeting at the top in the gray. Do you see a blue substance in that carpeting?
I do.
Okay. And are you aware that that blue substance that's in the carpeting up there was in fact all over the house?
Objection, that calls for facts, not in evidence. Like foundation.
Matt, if he's aware, he was at the house.
Yeah, overruled.
Can you restate the question?
Yeah, are you aware that that blue substance that's caked in that carpeting was located all over the house?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall seeing blue frosting on the stove, on the burners of the stove?
Correct.
Okay. I want to show you another photograph. This is State's Exhibit number 57. I'm going to ask for Elmo control now. First, I'm going to show it to you. Deputy Jar, as you recognize what that photograph is out.
Yes, this is the photograph of Alexavier's feet. There we go.
That photograph was taken shortly after Alexavier was pronounced deceased on scene.
That is correct.
You see a bunch of little small blue specks, light blue specks on the floor by his feet.
That is correct.
Permission to publish?
Okay. Received and published.
If I'm pointing to it, this is the blue substance right here.
Correct.
And you also see it up at the top.
I do.
Okay, this blue substance is literally everywhere, correct?
Correct.
You spent hours collecting every one of those blue substances, right?
Correct.
You yourself didn't collect that blue substance as. You yourself didn't collect the blue substance, right?
I did not.
As responsible, by that responsibility fell to somebody else.
Correct.
Okay. And that somebody else will be familiar with the texture and what that substance was like,
Presumably, yes.
and whether or not it's even like a pill or not like a pill.
Yeah,
When you were responding to the investigation, you did take photographs of the scene, is that correct?
I did.
Is it your responsibility to process the scene?
It is not.
Okay, that was somebody else's response.
Correct.
So the photographs that we saw, those things that you were, those little specks, you took those photographs, but you did not collect those items.
Correct.
I want to go back a little bit to the topic of CPR, okay?
Correct.
You saw the response of Alexavier's body when you just rotated him to the side.
Correct.
And remind the jury again what just rotating Alexavier's body to the side did.
That's an answer, Judge.
Overruled.
What did that do with regards to the substance out of Alexavier's mouth?
It caused the whitish clear substance to come out, and then the darker black substance to subsequently come emanating from his mouth.
And when you initially started performing CPR, what did that cause that black substance to do?
The black substance then, a lot more significantly, began emanating from his mouth.
Based on your experience in performing CPR on the body of Alexavier Pedrin on the morning of February 11th, 2023, do you believe that anybody performed CPR on his body before you did?
Objection, speculation, lack of foundation, beyond the scope of cross.
It's the same.
The substance came out immediately,
Correct.
or even laid hands on it.
Correct.
Okay. If the representation were made that the defendant picked up and held the body of Alexavier and cried with the body while holding Alexavier's body, would you expect that substance to come out based on your personal experience?
Objection, speculation, lack of foundation, beyond the scope of cross.
I agree. Sustained.
If the representation were made that the defendant cried and held the body of Alexavier before you arrived on scene, did you see, with your eyes, any sign that this defendant cried in any way, shape, or form before you arrived?
Objection, lack of, beyond the scope of cross, relevance, speculation.
Overruled. Whatever you observed of the defendant.
Can you state the question?
Yes, if the representation was made during opening statements.
Judge, again, like these are facts that are not in evidence. I object to that. He's asking a hypothetical in response to opening statements.
I'll rephrase it. Did you see any signs in any way, shape, or form that were consistent with this defendant crying before you arrived on scene on the morning of February 11, 2023?
Objection, beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled.
I did not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any requests? Yes. Deputy Jar, the substance that was collected from the pillow was collected for the purposes of evidentiary use. Is that correct? Presumably, I didn't collect it, but presumably. And it didn't appear to you to be frosting, correct? I didn't collect it. You would have said that it was apparent frosting if you thought that that's what it looked like. Is that fair to say? Again, I mean, I didn't. I just took pictures. I genuinely did not collect it or touch it. And I'm not sure what we're looking at here. Can we get Exhibit 57 up again?
Try it.
You have any idea what that even is, Deputy? The photograph or the specific? The blue substance that was depicted on this photograph. I do not know what it directly is, no. Okay. And you have no idea if that substance is the same as the substance that was found on the pillow. Is that correct? It looks very similar. It looks blue, right? But beyond that, you have no idea what that substance is. Is that correct? Correct. You have no idea what the substance on the pillow was. Is that correct? Correct. And you have no idea what the white substance that was photographed and collected from the pillow was either, do you? Correct. Deputy, did you participate at all in packaging Alexavier's clothing or helping to move his body outside of the home after he was pronounced deceased? I don't recall. And do you recall whether or not there was a crushed pill or pill-like substance on his pajama pants at the time that he was pronounced deceased? I don't recall. I didn't look at the body that or the clothes. Approaching with what's fine marked as Exhibit 59. That appears to be Alex's pajama pants. It does. It does. And do you see what appears to be a crushed blue substance of sort on the pajama pants? I do. Is that something in your estimation that was on the pajama pants at the time that you were doing CPR, or do you not recall? I do not recall. Certainly, if it appeared to be a crushed pill or some other substance, you would note that and collect it, correct? When I was performing CPR, I was very focused in on attempting to save his life. Yep, and I'm just asking, like, had you noted that, it would have been something that you would have noted, or had you seen that, you would have noted and collected it, correct? The investigator might have. It was above my scope of office. Any objection? No. Received. Would publish. Go ahead. Deputy, am I showing you a picture of an apparent crushed substance of some sort on these pajama pants? Yes. And this is what you said you didn't see on Alex at the time that you were doing CPR, correct? Correct. I was looking at the pants. And you have no idea what that substance is that correct? You have no idea if it's crushed pill of some sort, correct? Correct. You have no idea if that's alprazolam. Are you correct? Correct. You've never met Ms. Dikeman before February 11th of 2023. Is that correct? Correct. You have no idea how she reacts emotionally to trauma. Is that correct? That is correct. You have no idea what she looks like after she's been crying. Is that correct? I think most people would show similar, wet face, eyes, but... Well, tears dry, correct? Correct. You have no idea what that looks like for Ms. Dikeman. Is that correct? That's correct. Nothing further. And you redirect.
Yeah, I just want to go back to that photo that we looked at with the pants. You have experience with sugar and frosting? Yeah. I'm not going to make a joke about Caps and Donuts.
Fair enough.
Well, you know what frosting looks like. It's sticky, right?
Yeah.
It's a substance that you might get on your hands, fingers, or clothing if you're engaged in it, right?
Correct.
What about pills? Pills are dry.
That's section leading.
In your experience, how are pills?
Dry.
Okay. If you have a crushed up pill that is dry, would you expect it to stick to clothing?
Not typically.
This blue color that was on Defense Exhibit 239. Does that look pretty consistent to you with frosting?
Yeah.
The frosting that was observed everywhere throughout this house?
Yeah.
Same color?
Same color, yeah.
Same consistency?
Yeah.
Same thing you saw on the carpeting?
Yeah.
On the floor?
Yeah.
In the kitchen?
Correct.
Thanks.
Any? Deputy, in your experience, frosting doesn't typically fracture into shards. Is that correct? Depends on if it's dry or not. And you have no idea what that substance was on the pajama pants, correct? I don't know for sure what it is. If I asked you to try it right now and tell us whether or not it tasted like candy, would you do so? No, it's on pants. Because, Deputy, you don't know if that's a controlled substance or not, correct? No. Nothing further. Okay. Anything further?
I don't know.
All right. Thank you. May step down. Maybe release from his subpoena?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. We're calling next witness. Well, we're going to maintain our subpoena, but Deputy Derek can leave and we'll text him if we need him. Okay. Thank you.
I'll read Quentin to the stand.
Okay.
And Judge, just for purposes of the media in the courtroom, this is testimony regarding the autopsy. There's going to be photographs. So I'd ask that they be reminded not to show any as this in open court.
All right, please don't show these photographs.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Reed Quinton. The first name is R-E-A-D-E, and the last name is Q-U-I-N-T-O-N.
How are you employed?
I am a physician currently employed at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. I'm also a forensic pathologist serving at the Southern Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you do as a physician and how you became a physician?
Sure. So my background, I went to med school at LSU Med Center in New Orleans, Louisiana, which is where I grew up. After med school, I went to Dallas, Texas to do a 5-year residency training program in a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program. After residency, I stayed in Dallas and did a 1-year subspecialty year, which we call a fellowship, which is in forensic pathology specifically, and that was at the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office. So after all of that training, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. Currently licensed still to practice medicine, both here in, well, not here, but in Minnesota and in Texas still.
Can you tell us a little bit about the different areas that you talked about with pathology? You said anatomic pathology, and what were the other two? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
What are the difference between the three?
Sure. So anatomic and clinical are the two big divisions between the practice of pathology, and pathology is basically just, in general, the study of disease. We kind of think of pathologists in terms of those are the doctors who operate behind the scenes, who run the laboratories, look at specimens, and kind of direct the, using what our results are to help direct the clinicians who are actually treating patients on where to go next in their treatment. So in anatomic pathology, that's everything that has to do with specimens that come from the body that are tissue-based. So for instance, everything from pap smears in cytology to autopsies, which would be a full dissection, but also a lot of what anatomic pathology is really just dealing with surgical specimens. So either biopsies or big surgical procedures, and those specimens go to the pathology lab later. So for instance, if they resect a tumor, the pathologist is then the one who says, yes, this has been fully resected, the margins are clear, those types of things. So that's anatomic. Forensic pathology is a subset within anatomic, so it's under the anatomic umbrella, where we specifically do autopsies and specifically deal with medical legal death investigation. So that's still all anatomic. Clinical pathology is the other half, and that essentially is, if you think of it in terms of every other laboratory in the hospital besides the autopsy suite and the surgical suite. So the blood bank, so anytime you need blood products, those are run by pathologists. The microbiology lab, the molecular genetics labs, all of those laboratory practices all fall under pathology. So combined, many of us do sort of a combined training in anatomic and clinical pathology, and then subspecialize after that.
What does it mean to become board certified in those areas? Because you're board certified, as you told us, in all three. Is that correct?
Correct. So board certification is the final exam that you take once you complete all the training in those areas. So this is, again, after medical school, after residency training, you do this final set of board exams to establish that you are a practicing anatomic pathologist or clinical pathologist, or in my case, also forensic pathologist.
And after becoming board certified in those areas, I imagine you began performing autopsies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you give the jury an idea of how many autopsies you performed in your career?
Sure. It's quite a bit. I can't give you an exact number, but in residency, especially knowing that I was interested in this field, I did probably over 140 autopsies just during my residency training, probably another close to 400 when I was in my 1-year fellowship. And then after that, subsequently, probably the first 5 to 7 years in practice, I was doing about 400 cases a year. Currently, I still do about 200 to 250, anywhere around there per year. So the answer is I've done thousands.
Thousands?
Yes.
What's the curriculum vitae?
Excuse me?
What's a curriculum vitae?
Curriculum vitae is sort of the terminology that we use for the resume. It's an academic resume, basically.
Okay. Would you recognize a copy of your curriculum vitae for the senior court today?
Yes.
I'm anyone who's been marked as state citizen number 26. I'd ask you to review that. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Just let everyone know that this might be hard to listen to.
Do you recognize state exhibit number 26?
Yes, this is a relatively current copy of my CV, my curriculum vitae.
At least as current as the last date on the document?
Correct.
Okay, I move state exhibit number 26 in evidence.
No objection.
Dr. Quinton, above and beyond performing autopsies, do you hold any national positions relative to your practice in forensic pathology?
I'm currently the chair of the board for the National Association of Medical Examiners. We go through, or those who choose to try to, we go through an officer process in the National Association of Medical Examiners. So it's a 3-year run, basically going from vice president to president and then chair of the board. So I served as president last year, and now I'm on my way out as chair of the board.
What's the name of that organization?
The National Association of Medical Examiners.
NAML?
It's
NAM. Name. Yeah, name. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. And What's the responsibility of that professional organization?
So we are the organization that represents forensic pathologists across the country. We certainly have membership from other categories, not just forensic pathologists, but also death investigators and a lot of trainees as well.
I want to talk to you now about the practice of forensic pathology, in specific, the autopsy of Alexavier Pedrin. Did you perform an autopsy on the body of Alexavier Pedrin?
Yes, I did.
What are the different components of performing an autopsy?
Sure. The autopsy consists of a number of parts. The first part happens before it even really starts in the morgue, which is just the accessioning and acceptance of a body. So when it's received to the morgue, there's death investigation and investigations at the scene that happens before that. I'm not really going to count that, but as it is received to our facility, the first thing that happens is the decedent is given a unique identifying case number, and then that follows throughout the entire course of the case. The second part of that would be the external examination. So that is going through everything related to the body and reviewing it externally, and that includes everything from what is the individual wearing at the time that they're seen in the morgue, what types of identifying features do they have, marks, scars, tattoos, hair color, eye color, things like that. And then eventually assessing the entire body for evidence of either natural disease processes or injuries. After all of that is done, then the next part of that is what most people think of as the autopsy, which is the internal examination. And so that is where we open the body cavities and remove the organs. We're looking at the brain, we're looking at the chest organs, so the heart, lungs, and then the abdominal cavity as well, so everything in that area. Another component of this, while all of this is going on, is we collect a lot of samples that can be studied for toxicology. So we collect blood, we collect vitreous fluid from the eyes, a number of samples that are then used subsequently in the next part of the report to look for evidence of drugs, alcohol, things like that. And then after all of that is done, then the final part of the quote autopsy itself is the autopsy report, where we generate a final autopsy report that kind of collates everything together, and that oftentimes includes other specialty examinations that happen sort of tangentially at the same time. So for instance, if we send the brain to neuropath conference for analysis, in some cases we send other organs as well. And so the final part would be generation of that completed autopsy report.
Was a completed autopsy report done for Alexavier Pedrin?
Yes, it was.
And was that done by you?
Yes.
Would you recognize that document if you were to see it in court today?
Yes.
Hey, before we can begin, can you just come on up for a second?
For what?
Go ahead.
Permission to approach?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm handing this mark to State Exhibit number 27. Can you review that and let me know when you're done?
Jeez, I'm so glad we can hear the judge breathe.
Okay. Is State Exhibit 27 a copy of your autopsy protocol report for Alexavier Pedrin?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'd move 27 in evidence.
No objection. Be received.
Before we start diving into the specifics of the autopsy for Alexavier Pedrin, I want to talk about the classifications that you can make for the manner of death. There are, as I understand it, 5 different classifications. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What are those 5 different classifications? Can you explain those to the jury, please?
Sure. So when we look at a death certificate, medical examiners have to look at filling out cause of death and manner of death. And the manner of death is a medical opinion that's composed of 5 options. So those are basically natural, so natural disease, accident, homicide, suicide, or in some cases undetermined.
And those are the 5 options that you have when you reach manner of death. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Cause of death can be many things. Is that also fair?
Yes.
One of the options that you mentioned was homicide as a manner of death, correct?
Yes.
And I just want to give an example. A manner of death can be ruled homicide. Homicide in your world means death at the hands of another person, correct?
It's either due to the actions or inactions of another person, yes.
Actions or inactions of another person. So for example, if someone were frustrated with me and I tried attacking them and they shot me in self-defense, them shooting me in self-defense could be ruled a homicide, but it may be legally justified if it was actually self-defense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you can have different outcomes from your determination from a medical perspective and a legal perspective.
Absolutely. And we have the opposite that occur quite frequently in motor vehicle accidents. So by definition, most of those, unless there's intent that we have, those are called accidents. So if someone strikes another vehicle, but those can be prosecuted as vehicular homicide or whatever. So there's a distinction between the medical terminology and the legal terminology.
For example, if I were driving drunk and I caused an accident by my drunk driving and the passenger in my car died, I would be legally responsible, but it would be declared by a medical examiner an accident.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk now about the specifics of performing the autopsy for Alexavier Pedrin. What was the date that this autopsy was performed on?
The autopsy date was February 13th.
February 13th? This is 2 days after the death of Alexavier Pedrin.
Correct.
Okay. When you are conducting the autopsy, do you get background information about the circumstances of the death?
Yes, I do.
Did you have that in this case?
Yes.
What was the background information that you had prior to performing the autopsy?
Prior to performing the autopsy, we usually get sort of a compiled narrative that is from one of our local death investigators who speaks to the family, speaks to law enforcement, kind of gets the information they need to give us an idea of what the case is about. It's certainly not all-encompassing or all-inclusive, and other information may show up as we go. But in general, we knew at the very beginning of the case that the child was found unresponsive at home, and that there were some pill containers near the body, and that was the main thing, and that basically he was dead on scene and not transported to the hospital.
Okay, so he was found unresponsive at home. There was a pill container or more found on scene, and he was declared deceased on scene.
Correct.
Okay, that was the basic information that you had.
Yes.
I want to talk now about the examination of Alexavier's body from the outside perspective. What is the first thing that you took note of when you were examining Alexavier Pedrin's body as a whole from the outside?
I think some of the things that stand out at the very beginning, just doing the cursory beginning of the external examination, is number one, that he had cast on his right leg. And we didn't have at that time too much information about that, but there was a hard cast. And then also, as we removed the clothing, just in general, he had sort of a look of, I won't say malnourishment, but just dehydration. So you could see the ribs pretty prominently. The eyes were kind of sunken. And then there were a lot of bruises and other injuries that we'll describe later. But overall, that was what we saw.
With regards to the dehydration, the sunken eyes, and the pronouncement of the rib cage, what, if anything, did that tell you from a medical perspective?
That he didn't seem to have enough fluids at the time. Now, that could be that he wasn't receiving or that he was sick. You know, it's hard to say in a vacuum without knowing anything else, but he certainly didn't seem well hydrated.
If this was a child that was reported to have COVID relatively recently, that could be one potential cause for that presentation, or a contributing factor.
If the COVID was causing him to have vomiting spells or something like that, then maybe. But if they're still eating and drinking properly, then probably not.
Then you wouldn't expect to see that type of pronouncement with the ribs or the sunken eyes?
Not necessarily. You'd have to have some reason. Either they're not taking in enough fluids and food, or they're vomiting, having diarrhea, something like that. So it could be related to COVID, depending on how you react to COVID.
I want to talk now about your examination and documentation of the injuries on the outside of Alexavier's body. Did the number of bruises on Alexavier's body stand out to you?
Yes.
Did the location of those bruises stand out to you?
Yes.
Did the frequency of the bruises in different locations stand out to you?
Yes.
Okay. You would recognize photographs from the autopsy if you were to see them in open court today?
Yes, I would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 29 through 56. Got the record to reflect that States Exhibit 57 is also a PowerPoint that contains these very same photographs. After I'd ask you to review 29 through 56, let me know. Do States Exhibits 29 through 56 fairly and accurately capture the outside physical condition of Alexavier Pedrin's body on February 13th of 2023 when you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
I'd move 29 through 56 into evidence. No objection.
Proceed.
Permission to publish.
Objection.
I'd ask that I'll need control for the PowerPoint for 57, please. Oh, PowerPoint's 28. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Dr. Quinn, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You see the first photograph that's being displayed for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, is that the first photograph that you have in your stack?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what we see in this particular photograph? You have the number, so if you could help me, give me what number this is.
Sure. This is exhibit number 29. This represents what we would consider our identification photo at the time of autopsy. So on every case, we always do an identifying shot that just shows the features of the face from directly on.
In this photograph, explain to the jury the injuries that we can observe on Alexavier's face.
So there are a number of bruises and a healing laceration on the right eyebrow. So kind of going from top down. I don't have a pointer, but still. One near the forehead, near the hairline is one bruise. You see a cluster of bruises around the right eye, so basically very lateral on the eyebrow is a healing laceration or basically tear of the skin with a contusion around that. Contusions are just bruises. And then the upper and lower eyelids, basically you see those areas on the right eyelids, those areas of red, those are both bruises on the upper and lower eyelid. There's two bruises on the right side of the chin as well, one a little bit more linear down at the bottom and one that's a little more circular, a little higher than that. Just in general, too, you can also make out that those eyes, the orbits seem to be kind of sunken as well, which we talked about earlier.
Can you make out in this photograph any injuries to Alexavier's neck?
There's two on the left side of the neck, right along the edge of the mandible. You can barely see them in this photo. There's also a little tiny abrasion, little line on the right side of the neck. But really, the ones that I documented were on the left side of the neck, right under the mandible.
And you talked to us about a case number when the body is received. Is that what we see on the ruler in the bottom of this photograph?
Yes, it is. So we were trying to make sure that that case number is on every photo that we take.
All right. If we can move on to the next photograph. Doctor, again, I'm going to ask your indulgence in helping me with what number this is in the photographs in front of you.
So this is exhibit number 30, showing some of the same injuries that we saw in the last image, but this is on the right side of the face, so lateral shot. You see the two bruises of the chin that I described earlier. Similarly, that mark on the lateral, so the outside portion of the right eyebrow, which was that healing laceration we talked about earlier. A little bit of bruising of the upper and lower eyelids, but also there's a sort of a vertical linear abrasion on the side of the face here, which in the report would be described as sort of the zygomatic region of the face. And I think that's most of what is shown in this image.
When we're talking about bruising, doctor, it's fair to say that bruises cannot be dated with any medical precision. Is that correct?
That's correct. There used to be old textbooks and things like that that would make an attempt to do it, but honestly, we're very, very cautious. The only things we'll ever say, we'll describe them. So we'll say if they're red or purple, those tend to be kind of quote unquote fresh, but we're never going to say it's an hour, 2 hours, things like that.
Okay. Fair to say that we expect bruising to show up within hours of an assault, though. Would that be fair?
That is fair. In most cases, yes.
Okay. In this photograph of the right side of Alexavier's face, can you also start to see bruising in his hairline?
Yes, you can. So I mentioned earlier that there's one in the middle of the forehead. We're now looking a little bit on the right side of the forehead, and you can make out the beginnings of one bruise there.
When we're examining bruises on someone's body and we're examining whether they could be from accidental means or inflicted means, is it important to look at the number of the bruises?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Well, so any one circumstance of blunt force trauma, so just a bruise or a scrape or something like that, could be from any number of things, and you could come up with many explanations. So if you're looking at each one individually, unless they are distinctly patterned, you can't really say what they're from necessarily. So then we also rely on the sort of distribution, where they're located, and then also the number. So in kids or adults, for that matter, when people fall, hit their head, they tend to hit areas that are sort of bony prominences and things that stick out. So especially in kids, you're going to typically see things, they're going to have bruises on their elbows, bruises on their knees, things like that are kind of accepted to be sort of classically accidental, although again, they could be inflicted. But when we look at the totality of the number of injuries, that's where we start to sort of accumulate data to decide at what point is this too much to be what we would accept as just accidental.
When we talk about children and bruising on children, are you familiar with the term of protected areas and not protected areas?
Yes.
What does that refer to?
So basically, it kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier with bony prominences. So there are some things that just stick out that are naturally the places that people will hit, and then there's other areas that are much more protected. So for instance, inner thighs, gluteal folds, folds that normally you would have to have some access to get to damage.
And we talked about it a little bit earlier, but looking at this photograph, can you help us understand when you have bruising on different planes, what does that mean? Different planes of the body, different planes of the face?
Right. So the locations here are sort of multiple. We've got forehead, eyebrow, eyelids, which is unusual. That would be more of a protected space. Chin. Again, each and every one of these, except for maybe the eyelids, would be something that you might typically see in another scenario, like somebody fell and hit their head. But all of these in constellation are a lot of different injuries. So you would have to have a reason to have that many different injuries.
When we look at this photo of Alexavier, we can say that there's been multiple blows. Is that fair?
That's fair. There's at least 5 or 6 points of impact just in this one image.
Okay. If we can move to the next photograph, which is the left side of the face. Nope, I apologize. It's a close-up of the right eye.
Correct. And this close-up, which is exhibit 31, shows the upper lower eyelid. Again, that red discoloration is bruising. That edge of the eyebrow where we've got the healing laceration, and a little bit of the bruising in the hairline as well, plus that small abrasion on the outside of the face.
Dr. Quinn, I'd place in front of you a laser pointer, if that is helpful to you at any point. I believe it's the circle button in the middle.
Got it.
All right, if we can move on to the next photograph, please. What do we see? This is 32.
This is exhibit 32. Not nearly as many injuries on this side of the face, although we do see the 2 little linear abrasions that were underneath the mandible, so the angle of the chin there, or not chin, but jaw, that are extending onto the neck.
And again, this would be a completely opposite side of the head, a different plane altogether than what we looked at in 30 and 31.
Correct.
Okay. Say exhibit 33.
So exhibit 33, unfortunately on cases like this, we oftentimes have to shave the scalp so that we can actually see beyond the hair to assess the injuries. So in this case, we're actually looking at the top of the head straight down. So the top where the case number is would actually be the forehead, and then the bottom of the screen where the hair still is intact would be the back of the head. And so we're looking at several more contusions on the top and the side of the scalp, basically a large 6 centimeter red contusion or bruise that's on the right frontal scalp, just slightly to the right midline, and then also a separate bruise on the what we call the right parietal scalp with a little abrasion over it.
Again, different planes than the other photographs that we looked at previously.
Correct.
Okay. Takes us about 34. What do we see in this photograph?
Okay, so 34 is the scalp a little bit more shaved and on the side. So we're again looking at the right side of the scalp and face again. You can still make out that healing laceration that's over the eyebrow, but now you can see a little bit better the different areas of bruising. There are a few of these darker dots or little abrasions or scrapes, but then the red areas are all what we would call, again, contusions.
One of the dark spots that you pointed to, I took to be a mole or a birthmark. That's not a mole or a birthmark?
If you're talking about this one right above the ear, that's another abrasion.
That's an abrasion?
Yes.
Okay, and it's in a circular pattern?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any bruising also in the ear?
I don't recall there being any in the ear. There is a little bit of red discoloration, but I think that's mostly lividity.
Okay. Okay. What's the difference between lividity and a bruise? First, can you explain what lividity is to the jury?
Sure. So when someone dies, their circulation stops, so their heart stops beating. When that happens, all the blood in your body just pools towards gravity. So you will see a patchy red discoloration on the parts of the body that are dependent towards gravity. So in many cases, if the body is laying face up, then everything will pool towards the back. And so you'll see this kind of dark red or patchy red discoloration. So that's what we mean by lividity.
In a little bit, we're going to see pictures of Alexavier's back. You as a medical professional have training on how to differentiate bruising from lividity?
Yes, and sometimes it can be difficult, which is why we will look under the skin as well. And particularly in his case, in the back, there are some areas that look a little concerning for a bruise, but then underneath, it's really not. It's just that pool of blood.
Okay. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to those photographs. I think we're on 33?
So this one is 34.
34. So if we can move on to States Exhibit 35. Now this is 35, 36, and 37 in sequential order. Is that correct?
That is correct. So yeah, these are basically kind of rotating around the back of the head. Again, having to shave hair. Most of these areas that you see that are the red discoloration are more areas of bruising. A lot of that is confirmed when we reflect the scalp. So when we actually make an incision in the scalp to get to the skull later, we will see bruising underneath the scalp to kind of confirm that these are bruises and not just lividity. But yeah, so you can see kind of the patchy red discoloration. And
those are the additional planes, the additional blows?
Correct.
Okay. Can we go on to the next slide, please? 38.
This is 38. So anterior neck image and under the chin. Basically, there was a linear bruise under the chin here. The two linear abrasions that we noted earlier along the jawline, and then it's not in the report, but that little tiny scrape there too.
Were there any injuries inside of Alexavier's mouth that you noted?
No, there were none in the mouth. So we do look at the gums, the inner mucosa of the mouth, because if someone is struck in the face, they might tear their inner lips up against their teeth. There's nothing like that. We also did what we call an anterior neck dissection, which is looking layer by layer by layer through each layer of the musculature of the neck, just to look for any additional bruising that might be related to something like strangulation, which there was none in this case.
You didn't find any of that bruising inside the layers of the neck?
No.
Okay. You can, to be fair, Dr. Glenn, you can strangle someone and not have those bruises appear. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
Okay. And you can cut off oxygen to a child by means other than choking them through the neck. Is that also true?
That is true.
Okay. We can move on to the next image. These are, can you help me orient with the numbers on these, please, Doctor?
Yes. So these would be exhibits 39, 40, and 41.
Okay. I'll start with 39. What do we see in States 39?
So all of these images are showing us the anterior chest and abdomen, but 39, the first one on the left-hand side of the screen, is just representing the right side of the chest. There were a cluster of bruises that we could see on the chest wall here. There were about 3 or 4 that you can make out in this image, maybe another one down there. You can also note in both of these just the prominence of the ribs as well.
And in the last photograph, can we notice the prominence of even the arms and the sunken eyes?
Yes. I will note, though, in your images here, this one's reversed. I'm not sure how that happened in PowerPoint, but this image is actually reversed. So if you notice, the number is backwards, and all of these bruises should be on the right side.
Oh, I do see that. Okay.
So the only other thing I was going to note is the mild green discoloration on the abdomen. That is not an injury. That is another postmortem artifact. So there was a little bit of a delay between the time that he died and the time that we did the autopsy, and in that time we are seeing some postmortem changes. So that faint green discoloration is just early decompositional change.
So that's a natural
process. Yes.
Okay. What can you tell us about the frequency of bruises that we see in these 3 images?
So again, they're kind of clustered. There's at least, like we set up on the chest here, a cluster of at least 4 of them here. There's one over what we call the xiphoid process in the middle of the chest. There's also one that I think we have another image of that's over the left shoulder as well. So multiple points of impact, different locations.
And the record should reflect, Your Honor, that the very last image, Doctor, what number is the very last image?
The last image is 41.
41 does have a black box over the genitalia of Alexavier. The images that are being admitted into evidence do not have that, but I was taking caution in using these in open court. Right, if we can move on to the next image.
Okay. The next images are all of the right upper extremity, so the right arm. These are 42, 43, and 44. We have in the image to the left of the screen, basically the arm is raised, and we're looking at 2 areas of bruising on the inner right arm and inner right forearm. Basically, 2 of them in parallel on the forearm, and then 1 larger one on the arm. The small round bruise, this is on the opposite side of the forearm, the right forearm, that's in the middle image. And then image number 44, which is on the right side of the screen, is basically just a close-up of the bruising that we see on this arm.
When we were talking about protected areas before, this is on the inside of Alexavier's arm, what we see in the first and third image on the PowerPoint on this slide. Is that correct?
So I think of extremities as sort of a mixed bag. Obviously, if you fall, you're going to land on the outer surfaces, but that doesn't mean that you can't do something accidental to injure the inner surfaces. So mechanistically, I'm not sure if I would include some of these as some of those protected areas, but certainly more protected than the outside, the outer surfaces.
And upper arm? Even more so from the fall, depending?
It just depends.
It all depends. Okay. Next slide, please.
Okay.
So numbers are these, Doctor?
These are numbers 45, 46, and 47. The number 45 on the left-hand side of the screen is sort of a combined abrasion and contusion it's kind of on the upper left side of the back right side of the back near the left arm, if I'm looking at that one correctly. This middle image is looking down at the left shoulder. So the body is going downward from here. The knee is down at the bottom of the screen. So that's just a bruise over the left shoulder. And then the image on the right-hand side of the screen, which would be Exhibit 47, is another bruise on the left forearm.
Again, multiple different areas of the arm, correct?
Correct.
Including the top of the shoulder?
Correct.
All right, if we can move on to the next slides, please. What do we see in these three images?
Okay, so these are all images of the back. This would be exhibits 48, 49, and 50. Again, this one's a little bit more complex because there's multiple things we're looking at. Some of this is bruising, but a lot of this patchy red discoloration is that lividity I talked about earlier. So especially as we move up the back on the left-hand image, which is sort of the far away image, you can see there's an area of distinct bruising over the buttock region, right near the cleft in the middle. But then this area sort of just above that looked to be another bruise. It really turned out just to be more lividity. Some of this is patchy. This is all patchy lividity above the waistline as well. But then this other sort of circular or two circular lesions here on the right side of the back, which is close up in the middle image, that is a bruise, but it's more of a brownish bruise instead of red. So this would be maybe something a little bit in later stages of healing. We haven't really talked too much about the different colors of the injuries, but if they're brown, they tend to have been around a little bit longer. You also can make out in several of these images that there are some scars. So there's a scar of the lower right side of the back and a little linear scar right above the buttock. Can't make out what those are from. A little bit unusual location because, again, a little bit more protected than some other areas that you would expect to see scarring on.
All right, next image, please. What numbers are these three images, Doctor?
So these are all the left leg. We're looking at exhibits 51, 52, and 53. So going from top down, if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, this is the left thigh and the left knee, and then these are just images that kind of focus in on the different areas. But the left thigh has a large cluster of bruises, sort of on the anterior, so front of the left leg, but also, or left thigh, but also on the inner part of the left thigh, because this is rotated sort of to show the inner surface. We also see some scrapes on the left knee as well, some circular abrasions on the left knee, and then two linear abrasions on the medial aspect of the left knee, so the inside of the left knee as well. The other two images basically just highlight those injuries.
When you're examining the circular abrasions to the knee, does that give you any pause or concern for inflicted injury?
It's really hard to say. The ones on the knee itself could just be falling and scraping your knee. So it's maybe of all things, it doesn't look patterned. Of all things, that might be one of the few injuries that I'd expect to see on a kid who's 6 years old.
From a fall?
Yeah.
Okay. But the other bruising that you described on the upper portion of the thigh, it's a little bit on the inside of the thigh. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's obviously more concerning.
That's much more concerning, yes.
Okay. Next image, please. What number is this and what do we see here?
This is exhibit number 54. This was a bruise. So basically we're looking at the left side of the body. The buttock is on the top of the screen. The left leg is right below that. So it's one prominent red bruise sort of on the lateral aspect of the left buttock.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I keep saying left. That's right. My apologies.
Next image, please. And this is a picture of the thorax from the right side?
This is a picture of the thorax from the right side, exhibit number 55. Again, the prominence of the ribs is noted here, but there's a cluster of two bruises on the lateral side of the body.
Some bruising might be expected when CPR is performed, is that correct?
Yes, but this would be a very strange location for that.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. This is not where CPR would be expected to be performed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And they've already had the benefit of seeing the CPR in this case. We'll move on to the next image, please.
Okay, and this is image or exhibit number 56. This is of the left hand, and very specifically two areas of bruising. This area right at the base, sort of at the base between the left thumb and the left index finger. Part of this extends onto what we call the femur eminence of the left hand, and then another bruise that's sort of on the back of the left hand as well, what we would call the dorsum of the left hand.
Is that the last image?
That is the last image I have up here.
Okay. When you are looking at the number, nature, and frequency of the bruises on the outside of Alexavier Pedrin's body, tell us what your impression is of all those injuries before you even start the internal examination.
The constellation of all the findings externally was too many injuries to account for just an accidental fall or something like that. So this looked as a constellation of finding like inflicted trauma.
When you're practicing medicine, is it important to look at the patient or in this case, the body that's in front of you and examine the totality of the circumstances?
Absolutely.
Okay. You never look at and examine one finding in a vacuum. Is that fair?
Correct.
That's not the practice of medicine.
No.
So the number, nature, and frequency of the bruises that you observe just on the outside of the body would be consistent with multiple blunt force injuries inflicted by another person?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about your internal examination of Alexavier Pedrin now. What did you find when you performed the internal autopsy?
Sure. So it depends on where you're looking, but the internal examination, if we just start from the head and work our way down, basically reflection of the scalp, as I said before, kind of confirmed the multiple bruises and impact sites that we saw externally. But then once we opened the skull, there was no evidence of a skull fracture or anything like that, but there was evidence of prominent swelling of the brain itself, but no bleeding internally or anything like that. Moving down the body into the trunk, or do you want me to?
Can I stop real quick and talk about the swelling? Yes. So the swelling of the brain, what is the name for that?
So basically, cerebral edema is what that is. It's basically just fluid accumulation that expands the brain itself. The brain, when it swells, that is pretty much the only reaction that the brain has to anything. So any kind of insult to the brain potentially is going to make it swell, or there'll be cerebral edema.
Is that referred to as hypoxic ischemic injury?
So hypoxic ischemic injury is sort of the end description pathologically, but yeah, when we first start out, we just look at it and call it swelling. It's just cerebral edema. But then microscopically, we can confirm that there's hypoxic ischemic injury, looking at is there damage to the cells, things like that.
Okay. Many things can cause brain swelling. Is that fair?
Yes.
Trauma to the brain?
Yes.
From a blow to the head?
Yes.
A lack of oxygen to the brain?
Yes.
A slowing down of our system that delivers oxygen to the brain?
Yes.
Okay. All those things can result in that same brain swelling that we see?
Yes.
Is there any way for you to medically determine if one or multiple causes led to the swelling of Alexavier's brain?
In this particular case, no.
Okay. So it could be one of those things. It could be a combination of all those things together?
Yes.
And in this case, we already know there's been multiple blows to the body, correct?
Correct.
Including to the head?
Yes.
Okay. When we experience a concussion, when we refer to a concussion, what is that that's happened to our body?
So a concussion is very similar. So you have a blow or a sharp movement of the head that kind of stretches, if you will, the neurofibers within the brain itself, but it doesn't break anything. So a concussion usually, given time, will resolve itself and the brain will go back and kind of go back to normal, quote unquote. That's very different from if we had blunt trauma that actually sheared some of those neurons, which would then not necessarily be able to heal because neurons don't heal like that. So it's a little bit of a difference, but concussion is sort of a transient injury.
When I think as a layman of concussions, it makes me think of the NFL and how the National Football League examines concussions. They look for symptoms by talking to a person and examining them from the outside. Is that fair?
That's right.
Is that one of the first ways that one can look at or try and assess if someone has suffered blunt force trauma and maybe suffering a concussion?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to move down from the head downward in Alexavier's body. What's the next injury that you detected in Alexavier's body?
Sure. So doing the examination of the torso, basically chest and abdominal cavities, there weren't any injuries of the upper torso. So basically heart was fine, lungs were fine. Once we move beyond that, the next sort of layer is the diaphragm that actually separates both the upper and lower cavities. And there was some bruising on the right hemidiaphragm, so the right half of the diaphragm. Below that, within the abdomen, the first thing we noticed on opening the abdomen was that there was free blood in the abdominal cavity, so what we would call the peritoneal cavity. We collected it. We were able to collect about 100 milliliters of free blood in there. It's not a ton of blood, but I mean, it's a substantial amount. And then after we kind of got past that, there was both what we would call a subcapsular hemorrhage of the liver itself. So basically the liver has a capsule, and a subcapsular hemorrhage would be kind of like a bruise under the capsule, but it's sort of retained in that capsule, so it doesn't go out into the abdomen. There was also a laceration or tear of the liver itself. There was also a lot of hemorrhage around the duodenum, which is the very first part of the small intestine, and the head of the pancreas. And all of these things, for the most part, sit sort of within the midline of the abdomen. Let's see. I've already described the liver laceration and the free blood. Oh, and then examination of the abdominal, or the chest wall, I should say. I said there were no injuries of the lungs or the heart, but once we were able to visualize the ribs, there was evidence of one recent fracture of the left 10th rib posteriorly, so basically along the back.
Posterior is the back, left side back, 10th rib.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that that's a recent fracture based on your examination. When I think of talking about rib fractures, I think of talking about them as acute and subacute in a live child. Do you use those same terminologies?
We'll use acute, subacute, organizing, or remote.
Okay. When we talk about an acute fracture in a child, whether alive or deceased, really all you can do is date it within a certain number of days, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you can't date a rib fracture to hours.
No.
Okay. It could have happened anytime prior to that child being deceased.
Well, depending on what it looks like. So if it's a very acute fracture, which basically means there is a break in the rib with hemorrhage, but no evidence of healing whatsoever, that's a shorter time frame. So you can't look at that and say, oh, that happened 3 weeks ago, because it would have evidence of healing. But we can look at this and say it's fairly recent, meaning, probably within the last 24, 48 hours, but that would, still, it's a very wide range.
Rib fractures are painful?
Yes.
They hurt when you breathe?
Yes.
In some cases of children and adults, you maybe see a rib fracture in the front of a child related to CPR. Is that correct?
Less commonly in children, only because their ribs are soft and pliable, so there's a lot more cartilage depending on how young they are. But sometimes you still can see rib fractures in CPR, even in children. But when you do see them in adults or children related to CPR, they tend to be what we would say is sort of either anterior or anterolateral, so they kind of are right along these lines.
But not posterior rib fractures?
Typically, no.
And this is it a higher up or lower fracture in the back, the 10th rib?
It's low in the thoracic cavity. It's kind of mid-back if you were looking at the back.
The liver laceration that Alexavier had, that was approximately 3 centimeters, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that a serious injury?
Yes.
Were the internal injuries to Alexavier's abdomen life-threatening injuries for him?
Not immediately, but they could have been. So, meaning if that liver laceration went unattended, it might heal on its own over time, or it might get progressively worse and continue to bleed. Similarly, injuries to the duodenum, so the small intestine, or the pancreas, both of those could become worse over time. So as they react, as they start to try to heal, they oftentimes are in a very vulnerable state and can potentially get worse before they get better.
In your experience, would these have been painful injuries?
Yes.
Would the pain have gotten worse over time?
Yes, most likely.
Would the individual who is suffering from these injuries not want to move as that pain progressed?
Very difficult to say for any given individual. And when you say not want to move, that's a pretty broad stroke. So I would say they would be less active potentially than normal, but I wouldn't be able to say if they would just be laying in bed and not want to move versus maybe not as active as classic.
That pain would become more pronounced over time?
I would imagine so, yes.
Would you expect the symptoms to be obvious to a caretaker?
Yes.
What is the mechanism for the injuries to the internal organs, the duodenum, the lacerated liver? What type of force is necessary to cause those injuries?
So all of these are from, you've heard us use the term already, blunt force trauma. Blunt force is just basically an object striking an object. It's not a gunshot wound. It's not related to a blade. It's just a crushing blow or a scraping type blow. So that being said, the mechanism in this case is classically, basically, if you receive a blow to the abdomen or the upper abdomen, lower chest, whichever, anything in between the object, be it a hand, be it a foot, whatever, and the underlying spinal column, which is rigid, anything in between those two things could potentially get injured. So all of these things that we're seeing sit right in the midline. So the liver laceration, the injuries to the duodenum, the injuries to the pancreatic head, every one of these is in line in the center between the abdominal wall outside and the spine on the inside.
And the injuries that we see in Alexavier's abdomen result from one penetrating blow to his abdomen, more penetrating blows, or can you not differentiate based on what you see medically?
So first, I just want to caution the use of the word penetration because that to us, that means actually going through the skin.
Oh, so I'm using the word different. I mean it differently than you do. So thank you for clarifying.
Sure. It could be just from one blow. It could be from several blows. It's anything that would be striking the midline.
You mentioned that these were life-threatening injuries for Alexavier. Can you explain that process a little bit, how these would be life-threatening?
So there's several things that could cause this to become much worse. Number one, bleeding. The liver is very, very vascular. It likes to bleed. So again, unchecked, could this heal on its own? Maybe, but it could also bleed and get worse. In addition, the injuries to the small intestine and the pancreas, over time, particularly the pancreas, as the pancreas becomes inflamed, you can start to see a lot of very crucial problems with that, the patients oftentimes may go into shock or multi-organ failure, depending on how badly that progresses. The duodenum, might heal on its own again, but also very potentially could perforate if the wall is weakened as it's trying to heal. And so then you run into a situation where maybe a couple of days after the event, now the person becomes acutely much more ill, and it's because the contents of whatever they're trying to eat are now spilling out into the abdomen because of the damage to the duodenum. There's several different mechanisms for how those things could potentially be life-threatening.
Doctor, did we cover all the internal injuries that you documented in performing the internal autopsy for Alexavier Pedrin?
I believe we did, yes.
Okay. One of the other portions of the autopsy that you mentioned was toxicology and histology examination.
Correct.
Let's talk about toxicology examination. What were the results of toxicology for Alexavier?
So on his tox, I believe there were only two things that we detected. There was melatonin and alprazolam, which is commonly known as Xanax.
Was there caffeine detected or no?
Figure out look. I don't recall, but it could be. Give me one moment here.
Sure.
There was a presumptive positive on our screen for caffeine. I don't remember if that was verified or not. I can't tell you for sure.
There's a presumptive positive, meaning that a screen tests positive for that, but there's no confirmation.
There's no confirmation, correct.
Okay. And caffeine's not a lethal or dangerous substance?
In most instances, no.
Okay. I want to talk about the Xanax levels that were detected in Alexavier. What were those levels?
So the levels were 250 nanograms per milliliter. Although I say that with caution for both of these drugs because we're testing basically the blood that we collected within the abdominal cavity, so that free blood we described earlier. It's very difficult to get good blood samples in children to begin with postmortem, and so oftentimes our sample size is pretty small, and this was the best we could get. The reason I mention all this is because cavity blood is not the best sample to use to accurately assess the levels of a drug. It's much better just to assess plus or minus. So is it there or is it not there? That level of Xanax is high, in the high range, but again, I can't tell you with much certainty what that translates to in this case.
What type of drug is Xanax or alprazolam?
It's an anti-anxiety medication.
What does it do to our system when we ingest?
So it's a benzodiazepine. It has sort of the typical things we see in a lot of these, which is it sort of has a sedative effect to some degree. In higher quantities, it can decrease your respiratory drive, potentially to the point of, many people do overdose on Xanax, and it's usually just from respiratory depression, so they just stop breathing.
If a person has ingested Xanax, can you give us an idea of when you would expect to see them starting to show symptoms from that ingestion?
It's very hard to say. You would kind of have to know how much they took and hopefully when they took it. If you got both of those, you might be able to say something, but I wouldn't be able to say with much certainty. I think I'd leave that to a toxicologist maybe to opine on that.
Can you safely opine that it did happen within 14 hours of death?
I would say if he had received it within 14 hours, then it's entirely possible, yes.
You'd expect him to show symptoms, correct?
Correct.
When you take into conjunction the toxicology results in this case, the internal injuries that you documented and told the jury about, and the external injuries that you have talked about in open court today, what was the ultimate ruling on cause of death in this particular case?
Sure. So the cause of death listed on the death certificate is blunt force trauma, and then contributory factors, the toxic effects of alprazolam. These have to be sort of wordsmithed a certain way to fit onto our death certificate. So stylistically, I don't like to combine them both on one line because the blunt force trauma and the alprazolam are very, very different in terms of their mechanisms. So I put the blunt force trauma in part one, and then the contributory factor being the toxic effects of alprazolam.
Is it important for you to consider those two things in conjunction with one another as well?
They must be, especially in this case.
Can you explain that to the jury, why they must be, and especially in this case?
Well, just because there are certain things you're going to find on autopsy that have nothing to do with the cause of death. So, for instance, if someone has a massive heart attack and they happen to have, marijuana in their system, you don't automatically throw the marijuana in just because it's there. But in a case like this, where you have two things that, in conjunction, both or either could be contributing to the cause of death, it's best to put them together to some degree. So, for instance, in this case, we have blunt force trauma, and all the things we've already talked about that contribute to the cause of death, including potentially multiple impacts to the head, which could make the brain swell, and that could cause death. We've got blood loss, which could potentially cause death. We've got the pancreatic and duodenal injuries, which potentially could lead to organ failure. So, lots of things there. But then at the same time, we can't ignore the fact that there's alprazolam in this child's system that can also drive down respiratory rate and cause respiratory depression, which then also could cause the brain to swell if he's not breathing properly.
When you're considering all these things in conjunction with one another, are you also considering whether or not the Xanax that you discovered in Alexavier's system was administered to Alexavier versus him ingesting it on his own?
So there's no way for me to look at a case like this and be able to say with any confidence, was this person given this medication or did they take the medication? However, what we can look at least is, was this person prescribed this medication? And we have no evidence of that.
That Alexavier was not prescribed that medication?
Not by any indication that I have so far.
Can you also look at the age and developmental level of the child in question?
Yes.
In this case, a 6-year-old child?
Correct.
Okay. And we can look at the container that the pills allegedly came from. Is that correct?
Yes, you can.
Would you expect in your
objection? Speculation.
I didn't even ask a question.
I'm not sure which question.
It's not within the expert opinions that were disclosed.
On the issue of the pill bottle, or what are you objecting to?
Be safe.
Judge, I actually do think it's in his report.
Which opinion are you saying it's in the report? That
Page 10 of 10 is in his report.
Why don't you talk to him for a second? Why don't you let them hear what you're saying? Okay, go ahead. I'll allow you to ask a question.
Doctor, you have your report right in front of you? Yes, I do. I'm going to ask you to flip to page 10 of your report. Okay. Please. I'm there. In this section of the report, do you talk about Alexavier's age and his ability, in your assessment, to open a pill bottle if it's properly sealed?
Yes, I do.
Are you talking about pill bottles that have the child safety locks on them?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what was your assessment of that?
My assessment, I can read it off of here if you like. Let's see. I said, it's unclear if the child was given medication or took it himself. However, it's unlikely that the decedent could open medicine containers if they were properly sealed.
That was a factor that you took into consideration in making your ultimate findings and conclusions?
Yes.
Dr. Clinton, in your review of this case, you had an investigative report from your office related to the underlying facts and circumstances. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You have not, at least to this date, reviewed any of the law enforcement investigation in this case?
I don't recall if at some point during this last 3 years if I ever reviewed any of that, but I don't have any of those records with me at least.
Okay. And just one more time to be clear, your ruling on cause of death was what?
My ruling on cause of death was blunt force injuries, contributory factor, toxic effects of alprazolam.
And your ruling is to the manner of death for Alexavier J. Pedrin was what?
Homicide.
Thank you, doctor.
Cross. Okay. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break and we'll be right back. Did you just need a break, or did you want to bring?
I need a real beverage.
Okay, 1:45 then.
I think with water.
Yeah. Please, step down and drink your water. I feel like this was the first time where the jury walked in. Yeah, me too, used to it.
Yeah,
Great.
So who needs a break? The lawyer, the person testifying? What's going on here? Oh boy. Oh good, they're back.
Now, at the time Ms. Lubinsky signed the death certificate, you had received some important evidence about the substances Alexavier had in his blood, right? Yes. Okay. And you had testified on your direct that Alexavier had 250 nanograms per milliliter of alprazolam in his system. Correct. Okay. And that level is 2.5 times the amount that would be toxic in adults. Is that right? Again, yeah, with the caveat of the restrictions we have in assessing that level because of the sample. Right. And we can get into that just in a minute. Finding a child with 2.5 times the toxic adult dose of alprazolam is not something you would expect to see, is that? No. And this is a very important finding in your autopsy, correct? Yes. And you communicated these results, as I indicated to Ms. Lubinsky. The highly elevated level of a controlled substance found in the blood of a 6-year-old complicated the picture about cause of death. Correct. Because we don't know for sure if that level is representative of what he had in his bloodstream. Is that right? That's right. That it could represent, we just don't know. Correct. And if it were in his bloodstream, that alone could have readily caused death in a child. In the absence of anything else in this case, it absolutely could be the cause of death. Correct. And if that were the level, even if the actual amount was half that level, that still could be life-threatening to a child. Is that right? That's right. So on March 6, 23, the medical examiner, again, was aware that your finding of a highly elevated level of alprazolam complicated the cause of death determination considerably. Correct. Yet on March 6, Ms. Lubinsky certified the death certificate that Alexavier died from homicidal violence or homicidal assault. You're familiar with that language on this death certificate, correct? I am, yes. You did not conclude that Alexavier had died from homicidal assault, did you? No, the only place I put homicide is on the manner. And you did not conclude that Alexavier had died from homicidal violence, correct? I concluded that it was blunt force trauma and the toxic effects of alprazolam. And so you would never have stated to Ms. Lubinsky that it is your belief that he died from homicidal violence, correct? That's not the phrasing I use, no. And you don't believe that he necessarily died from homicidal violence, do you? Not alone. I certainly contributed to blunt force trauma, which then I indicated that I believed it was a homicide by the manner, which sort of speaks to homicidal violence, but I don't phrase it that way. And homicide, just to be clear, I think this might have been touched on, but that can include, it's homicide, it's death caused by the actions of another or inactions of another. Correct? That's correct. And so that can include negligent actions, right, or inactions? Correct. Now, did any point you authorize Ms. Lubinsky to describe the manner of death as decedent received fatal injuries from homicidal assault? Well, if I can elaborate a little bit on that. Number one, I can't authorize anything because I have no jurisdiction over that cause of death certificate. Number two, I don't believe you mean manner. I think you mean how injury occurred on the death certificate. Yes, thank you for that correction. Sure. And again, that's a stylistic choice that the certifier makes. And that is not language you would have used. Not necessarily, no. And so Ms. Lubinsky didn't get that from you. No. Now, it's your opinion, as we've indicated, the cause of death, it could be from intentional harm or it could be overdose caused by negligence. And it's your opinion that in the overwhelming number of child abuse cases, there is no intent to cause the child's death, correct? That is my opinion, yes. And in this case, viewing Alexavier's injuries, one rational interpretation would be that the person who caused Alexavier's death injuries did not intend to kill him.
Actually, calls for speculation on the mindset of the person who inflicted the injuries.
I'm asking about a hypothetical, whether that's reasonable. But let me ask that one more time. Please. In this case, viewing Alexavier's injuries, one rational interpretation would be that the person who caused Alexavier's injuries did not intend to kill him. Is that fair? That is one rational explanation, yes. Thank you. Now, let's talk a little bit about the mechanism of death. Hypoxia. Hypoxia is the medical term for lack of oxygen, as you've discussed in your direct. That is correct. It has multiple causes, right? Yes. Now, the brain findings in this case showed hypoxic ischemic injury, and that's lack of oxygen, and it can result from multiple different mechanisms. Is that fair? Yes. It can result from blood loss, severe head trauma, other internal bleeding, strangulation, respiratory depression from drug overdose. Are those all different things that could cause that? Yes, they are. Now, you noted in your direct that there were no epidural, subdural, or subarachnoid hemorrhages in this case, correct? Correct. Those are forms of bleeding inside the skull. Correct. So those are different areas of hemorrhage between the skull and the brain itself. So just epidural is above the dura, which is a membrane over the brain. Subdural is below that. So it's just different layers of bleeding above the brain but below the skull. And we often see those types of injuries in significant head trauma cases, right? Correct. We didn't see that here. No. No skull fracture either, as you testified. Correct? Yes. There were some signs of impact, such as bruising. Yes. But not the types of injuries you would typically associate with a very strong impact, right? I can't speak to the strength of the impact other than to say that there were no underlying fractures related to it, but that's not my place to speak to the level of force. Well, you explained that even without those findings, the brain can still move enough to cause swelling, right? That is correct.
And swelling is what becomes dangerous because the skull is in an enclosed space and it has nowhere to go.
That is correct, yes.
And when swelling becomes severe, it can lead to things like herniation.
Yes.
Herniation is something you look for in an autopsy.
Yes.
And in this case, you did not find evidence of herniation.
There was just global swelling in the brain, but herniation basically is when the brain is running out of space in the skull. So the only place it can go is downward through what we call the base of the brain, or the base of the skull, or the foramen magnum. And I did not see any evidence of that. There was just global swelling of the brain.
Understood. And herniation is one of the clearest signs that swelling became severe enough to be life-threatening. Is that right?
It is one of the signs.
Okay. And doctor, based on the head trauma findings alone, there isn't a clear, obvious structural injury such as bleeding or fracture or herniation that directly explains the hypoxic ischemic injury. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me move on. So you've indicated those types of severe injuries were not present.
If you mean severe injuries, meaning epidural, subdural, subarachnoid hemorrhage, or skull fracture, then that is correct. They were not present.
And herniation as well.
Yes.
And now, moving on, you were asked about concussion. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. It is possible that Alexavier had a concussion, right?
It's possible.
That requires microscopic analysis by a neuropathologist, right?
Correct.
And the neuropathologist in this case did that exam, right? Or the analysis. And he found scattered axonal swellings and beta-ap immunostaining consistent with diffuse axonal injury. You remember that?
Yes.
That could be evidence of a concussion or traumatic brain injury.
It would be from traumatic brain injury. So again, going back to what we were saying earlier, concussion in and of itself, you might have some axonal swellings, but over time they heal. Whereas diffuse axonal injury, meaning tears of the axons, they don't recover. So kind of hard to say, but clearly there is an injury histologically to the axons, which are the filaments of the neurons.
That can also be caused by hypoxia. Is that?
That's fair, but it's a little bit different. Histologically, and again, the neuropathologist would be a better person to speak to this, but histologically there are patterns that better represent hypoxic ischemic change versus traumatic shearing, but in the end, it's all the same reaction.
But in any case, what was seen could be evidence of a traumatic brain injury.
Yes.
And a traumatic brain injury can lead to loss of consciousness, correct?
Correct, yes.
Can be a very serious warning sign.
Yes.
Can also lead to a TBI, again, we're talking about, can also lead to confusion and feeling foggy. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, you asked a couple of questions about strangulation, but I'd like to expand upon that a little bit, and I'll do my best to have you educate the jury about that process, because you are the expert. And I did bring a diagram that might help us in that endeavor. Doctor, I'm handing you an exhibit that's been marked 240. Can you take a look at that diagram?
Okay.
Is that somewhat familiar to you? Have you seen similar diagrams in the past?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the structures that you examined in your autopsy?
It is, yes.
Sure. Move to admit 240. Objection. Move to publish.
No objection. Okay, move to be published. Received and published.
So just to be clear, you did not conclude that strangulation occurred in this case?
That's correct.
You did not conclude that suffocation occurred, correct?
Correct.
The possibility of strangulation or suffocation is something that you will obviously look for in cases of hypoxic ischemia, right?
Yes, and those can occur with no findings at all at autopsy. So I see no evidence of any of those. That doesn't mean they did or didn't happen. I just don't see any evidence of it.
Sure. So looking at the diagram, would you be so kind as, and if I can give you this pointer, that might help?
I've still got one here if you want me to use this one.
Thank you. My vision isn't what it ever was, I guess it wasn't. So, doctor, can you please identify the hyoid bone?
Sure. The hyoid bone is this small bony structure that goes sort of horizontally across the neck here in the midline. It's above the thyroid cartilage, which is what most people would call the Adam's apple. So it's right there.
And how about the thyroid cartilage or the larynx?
So the larynx is what I was just pointing to. Below the hyoid, you have the thyroid cartilage here and then the cricoid cartilage down here.
Okay. And how about the strap muscles?
Well, that would be all of these muscles that we see here, some of which have been transected and reflected.
And I might butcher this, but the sternocleidomastoid muscles, could you identify that?
Sure. Sternocleidomastoid muscle is the big muscle here. So if you turn your neck to the side, this big muscle that you feel right here is the SCM, and it actually has two heads. It's got the clavicular head and the sternal head, or sternal head here. So it actually bisects down at the bottom here.
Doctor, and in strangulation, where is pressure applied to the neck generally?
Generally, I mean, it could be anywhere in this entire region, but generally it's upper neck close to the angle of the jaw there. So in this line, roughly where the hyoid bone is, or right above or below that.
And pressure applied to the strap muscles, for instance, pressure applied to the neck will affect the strap muscles. Is that right?
It could.
Okay. And pressure applied to the hyoid bone, that can be damaging to the hyoid bone. Is that correct?
It may or may not, depending on the age of the person.
Okay. And the same questions, I assume, are the same answers for the larynx and for the other soft tissue structures that can be injured.
Correct.
Okay. Now, When force is applied to the neck, you often see hemorrhage or bleeding in those muscles, in the strap muscles. Is that right?
If given enough force, then yes.
And when force is applied to the neck, you often see injury around the hyoid bone. Is that right?
That's right.
When force is applied to the neck, you often see injury to the laryngeal cartilages, correct?
Yes.
Those injuries can only be seen by dissecting the neck.
Correct.
Which you did in this case.
Yes, I did.
My understanding, you found no hemorrhage of the strap muscles. Is that right?
Yep.
No damage to the sternohyoid and sternothyroid.
Those are the next layer down, but yes.
And you found no trauma to the deeper neck tissue. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
You did perform the anterior neck dissection, meaning you opened and examined all these structures as you testified. And your report states that there was, quote, no evidence of muscular or soft tissue trauma. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
So nowhere in that area up on that diagram did you find any internal injury?
Correct.
And nowhere in that area did you find any hemorrhage or internal bleeding?
Correct.
And your report notes that the hyoid bone was intact?
Yes.
And we've talked about how you found no evidence of damage to the hyoid bone?
Yes.
And you also note in your report that the larynx and cartilages were also intact?
That's correct.
So there's no evidence whatsoever of strangulation involving the larynx and the thyroid cartilage?
Correct.
The airway framework itself was not injured?
Not that I can see, no.
So air would have been able to freely flow. There was no damage that would be consistent with strangulation in that regard?
Well, with a caveat. So during the strangulation, one can impinge the airway flow, but that doesn't necessarily show anything at autopsy. So if you're asking me if there's an obstruction during the autopsy, no, there's not.
Right. You also looked for what are called petechiae, right?
Correct.
And there were small hemorrhages in the eyes and face?
Correct.
And petechiae in the eyes and face are strongly correlated with death by strangulation, isn't that right?
They're correlated with increased intracranial pressure. They can be very nonspecific and be seen in lots of things. Now, they are far more likely to be seen in strangulation cases than in other cases, like, for instance, hanging or suffocation or anything like that.
At one point, they were considered diagnostic, but that has been changed.
I would not call it diagnostic, no.
What does that mean?
It's supportive. So basically, to back up to talk about mechanism, the reason you get these petechiae in the eyes or the face, these are just tiny burst blood vessels because of increased blood pressure in the face. How you get that? Well, you block off some of the blood flow, but not all of the blood flow. So for instance, if during strangulation, while the hands or whatever is around the neck, you're blocking off some, but probably not all blood flow into the head. And so that if you cut off the venous flow out of the head, but blood is still getting into the head because it keeps pumping in there, you're more likely to get petechiae. So that's where you see that. In a hanging, where someone is fully suspended and their entire weight of their body is on their neck, you actually don't ever see usually petechiae because the weight is such that it cuts off all circulation. So it's an even exchange. There's no blood going in, there's no blood going out.
And just to reiterate, petechiae in the eyes and face are very often seen in cases of strangulation.
Yes.
And they were not found here.
No.
No petechiae in the facial region, none in the eyes, none in the mouth.
That's correct.
So none of these classic signs of strangulation were present.
Correct.
Let's talk about the external neck injuries. You noted that 2 ear abrasions.
Yes.
On one side of the neck, correct?
Correct.
These are small superficial injuries?
Yes.
No deep injury underneath them?
No.
No corresponding internal damage?
Correct.
And you're looking at suffocation or smothering as a potential manner of death. You were looking for signs of how that could happen, right?
Correct.
You're looking for things like a sign of struggle, right?
Depending on how you mean struggle.
Well, but when somebody is assaulted in that manner, sometimes they will try to react or respond, and sometimes you'll see defensive injuries consistent with that.
Sure. And just for clarification, are we moving on from strangulation to suffocation and smothering, or are you compressing them all together?
No, we're on suffocation.
Just making sure.
Thank you. And you examined Alexavier's mouth and nose area, right?
Yes.
And if Alexavier had been smothered, you might expect to see damage inside the mouth. Is that right?
If there was a struggle, then potentially yes.
You found no damage inside the mouth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, if Alexavier had been smothered, you might expect to see injuries to the tongue.
Again, it's very variable. If there's a struggle and he bites down on his tongue, potentially.
But you found no damage to the tongue.
Correct.
And if Alexavier had been smothered, you might expect to see injuries to the lips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you found no damage to the lips.
That's correct.
If Alexavier had been smothered, you might also expect to see injuries to the gums. Okay.
Potentially, yes.
You found no damage to the gums.
Correct.
In fact, you found no injuries to Alexavier's mouth or nose that one might expect to see in a case involving suffocation. Is that fair?
That's fair.
There's also no evidence that Alexavier was kicked in the mouth. Is that right?
None that I saw, no.
Now, you noted gastric contents in the airway, correct?
Correct.
That can occur in vomiting, correct?
Yes.
That can occur in resuscitation, correct?
Correct.
That can occur in the dying process, correct?
Yes.
It would be fair to say that your autopsy findings do not support or indicate strangulation as a cause of death, fair?
That is fair.
It would be fair to say that your autopsy findings do not support or indicate suffocation as a cause of death, fair?
That's fair.
If you thought strangulation or suffocation were likely or even plausible causes of death, you would have put that in your autopsy report, correct?
If I thought it was likely, yes. If I thought it was a plausible explanation, there's not really a reason to put it in the autopsy report because it's not a finding.
Understood. So now you were asked just some questions about malnourishment and dehydration. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it be an important data point to understand that Alexavier was hospitalized a month prior and was evaluated for those conditions?
Yes.
And during that evaluation, the doctors ran a full blood panel and found no significant concerns about dehydration or malnourishment. Does anyone object to this hearsay unless those doctors reviewed those records?
I don't know if it's reviewed these.
I mean, this has to do with whether or not that would be an explanation. So it's not offered for its truth at this time, but it's a question of whether that would impact the assessment of whether the malnourishing or dehydration came after that visit.
Okay, you can pose it as a hypothetical then.
Okay. So hypothetically speaking, if Alexavier had been examined and a full panel run on him, and there were no concerns about dehydration or malnourishment, would that suggest that those conditions, to the extent they were reflected in the examination you provided, would have occurred subsequent to that hospitalization?
That's correct, yes.
And if, for example, hypothetically, if a child were vomiting chronically and had chronic diarrhea, those conditions could affect both, well, the diarrhea and the vomiting can also affect dehydration, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And also malnourishment as well.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on to the topic of blood loss. Blood loss is an issue in this case, right?
Correct.
There was some internal bleeding, as you mentioned, 100 milliliters of internal bleeding that you measured.
That's right.
And I think you described it as not a ton of blood. Is that a fair
I mean, it's a substantial amount, but it's not, by in and of itself, much like everything else in this case, in and of itself, that one finding is not necessarily life-threatening.
Would you agree that, according to scientific studies, blood loss does not become life-threatening until it approaches 33% or 1/3 of total blood volume?
That's roughly what's in the literature, but again, that's sort of a static statement and doesn't take into account anything else about the case, but sure.
So 33% is the minimum threshold for exsanguination or blood loss to cause death that you look for in a patient or an autopsy.
I don't necessarily measure it out to a percentage. And in a case like this, the other issue is that we have free blood that we try to measure what we can capture, what we don't lose during the autopsy, but also there's the inability to measure the additional blood that we see that's in the tissues. So related to a lot of the trauma that this child has, there's other hemorrhage within some of the soft tissues around the duodenum and the pancreas and things like that we can't necessarily tabulate, like what the volume of blood loss that is. So in general, I don't use a number to say this case has lost X percentage and thus they have died from exsanguination.
Sure. And then those other areas of unmeasured blood, organs and things like that, they could, they certainly weren't measured, but the organs have structures within them that don't make them just like absorb, a lot of fluid. Some of them could have just a little bit, but there's just no way to know.
There's no way to know.
So for a child of Alexavier's age, help me if you have a different understanding, but my understanding is that he was 21.5 kilograms at the time of his death.
I would have to quickly look, but I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay. And based on my understanding, I did an estimation of what the total blood volume would be associated with a child of his age, and the range I found was 1,500 milliliters to approximately 1,600 milliliters. Does that sound fair to you?
I'll have to take your word for it because I didn't do the calculation.
Well, so it's 70 to 75 milliliters per kilogram is the ratio or the calculation. Is that fair?
I believe I haven't done those calculations in a while.
Does that sound roughly accurate, or that doesn't sound too out of?
It doesn't sound way out of reach, no.
So this would put the total blood volume in the vicinity of 1,500 to 1,600 milliliters. And 33% of that total blood volume on the low end would be 500 milliliters. Is that fair?
Sounds like your math is correct.
Not always the case. Thank you. So again, you collected 100 milliliters of blood from the abdominal cavity, and that amount standing alone is 1/15 of Alexavier's total blood volume using the conservative estimate. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So in order to meet the minimum threshold, and I understand that there are other factors, and we can certainly get into that, but talking about blood loss standing alone, in order to meet the minimum threshold for life-threatening blood loss, it would have to be 5 times the amount you measured.
According to your calculations, yes.
And so even if we could quadruple that amount, you would still be below that threshold for onset of shock, which is my understanding, that 33% level.
Correct.
So let's talk a little bit more about the possibility of a drug overdose in this case. Now, if Alexavier's death occurred quickly, such as in the case of strangulation, you would not expect to see the significant hypoxic ischemia that you found. Is that right?
Let me make sure I'm understanding your question, but you're saying if he was strangled, would I see that level of brain swelling?
Right.
You probably still see a pretty good amount of brain swelling. Again, it's the normal sort of reaction to hypoxia. So you would definitely still see some. Now, I can't look at it and say you'd see less in strangulation or more in this or what have you. So,
but you're describing, though, in general, the injuries that you observed, you believe that the death was a gradual process.
Sounds like it, yes.
In a gradual process, that would be perfectly consistent with an overdose, right?
Could be.
In our previous discussions, you indicated that Alexavier's presentation fits very well with a drug overdose. Do you recall?
It certainly does.
And as we've noted, a highly elevated amount of the drug alprazolam was found in Alexavier's system. It can suppress breathing, right?
Correct.
And the level detected here, 250 nanograms per milliliter, again, was 2.5 times the level considered potentially toxic in adults.
That's correct.
And if that level accurately reflected circulating blood, it could be lethal.
It could be.
And it is possible that that highly elevated level was in fact what Alexavier had in his bloodstream before he died. Fair?
It's possible.
In fact, anything over 100 could be a lethal level for an adult, right?
Correct.
Now, as you've indicated, interpretation is limited because the sample was cavity blood, not femoral blood.
That's correct.
So you can't determine with certainty how much alprazolam was actually ingested just using that cavity blood alone, correct?
That's correct.
But we do know that it is possible that it represented the level in his bloodstream.
It's certainly possible that it represents one of many possibilities, but yes.
Yes. And children, fair to say, they're not just little adults.
That is correct.
And we don't have any data on Xanax toxicity in children because of obvious ethical issues. You wouldn't want to do experiments such as that. But we're left with what's toxic for adults as a means of comparison to children, correct?
Correct.
And presumably the toxic level for a child would be even lower than what would be a toxic level for an adult.
Presumably, yes.
So it would not be unreasonable to conclude that the level of alprazolam that is toxic to a child is even less than 100 nanograms per milliliter. Fair?
It's not unreasonable.
And would it be fair to say that you cannot rule out that alprazolam alone caused the fatal respiratory depression?
That is not unreasonable either.
Now, Dr. Quinn, investigators found what they believed could have been pill fragments on a pillow where Alexavier was resting. Were you aware of that?
It's been a while since I read anything, so I'm not sure if I was aware of that at one time or not.
That certainly would have been relevant to the analysis as to the sequence of events and whether this was an accidental overdose. Is that fair?
It would be relevant to the circumstances. In the end, really, it's what's in the system that's most important, but it would be relevant to the circumstances.
You agree it would be helpful to know what those fragments were?
Sure, yes.
Now, as you've testified, alprazolam can have a sedative effect.
Correct.
And a 6-year-old would be capable of getting into medications by himself, correct?
You're asking, would he be capable?
Yes.
It's possible, yes.
And there was questions regarding the safety features of pill bottles being intended to prevent children from getting into it, and that a 6-year-old child may not have the motor skills or capacity to do that. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
That is a fair characterization, yeah.
You're aware, however, that those have opposite sides that are just threaded, and you can just screw those in, and there's no safety feature involved in that particular configuration when you screw it on upside down.
Well, again, it's one of those where the point I was trying to make is if they were secured properly, to prevent a child from getting into it.
Correct. No, you don't want to leave those around children, certainly. So a 6-year-old is not necessarily old enough to contemplate the consequences of taking too many medications, right?
I'm not a child psychiatrist, but I would agree, having had my own children, that they're not aware of many consequences at 6 years old.
And so the 6-year-old, he might pick something up off the ground and put it in his mouth. There.
Less likely than a 1-year-old, but potentially.
And if there were, that certainly could have happened here, right?
It may have.
You testified that you're proving that Alexavier could have ingested alprazolam prior to 6 p.m. the day before his death, prior to his death.
If you're asking if I said that and it's in the record, I'm going to say yes. It's been a while since that.
Thank you. And you are aware that Sergeant Kuhn with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office came through the house around 7 p.m. for a welfare check the night Alexavier passed away.
Yes.
And at that time, Alexavier was resting on a couch.
That's my understanding, yes.
And if there was testimony that Sergeant Kuhn shined a high-capacity police flashlight onto Alexavier's face, but was unable to fully wake Alexavier, would that be consistent with Alexavier having ingested alprazolam prior to 6 p.m. that night before?
Yes.
And you agree that it would be possible that Alexavier later awoke and was moving around and getting into things. He could have ingested more alprazolam, and that would have been the fatal dose later that evening.
Either possibility is true, or potentially true.
And you testified that a concussion can lead to a loss of consciousness, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to rule out the possibility that when Sergeant Kuhn observed Alexavier in a deep sleep that he may, or difficult to wake, that he may have lost consciousness after suffering a concussion?
Are you asking losing consciousness before or after he was witnessed by the sergeant?
I'm asking if you can rule out the possibility when Sergeant Kuhn observed Alexavier in that state, that Alexavier may have lost consciousness after suffering a concussion.
The only thing I can say is that what he observed sounded like the child was lethargic. I can't explain what from. It could have been drugs, it could have been concussion, could have been both of those combined.
That would be consistent. You can't rule out that possibility that Alexavier had lost consciousness due to a concussion or TBI, right?
Right. Like many things in this case, there's a lot of things are a possibility.
And if there is evidence that Alexavier was conscious and acting kind of loopy after he initially was laid up on the couch, could that be consistent with Alexavier having suffered a concussion earlier that evening as well?
It could be, yes.
Now, forensic pathology cannot identify who caused an injury, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified previously that you cannot date injuries to a specific hour.
Correct.
When you say an injury is recent, that could mean hours or even a day or two.
That's correct.
And you cannot determine what specifically caused Alexavier's injuries.
That's correct.
Some of the abdominal injuries could have been caused by a child stepping on or jumping on the abdominal cavity from an elevated position, right?
It could be, yes.
Doctor, this is already been published, so I'm going to put this on the Elmo. That's okay.
Okay, can you say what exhibit it is?
Oh, this is, I've been handed Exhibit 51. And I'm looking at the pattern into the upper half of that photograph. Do you recognize that from your autopsy, doctor?
Yes, I do.
And you mentioned how sometimes you can tell how an injury might have occurred by looking at patterns. Is that right?
Correct.
Would it be accurate to say that that may be the pattern of a foot?
I would not be able to make that assessment from that. This is a constellation of overlapping bruises. That's as far as I would go on this one.
It certainly could be.
It could be caused by many things. Anything that could cause a blunt force trauma, foot would be included.
Thank you. Now, as you've testified, Dr. Quinn, you cannot determine exactly when these injuries happen. What you can say is that the significant injuries you found must have happened within the last 24 hours of Alexavier's life.
Correct.
And that uncertainty applies to the liver injury, to the pancreatic hemorrhage, and the rib fracture in this case.
Correct.
You would agree that bruising is very difficult to date, as you testified.
Yes.
And your doctor can accurately date the time frame as to when a bruise might appear.
That's correct.
Bruises can take time to develop.
They can take time, and also it depends on the decedent's skin tone and their ability to clot and many, many other factors.
And just because someone doesn't have a visible injury doesn't mean they will, just because someone has an injury, doesn't mean they will show bruising right away, correct?
That's correct, and we even saw this on this case. So as we did the dissections, there's in the report underlying bruising that is observed that doesn't necessarily correlate directly with something we see externally.
In fact, bruising can appear for the first time even after death.
In some cases, yes.
And you previously testified that if Alexavier had been injured the night before, around between 5:30 and 7:30 when Derek Pedrin was at the home, those bruises may not have appeared until hours after the fact, correct?
That's correct.
Now, nobody can rule out that these injuries occurred between 5 and 7:30 p.m. the evening of February 10, 2023, fair?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And you are aware that, sorry, go ahead. We asked some questions about cerebral edema. Do you remember that?
Yes.
It would be fair to say that cerebral edema observed could be a result of trauma or from the toxic effects of alprazolam.
Correct? Yes.
Now, you observed some bruising around Alexavier's elbow. Is that right?
That's correct.
You would agree that those appear to be consistent with Alexavier being forcefully grabbed or dragged by the arm?
They could be consistent with that, yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Pedrin has frequently been accused of doing that to both the children and Ms. Dikeman?
No.
And nobody can rule out Derek Pedrin forcefully grabbing Alexavier by the arm as the mechanism of that injury?
Correct.
And you don't decide who gets charged in the criminal case, fair?
I do not. That is correct.
You rely on law enforcement to provide a complete and accurate history?
Yes.
Right? And if investigators reach conclusions early, that can limit the information available to you, correct?
Correct.
And your medical opinions can only be as complete as the information you receive.
That is correct.
And so we understand medicine cannot answer every question with certainty, right?
Yes.
You cannot say who caused Alexavier's injuries.
Correct.
You cannot say precisely when those injuries occurred.
That's correct.
You cannot say that the person who caused these injuries intended to kill Alexavier, correct?
That is correct.
And from a medical standpoint, no forensic pathologist can rule out accidental overdose as the cause and manner of death, correct?
From a medical standpoint, I might have to repeat that question.
Well, I would just say you cannot rule out accidental overdose as the cause and manner of death in this case.
If I couldn't comfortably rule it out, I would have called this case undetermined. I felt confident enough between the alprazolam and the blunt force trauma in combination to call this a homicide. So if I thought there was a possibility that the sole cause of death in this case was just an accidental overdose, which we then have to define what we mean by accident, how did he get the alprazolam, how much was he given, then I may have backed down and called it undetermined if I was not sure.
Sure, but I believe you testified that the conditions you found, either standing alone or in combination, could standing alone have caused death, right?
The condition of the alprazolam in his system? Or?
The injuries are, it's the internal injuries, the blunt force trauma, and then the alprazolam. Now, either of those standing alone could have caused death.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Reject.
Doctor, you asked about a number of hypotheticals. Do you remember those questions?
I don't know that I could read them all back to you off the top of my head, but yes, I was given hypotheticals.
Okay, it's important for the information you receive in a hypothetical to be accurate. Is that correct?
It's important. Well, a hypothetical is a hypothetical, so I'm not sure what you mean by accuracy.
If you're relying on the information in a hypothetical to provide an answer based on that information, the information that you provide relying on that hypothetical can only be as accurate as the hypothetical that's been provided.
That's correct. The assumption is that what is provided in the hypothetical is what my decision is based off of.
Okay. One of the things that defense threw out there during the questioning was that there's evidence that Derek Pedrin grabbed Alexavier by the arm in the past. Is that correct?
That was one of the hypotheticals, yes.
Okay. They did not show you a police report or any information that indicated that that happened or when it happened, did they?
No.
Okay. They just asked you that question and assumed that actually happened.
They just asked me hypothetically, could that cause the injury? And I said yes.
And grabbing a kid by the arm forcefully can cause that injury.
Correct.
Okay. Now, they conceded in their questioning that Alexavier Pedrin was an abused child. At the very beginning, they said there's no doubt that he's abused. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Alexavier Pedrin was a child that was abused. And it's important to look at, when we're talking about Alexavier as a child that was abused, to also look at the Xanax in conjunction with that. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Okay. Because it would be difficult for a non-abused child to be given Diazepam or Xanax and go unconscious and then abuse that child afterwards. That'd be kind of weird.
It would be atypical for sure.
Okay. So a safe assumption is that this child was abused and then administered Xanax afterwards.
Yes.
Or if you take what they're saying, was physically abused significantly, and then after being physically abused significantly, got into Xanax on his own.
Correct.
With a broken leg.
Correct.
And limited mobility.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also asked about the pill caps at the house and that you can flip them on the other side and close them easy that way, correct?
That's correct.
And if you do that, that does not trigger the child locks on it, does it?
No.
Did they show you any of the pill bottles that were recovered in the house?
No.
Would you be surprised to know that every single pill bottle that was recovered in the house, save for the one that was located on the floor, had the
Honestly, wait, what's the objection?
It's hypothetical.
Hypothetical, go ahead.
Would you be shocked to know that
That's not a hypothetical. I'd be shocked to know it's argumentative. Yeah.
if every single pill bottle that was recovered in the house had the child safety lock engaged on it, save for the one on the floor, will that further affect your opinion as to whether or not these medications were given or administered to Alexavier?
I would not rely on that for my opinion.
Okay. What about the tasting of the medication itself? Medications are made to taste bad. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's something that would does that impact your assessment of whether or not Alexavier ingested the medication?
Again, it's kind of like talking about getting into the pill bottles. It seems unlikely that a child would eat multiple pills, but at the same time, I can't speak to whether or not he may or may not have. At this point, we're looking at, is the medication in his system, yes or no?
Okay. Were you also told or were you made aware that there was a bag of medication that the defendant claimed was moved by Alexavier that evening?
I don't remember if I had that information or not.
Okay. And were you aware that all the pill bottles in that bag of medication were all properly secured? Were you informed of that?
I don't know.
Were you informed that the pill bottle that was located open and empty on the floor was for a medication other than Xanax?
I believe they said prednisone originally is what they thought he had overdosed on.
And that was the information that you received at the time that you got the bottle?
That was from the initial report I had.
Okay. Were you informed that there were 10 pills of prednisone located open in the purse? I'm asking if he was informed of it.
Overruled. Again, given that it was 3 years ago, I don't recall if I was or wasn't.
Okay. And I want to talk about some of the other things that the defense discussed with you. They brought up epidural hemorrhages, subdural hemorrhages, and subarachnoid hemorrhaging. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's all bleeding that can take place on the brain. Is that fair?
Over the surface of the brain, yes.
And when you see that bleeding over the surface of the brain, you typically see that more in cases of rotational forces imparted on the head. Is that fair?
For some of those hemorrhages, the rotational forces are more likely or less likely, but any one of those bleeds can be caused from a rotational injury or just a flat out, single blunt impact to the side of the head. So it's variable.
The fact that you didn't see any of those forms of bleeding on the brain does not mean that he didn't suffer multiple blunt force impacts to the head. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Wait. One second. What was the objection? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Alexavier had brain swelling.
Yes.
Brain swelling is a severe injury to the brain?
Yes.
You don't need herniation of the brain for the brain swelling to be severe. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the mere fact that herniation is not present does not say that the swelling that Alexavier had was not severe in this case.
Correct.
You can also strangle a child as a form of child abuse, correct?
Yes.
And you can strangle a child without having injuries to any of the neck muscles?
Yes.
Or the hyoid bone?
Yes.
Okay. The fact that none of those injuries were present in this particular case doesn't mean that he wasn't strangled or choked or anything of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
It's that you didn't see those physical medical signs on autopsy.
Correct.
You asked about medical records from a medical visit about a month previous. You weren't shown those in court today, were you?
Not today, no.
Again, there was a hypothetical and you were asked to presume things about those medical records.
Yes.
There was a great deal made about the amount of Xanax or Azalam that was found in Alexavier's system, correct?
Yes.
When it's that high of amount, you'd expect him to show symptoms faster, right? When you have a higher amount of a substance in your system, you'd expect to show symptoms faster than you would if it's a lower amount.
I think that's a fair assessment, yes.
Okay. And this is what the defense said would be toxic for an adult.
Correct.
And this is a 6-year-old child.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Any redirect? Or recross, excuse me?
Doctor, to be clear, to clear up your earlier testimony, the physical injuries alone could have been lethal if they continued to bleed, correct?
Correct.
And you did not say that that was inevitable, correct?
Correct.
And your opinion necessarily relies on the presence of Xanax for cause of death, correct?
Yes, it's both of them in combination.
And just to make clear, the amount of Xanax alone could cause death, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
The amount of Xanax in a physically abused child could certainly cause death, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, anything further? Okay. All right, let me step down. Who wants to give me that? As Dr. You lead the subpoena?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You want to have another witness so that we can start today?
How long do you want to go? I don't know that we'd finished the witness today.
Given our time crunch, I'd ask if we could start one more.
Can you see who's available?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, well, they gotta wait for that to come in. I gotta take Lee out. It's like 7:30 in the morning. I'll be back.
Hey, calls Deputy Anderson to the stand.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Joseph Anderson, JOSEPH, How
are you employed?
Deputy with La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked as a deputy with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office?
15 years.
I want to direct your attention to the morning of February 11th, 2023. Did you respond to the call involving an unresponsive Alexavier Pedrin on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
I did.
Who did you respond with?
Deputy Karsten Jar with La Crosse County.
And when you responded on scene, tell us what you observed when you initially arrived.
When we initially arrived, I came to the door a few seconds behind Deputy Jar because he went right to the door and I went and grabbed our medical bag. So when I came up to the door, Deputy Jar was making contact with a female we would later identify as Josie Dikeman. She let us into the house. And when we got inside, we saw a young child later identified as Alexavier Pedrin, and he was laying on the bed on his back. And Deputy Jar immediately started doing life-saving measures while I prepared our AED.
What was it that you prepared?
Our AED, we placed pads on the patient's chest, and we tried to present a shock to see if we can get our heartbeat back.
The jury had the opportunity to watch Deputy Jar's body cam this morning. Would you be the other individual with Deputy Jar in that body cam video assisting with performing CPR?
I was.
At times, did you actually take over and perform CPR yourself?
I did. After Deputy Jar did for a while, I took over for several minutes.
Did both of you take turns?
We did.
Did you ever get any response from Alexavier's body?
We did not.
Was Alexavier's body eventually turned over to first responders?
It was.
Other than you two? Was Alexavier pronounced deceased on scene?
He was.
Okay. After Alexavier was pronounced deceased on scene, let's go back a little bit. While you're performing CPR, are questions being asked of Josie Dikeman?
There were, yes.
And you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
I'll agree that Ms. Dikeman's sitting to my immediate right.
Thank you. Were there questions asked of the defendant regarding when Alexavier was last fine?
Yes.
What did she say?
I can't remember.
Do you recall her saying that at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Were there questions? Did the defendant talk about the bag of medication that was located on the floor?
She did.
What did she say about that bag?
That's where the medicine that he'd take had come from.
Okay. Did she say that she had previously hidden that bag?
She did, yes.
Okay. And what was found on the floor along with the bag of medication?
There was one pill bottle that was out laying by itself.
Was it open?
I don't believe it was open. I never handled that bottle.
You never handled the pill
I
bottle?
never handled the pill bottle, no.
Okay. So you don't know for sure?
I don't.
Were there subsequent interviews of Ms. Dikeman conducted by you and or Williams with your department?
There was, yes.
And who is Williams? What's his first name?
John Williams.
John Williams. Where does John Williams rank with the department?
He is currently lieutenant with our investigations. At that investigation, he was a sergeant with investigations.
So back in February, he was an investigative sergeant, and now he's a lieutenant?
Correct.
Okay. And just for purposes of the record today, Lieutenant Williams has been off this week, is that correct? For some of the time?
For some of the time, he was, yes.
Okay. And you reviewed Lieutenant Williams' body cam?
I have, yes.
You're prepared to talk about the experts that are played in open court today?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, State's Exhibit number 21 contains 3 excerpts. The first excerpt is Deputy Anderson's body cam from 13 minutes and 40 seconds to 18 minutes and 10 seconds. And then I'll go through the rest as we go. I'm going to ask that we play the first clip from State's Exhibit 21.
You want to get lights?
36, make it more upstairs, please. Podium is fun. Yeah, let's step back in here and we'll talk to everybody, okay? Let's move some of this stuff. Let's go back and talk to everybody, okay? I know. I'm okay.
Are you aware?
Once I get help, just so I got someone step in. I know. We have tried everything we've got, okay? Unfortunately. It's okay. I know. And unfortunately, it is what has happened right now. So when we run through a few things, we're going to have to ask a lot of questions to figure out what happened. We're going to wait on some of that until I can get more people here so I can only have to ask things once, not many times over and over, okay? Where are the kids? Are the kids there? How many? 2. Okay, ages?
5 and 4.
5 and 4. Okay, who's mom?
My mom.
My mom and
Stepmom.
Okay, stepmom. Okay.
My mom.
I know it's a lot right now. Okay. Everyone needs to be with those kids.
Right. My son's coming over.
Okay, can I get an adult up there for right now? Because they're, I'm sure, freaking out up there.
They're hungry.
And yeah, so let's give them some food. Again, make sure we have an adult up there. And the other adult can stay down here so I have someone to contact and talk as we put several things together here. Okay. Is that acceptable? My name is Joseph. If you need something, you call me. We will be talking quite a bit, but I just want to make sure we get some with the kids. We got to figure out kind of what happened here, okay? Any other adults in the house? No? Okay. All right. Yeah, if I can get somebody upstairs. Do I have... You guys go to church at all?
I do.
Do you have a pastor you'd like to come over here?
I haven't been there for a while.
Okay. If you can think of a pastor or something like that you'd like to come over, let me know. I'll get a hold of them for you, okay? Otherwise, I'll be right back with you. I take care of a couple things and get things in order at the moment, but it's important to get somebody up there to children, okay? Hey, buddy. Your mom's gonna come up here. She's bringing some food, okay, buddy? Okay.
No, keep the kids out.
I hope you got someone coming. Then I got my train. We got him outside at the moment. So this is.
I know. You're scared. It's harder than jail.
He might be. When did he get arrested?
Yeah, here yesterday.
It was yesterday. Did he have a bond? I don't know. I haven't checked the jail list.
We arrested him because he was here. Because there's no contact.
No contact. Yeah, I know there's been no contact.
What time is that? All right, for the record, it stopped playing at 4:16.
136.
We start at 4:12.
No contact. Yeah, I know there's been no contact.
Try the different player, restarting at 4:11.
Here, because there's no contact.
No contact. Yeah, I know there's been no contact.
We're gonna move on because technology is not our friend at the moment. At the end of that video, you're discussing the no contact order with the defendant, right?
Yes.
And that discussion continues on despite the fact that we can't watch it be played, right?
Yes.
Is there a request that the defendant makes regarding the no contact order right after you talk to her about the no contact order?
She wants the no contact order to be dropped.
She's telling you she wants the no contact order between her and Derek Pedrin dropped.
Yes.
There was a person that was crying in the video. Who was that?
I believe that's Josie's mother, Becky or Rebecca.
Becky Ehlers?
Yes.
At the beginning of the clip that we watched, there was a section where you are telling both the defendant and the defendant's mother that Alexavier has passed away. Is that correct?
Yes.
And their response to you is there anything else you can do or something of that nature?
Yes.
There was a comment that the defendant made after that. Do you recall what that comment was?
That she would go about the church, you mean?
About the condition of Alexavier.
Oh, she said that he was fine. He was just fine.
He was just okay, or he was just fine, correct? She didn't alert you, she being the defendant, to any concerns about Alexavier?
No.
All right, I want to move on to excerpt number 2. We'll try technology again. This will be from Lieutenant Williams, then Investigative Sergeant Williams' body cam, 8 minutes and 52 seconds to 35 minutes and 35 seconds.
Initial.
I'm not here unless Deputy Anderson could establish that he was there and witnessed these particular statements, or, and particularly if Sergeant Williams is going to testify later. He conducts the interview, not Deputy Anderson.
The defense stipulated to the admissibility of all the body cams. I'm just putting the body cam. If they want to talk to Deputy.
We stipulated to the authenticity of the body cams, right. not the admissibility, Judge. Was he there?
Deputy Anderson would know better than I would. Were you there for this portion of the interview?
No, I was not.
All right.
We'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Yep. Oh, and the other excerpt is Sergeant Williams too.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
There's a third excerpt. I assume that's
the rest of the excerpts are all Williams body cam, so we'll get those in through Williams. But I'll turn it over for Cross on the very limited amount that I presented.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Cross.
Afternoon, Deputy.
Afternoon. Had you ever interacted with Ms. Dikeman before February 11th of 2023?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And you agree with, you've been in law enforcement for how long now?
15 years, as of now.
15 years, you've seen a lot of people in trauma, fair to say?
Yes.
And there's no right or wrong way to respond to trauma, is that correct?
Correct.
But you as a deputy are trained to keep your cool and your composure, correct?
Correct.
And some people are very stoic when they confront either a death in the family or some sort of medical emergency, is that fair?
That's fair.
Other people break down completely, correct?
Yes.
It all depends on the individual that you're interacting with to determine how they're reacting, is that fair?
Yes.
Now, you have no idea how Ms. Dikeman processes emotions or traumas on a day-to-day basis?
I do not.
And you have no idea as to her particular history of brain injuries or mental health conditions, is that correct?
I do not.
So the way that she's reacting there, you have no idea what emotions or thoughts are going through her head. Is that fair to say?
I do not.
You have no idea whether or not she was in shock at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what she actually said in that clip was that, how could this happen? He was just fine. Did you hear those words?
Yes.
Fair to say that nobody asked her what she meant by just fine?
Yes.
I could say that the Badgers just had a great football team, correct?
Correct.
But that would be referring to several years ago, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I guess it depends on who you're asking.
Right. I don't know, but sounds right.
But the term jest could mean minutes, hours, days, weeks, or any other period of time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Nobody, at least in the clips that we saw of yours, asked Josie whether or not her partner who had been arrested had been abusive with her or the child the night before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you were field training Deputy Jar during that incident. Is that correct?
I was, yes.
And it's your responsibility to supervise Deputy Jar. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the two of you were asked to help photograph and collect some evidence after the fact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you're doing is you're taking photographs of items that appear to be out of place or could be evidence, correct?
Correct.
You only get really one chance at processing a crime scene. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So you try to be inclusive of you're photographing anything that might be potential evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was in charge of the scene there in terms of the investigators?
And for the investigators?
Yes.
Would have been Sergeant Williams.
And would Sergeant Williams have been the ranking officer on scene that day in terms of directing this investigation?
He was.
Okay. So ultimately, it was Sergeant Williams who was in charge of directing what was photographed and what was investigated in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And you were following his instructions, I assume, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things you were directed to photograph, you and Deputy Jar, were fragments of some sort of material on the pillow that was on the bed. Is that correct?
Probably. Deputy Jar did the photographing, so I wasn't side by side with him the entire time.
Yeah, of course. But the obvious reason that you would photograph something like that is if this was a prospective overdose case, that could be evidence, correct?
It could be, yes.
Now, Deputy Anderson, you authored a police report in this case, is that correct?
I did.
And the purpose of a police report is to record all the relevant facts of an encounter. Is that fair?
Yes.
You agree that the police report should be thorough?
Should be.
Should be accurate?
Yes.
And to the extent of your observations, it should be complete, correct?
Yes.
And your police reports are actually reviewed by others with a higher rank in the department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if for some reason they felt that you hadn't documented your observations thoroughly or sufficiently, they can go back and say, could you issue an amendment or a supplement? Is that correct?
They could, yes.
And your report in this case was reviewed by a higher ranked officer. Is that correct?
It was.
And you were not asked to do a supplement or anything, correct?
I did a supplement, but it was for a follow-up.
Sure. With respect to your initial scene observations, in other words, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that the contents of your police report in this case, as to your initial observations on February 11th of 2023 was thorough, accurate, and complete?
Yes.
And you agree with me that nowhere in that police report did you note the presence of a large amount of frosting in the home. Is that correct?
Frosting?
Frosting.
No.
On a cake or a cookie?
No.
Okay. If you had noticed something out of the ordinary with a large amount of frosting everywhere, something you might have noted, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere in that report did you note a large amount of unknown blue material throughout the floors of the home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Also something that you would have noted had you observed that.
Probably.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the house was quite messy?
It was.
There was property and even trash kind of all over the floors?
Yes.
And the entirety of the search, at least from your body camera, looks like it took about 3 hours. Do you agree with that time frame?
It's probably about right, yeah.
And if you're looking for controlled substances like Xanax or prescription medications, those can be quite small, correct?
They can be.
And there's no way to guarantee that you're going to catch every piece of prospective evidence during an initial search of a home like this. Is that fair?
Not in the initial one.
And you have no idea what, if any, Xanax was hidden inside of that home?
I do not.
Or by whom?
I do not.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Deputy Jar. Sergeant, or Deputy, I assume that if you had found a cache of diamonds, firearms, and a paddle or spoon, you would have noted that?
I mean, the spoon like you'd eat with? I might not know how to
So like a large kitchen utensil stored with firearms and diamonds?
Oh, like in the same spot?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Can I assume from the absence of that notation that you didn't locate any such cache of these items together?
That's correct.
Deputy, you don't know how that pill bottle got on the floor of the home, is that correct?
Yeah, I do not.
You don't know when it was placed there, is that correct?
I do not.
You don't know who placed it there, is that correct?
Correct.
You don't know who handled that pill bottle, is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't know exactly what was in that pill bottle in advance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have any idea at this point whether or not it even has anything to do with Alexavier's death, is that fair?
That's fair.
You're unaware of how Alexavier, you observed Alexavier on the bed, is that correct?
When he first came in the home, yes.
You're unaware of how he got into that position, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're unaware of whether or not Ms. Dikeman moved Alexavier into that position from the floor, is that correct?
At that time, I was aware of that, correct.
And Deputy Jar testified, I think, to some of your impressions, that it appeared to me that Alexavier was, appeared to be in Riger when he was picked up and placed on the floor. Would you concur with that?
I would, yes.
He appeared to be visibly kind of stiff already.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Deputy. Redirect?
Yes. Deputy Anderson, you knew when you were on scene that this wasn't about a cake, correct?
That's correct.
You knew that frosting didn't kill this child.
Correct.
You were asked about comments referencing a gun and diamonds and a spoon. Do you know anything about the statement that was made relative to those objects?
It's the first time I've heard about any of those things.
Okay. And you don't know the timing of when that statement was made and what it's even referring to, is that correct?
Correct. It's the first time I've heard any of those referenced to this case.
As far as you know, it could be a child witness referring to something years ago, correct?
Could be.
And you were not given any of that context when you were asked about how things looked that day.
That's correct.
And so you have no idea if you're being asked about information from years ago and then comparing it to your personal observations of that day.
That's correct.
So if a child reported she used to hit with a spoon and then she hit it in this place, you have no idea of when that was timing-wise, correct?
Action facts, not in evidence.
Oh, that's right. You asked about the CPR that you performed, correct?
I was.
What happened to Alexavier's body when you and Deputy Jar performed CPR immediately?
A black liquid began coming out of his mouth and his nose, and it was profuse. It continued to come out of him, I believe, for our entire time of doing CPR.
Did that black substance also come out of Alexavier when his body was just tipped over to the side?
After we had him on the floor or on the bed?
On the bed, if you recall.
I don't remember any of that substance on the bed.
Okay. The best thing to rely on would be the body camera for that. Is that a fair statement?
Would be, yes.
And what was captured on the body cam?
Yes.
You asked about the defendant saying he was just fine, and that was compared to a Badger football team. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
This is a child that just died, correct?
It was.
And in the context of you telling the defendant that this child just died, and the defendant telling you, is there anything else you can do? It was the defendant then saying after that he was just fine. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Is it your belief that this defendant was talking about the child's condition 3 or 4 years ago?
Action speculation.
Does it make, I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Using common sense, is the defendant talking about the child's condition 3 or 4 years ago?
Action speculation. Overruled.
No.
Is it common sense that the defendant was talking about the child 1 month ago?
No.
Is it common sense that the defendant was talking about the child 5 days ago?
No.
Is it common sense that this defendant was talking about what she was saying the child's condition was before you arrived?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you read Ross? Deputy, I'm not going to go up the lectern here. You have no idea whether or not Ms. Dikeman was referring to Alexavier the evening before his death, do you?
I do not.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right, Mr. Bell, thank you. Maybe release from the subpoena.
We'll discuss with him.
Okay. We're not gonna, that's our last witness for the day. We will have you, same time, if you can come at 8:30, we can start up between 8:30 and 8:45. I never know when we have longer discussions besides, but I'll try to always have them 8:45. Please don't talk about the case. If you need something, again, let me know. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but I do need to sort of do this for the record each time. Talk to Kevin and Terry if there is something. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right, y'all. So if you're watching this, thank you so much for tuning in. Please like, share, and subscribe. And I will do day number 5 tonight that they're going to do today and get it uploaded as soon as possible. It's a little late. Getting things done last night with the other case.
Any issues we need to bring up tonight?
Judge, I just want to address the body cam playing through Deputy Anderson. So there was a stipulation to authenticity, so there's not a challenge to the body cam, even of Lieutenant Williams on that particular ground. The statements that are captured on the body cameras are all the defendant's statements, so they're statements against interest. Any questions that are posed to the defendant will be for the context of her answering those questions and be offered under the rule of completeness. So I think that they actually can, based on the stipulation, come in through Deputy Anderson, and that would be my argument. I didn't want to belabor the point, and I wanted to see what we could get done before the jury, but that would be my argument on that point.
Yeah, to be frank, I think we would have really run out of time today. Are you asking if is the intention still to try to bring it in through Deputy Anderson, or we're done with Deputy Anderson?
The intention is potentially to continue to use Deputy Anderson for that, which is why I didn't release him from his subpoena.
Okay.
And I believe there's a foundation for that. Investigator Williams was not available earlier last week. I believe he's back now, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Why don't you check on that, and I'll try to address that. I mean, I know it's admissible for authenticity, but
Well, here's the deal, judges. He didn't take the statements. It's a little like having a reader at a prelim. Like, I'm not going to be able to do any meaningful cross-examination with Deputy Anderson about those statements. I think if Sergeant Williams is going to be called as a witness, that's the natural place to do it.
Let's see if Sergeant Williams is available.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. Anything else for tonight with state from defense?
Sorry.
All right. So same thing. Be here about 8:30. We'll start as soon as everybody's ready. All right. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Stay safe. Have a good day. And I'll see you in the next recording. Bye-bye.